Good morning. Hello, everyone. And this is your host, Devisha L. Johnson. And we are on day 2 of the Georgia African Connection Week. Good morning. It is 8 a.m. Actually, it's 8:12 in Atlanta, Georgia. We're having some technical difficulties this morning, but hopefully we'll have an awesome day from 8 to 5. We have a lot of things going on today. Today is, like I said, the second day of the Georgia African Connection. Today is a business summit. We are going to have a lot of speakers today on various topics surrounding business in Georgia and African countries and how we can take part. So I'll get right to it since we are a little bit behind this morning and bring up our first guest. His name is Tama Monday. I call him Young Tama. He is in Nigeria and he is one of the leaders of the AFCFTA for the youth division. And I wanted to say thank you, Tama, this morning for being here all the way from Nigeria. I think it's what, noon or 1 o'clock in the afternoon there. How are you?
I'm very good, Avisha. Thank you for the privilege to be part of this event. You're actually doing a great job and you are looking very, very, very beautiful this morning. We are very glad to have a beautiful lady like you from Africa.
Thank you. See, this is why I like African men. You see that? You just start with the compliments already early in the morning. Thank you, Tama.
Yeah,
Let's get
definitely. This
right
is
into
this
it.
is because I am representing Africa, so I just have to be, I just have to dress like Africa. And watching from what happened yesterday, I was telling one of the special advisors to governor that please they should watch the event on Facebook. And luckily, she just told me that we are live on Facebook, and I'm like, please watch and let's see how we will support the dream of this hardworking woman. So I'm representing Africa.
Thank you, Tamara. I appreciate that. So Tamara and I met online. I've never been to Nigeria, but we met online through some other people, and I was immediately drawn to him because he is a millennial, and so am I. And so he has big dreams, but he's doing these things on the other side of the planet. So let's talk about that, Tamara. So I just want everyone to have an opportunity to get to know you. So if you could just introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about yourself, and then we'll talk about the AFCFA.
Okay, let me because I'm having a little bit internet cracking right here because of the weather. Here is afternoon already. It's 1 p.m. First and foremost, my name is Tama Monday. I am an activist. One of the young people in Africa, and I run an organization called Great Minds Empire Africa. And what we do currently, we try to advocate for young people to come together, see how we synergize together and make our continent great again. Everyone is important, because we have come to realize that all of us cannot do everything, but each and every one of us have something to do. So we want to actually harness the talent that is dormant in Africa and see how we can revive ourselves and unite ourselves. So that's one of the projects. And also, I'm the CEO of Matam Industries International Limited, and we are venturing into the area of ICT, and agriculture. Currently, we're in partnership with HP, trying to see how we supply computers to the rest of Africa and see how we develop ourselves in the area of ICT. And currently, I'm part of the special advisors to the Office of the Lagos State Government on SDG and investment, representing the millennials, like telling the government what they need to know about young people, how we'll be able to attract young people to the city of Lagos, on how we can attract diaspora, people like the Visha to come to Nigeria and invest in the area of agriculture, in the area of real estate, in the area of tourism, in many areas, possible, and currently we are coming up with different initiatives called the Lagos Mega City Project. It's a project that the doors is open for any business entrepreneur that want to invest in Africa, most especially in Nigeria. So that is what we are trying to do, and I'm part of it. And that is what I do. Possible to advise the government of Nigeria in the office of SDG on how they will be able to formulate policies that favors young people, because I speak for young people I'm a young guy, so I speak for them. I speak for the millennials. So that's what currently I'm engaging on. It has not been a very easy task, but with seeing people like Devisha doing working very well to see that continent of Africa become great again, it gives us that energy to keep pushing and keep pushing and keep pushing. So young person into business, I am. And if there's anybody that want to actually invest in Nigeria in the area of real estate, the area of agriculture, the area of ICT, please do not hesitate to reach out to Devisha and myself. We have the network necessary. We have all the network that we may need to be able to boost our personal businesses and corporate businesses also. So thank you once again. That's a little bit about myself, and I look forward to a credible engagement today so that be able to discuss the impact of this program EFCTA in the area of youths and women. So thank you, Devisha, and I hope and I'm very willing to welcome you in Nigeria. Please, you just have to visit this country. Let's see what we can do together. And thank you so
Right.
very much. Very proud of you once again.
Thank you, Tama. So I will be in Nigeria. I'll be in Ghana in 2 weeks. And I know I said I was coming last time in December, but I'm going to make a serious, serious effort because I've been hearing about a lot of things that are happening in tourism in Nigeria, not just Lagos, but in other parts of the country that people are finding themselves attracted to for various reasons. So we'll get into that and we'll talk about that. I have a whole tribe of young millennials that come into Africa, so we'll have plenty of opportunity to make some money, make some connections, and make something happen for the future of millennials, Gen Zers, for the next generation. So I thank you for coming on this morning, and I want to talk about the AFCFTA. So if people have been watching my story, I'm moving to Ghana next month. But one of the things that was really important to me was the AFCFTA because I learned about it about 2 years ago. And I've been following it closely. Then COVID happened. Of course, that's everyone's story. COVID happened and then things were delayed and things didn't happen. But January 1st was the launch of the AFCFTA. Tamara and I have been talking about young people for a while and how we don't get to set tables and, making our own table and doing our own things. And he is highly successful in what he does in Nigeria. And we have a large network of people, like you said, that can tap you into different things. So let's talk about the AFCFTA. What is that for those of our viewers that don't know? And how are you involved?
Okay, thank you so very much, Devisha. You're one of those people that I just pray in the nearest possible time you should have a TV program because you are very accurate and your questions are always legit and original. So EFCTA is African continental free trade area. What this actually mean is Africa is now coming together to form a market, and that is why it's called Africa Continental Free Trade Area. If you are a Nigerian, you have the full access without any trade barriers to South African market. If you are from Namibia, you have access to Egypt market. So the EFCTA is all about, that's the main reason for EFCTA is to see how we create a united market, one single market, a market that anyone can access within Africa and in diaspora. So that is what is all about the EFCTA. There are a lot of nitty-gritties, there are a lot of policies, there are a lot that has to do with AFCTA, but time may not permit us. But at the moment, from your question, AFCTA is all about free access for African market. As time goes on, we'll look into the law of origins and some of the challenges and some of the problems that we may likely face in a possible future. But for now, AFCTA is a free market open for each economy within the African Union community state or country state you may call. So for someone like me, I can
I think we have a lag in internet. Tamara, are you there? I think we might have lost Tama or he is on a lag. Hopefully he will come back on. There you go. So let's get Tama back on so he can finish explaining the AF-15. Go ahead, Tama.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I am very sorry because of the internet and the weather difference. So probably, although I'm using Wi-Fi, so that's one of those things. So just like as I was saying, that's the whole essence of AFCTA. Creating a single market. And which I'm very certain in the nearest possible future we'll have a single currency with following up with a single passport, which all those projects are on the pipeline. So AFCTA is a free market for Africans, Africa in Africa and Africa in diaspora. But from the recent information I'm getting from the AFCTA headquarters, there are a lot of policies that are trying to put in place in order to checkmate, you know, uh, can I say, to put in line or to make sure they build up a credible policies that guide African and diaspora in doing business in Africa so that there won't be this mix up of anybody coming in claiming to be African from diaspora. But I am not in the position to speak for that. I am here to just talk about the AFCTA in general, how it affects the youth. So African market is open for Africa. It has been passed to law. We have a lot of nations, have agreed, have signed into the deal already. So it's open. The market is open as we are talking. Africans, Nigerians are now allowed to go to Ghana to do business. Nigerians are now allowed to go to South Africa. South Africa are now allowed to go to, Ethiopia, Eritrea, Lesotho, Uganda, and the rest to do their normal business.
Right. So let's talk about that for a second. Let's talk about the youth and the movement of people and the movement of goods and what that means. So the AFCFTA was designed, from my knowledge, to basically break down the barriers, break down the borders of trade for different African countries. To my knowledge, there's I think 35 or 36 countries that have signed on to this agreement, and then now they're talking about the movement of people. To your point about certain Africans not being allowed to go to certain African countries, but let's talk about the youth and what that means for us. So we're both young. We both like to travel, I'm assuming. I know I do. And I don't just like to travel for tourism. I want to do business. I want to make money in as many places as I can throughout the world because I realize it's a global market. And there's a lot of young people like me. So how does this agreement affect young people? What are we supposed to do?
Okay. Thank you so very much once again, Davisha. Your questions are always on point once again. Before I answer the question, I just want to open our eyes to this reality that there is a lot in Africa that still remain on top. There's a lot of opportunities, I'm telling you, in Africa. If you can endure, because we have this different environment that may not be suitable because you guys are used to constant electricity 247 in Africa. It's not just like that. But if you can endure, because one thing in Africa that our people are scared of or politicians are scared of is sound mind. If you're someone that is very intelligent, they're always scared. They have to follow you. You have to buy everything you are doing. So for the free movement of young people, right now, that's why it still is a gradual process. It's a gradual process. This thing may not be as easy, as flexible as it ought to be in the next 3 years. But young people, as I'm talking to you, that's why the cry now is on young people coming together. Let's build partnership. Let's build synergy. Let's come together. Let's think together. What can we do, to be able to provide a tangible solution to a lingering problems in Africa. So this free movement, right? Because I have a lot of plan. I was talking to some people from Kenya this morning, and our plan is to see how we move. And I was telling them, why can't we move by road? Let's go by road. And they were like, no. I said, now we have access to travel within African countries without any barrier. Let's take advantage of it. But let me open our eyes to one reality again. In Africa, 80% of young people don't even know what is AFCTA. They don't even know what is AFCTA. That is one of the problem again. A lot of people still think it's all those political propaganda, because Africans we have in a time past we have had a lot of propagandas, and young people don't even know. So it's only few of us who are privileged to be part of European Union um, Economic Commission for Africa that able to have this tangible knowledge about these things. So this is an opportunity. Our borders are open, and I'm telling you, they are now talking of the free passport. If you're in Africa, you have a single passport. That has passed already, but they are still going through final process. You are coming into Ghana, you have your African passport, not Ghanaian passport any longer. With that passport, you're able to travel within Africa without any, you don't need to go to any embassy. Oh, I need a visa. Oh, I need this. I need all those long process is over. All you need to do is just go to the nearest airport and, just get your visa and go do your business and it's there. What is absolutely needed now for young people is networking. Let's build up the
Right.
network that the challenges cannot resist. And that is why I'm so in love with you, because you have this foresight. You see ahead of time. That should be our dreams. What can we do?
Right.
Let's synergize. Let's work together. You know. So that is what it is.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So thank you for that. I have a let's just get deep into young people. So there's like I don't know, 1 point something billion young people, youth population by 2030, so they say. And they really use a lot of buzzwords in the governmental community like SDG goals um and things like that. So when we talk about the youth, let's just bring it back to reality. There's a high youth unemployment rate in Africa
Yeah.
in general. There's a high need for everything in Africa, from ICT to agriculture to all these things. So where do we start in terms of the education for the youth? Like we said, you and I are privileged. We have the ability to be able to go learn about these things and be in rooms that other people aren't going to be in. So we have to speak for our generation of people. So how do we, people like you and I, and most of the people that I know that are in my tribe, as I like to call Black people of like minds, that are watching this today, they want to know, how do we help our comrades in other parts of the world that are our age understand the importance of what this is 50, 100 years from now. Most young people don't think 50, 100 years from now. I think you and I think on the same level. It's about, we are the next generation, but we're already not thinking about us. We're already thinking about the generation after us and the one after that. So how do we get to our age group and even younger to have them understand the importance and the significance of the AFCFTA?
Okay. Thank you so very much once again. I was having a conversation with someone yesterday, and I told him clearly that in Africa right now, what we actually need is not activism. What we actually need in Africa right now are great thinkers, innovators, inventors, then people who can see ahead of time. So for us to be able, first and foremost, there must be this kind massive sensitization. And again, let me look at it from this point again. There's this problem we are having in Africa. Most people that you see making noise, they are making noise. I'm telling you, majority of the people you hear, they're making noise, trying to fight government, trying to make things right. They are doing it not because they want things to be right. They are doing it so that they will be given the share, so that they will be called on the table. That's why most activists in Africa don't last more than 3, 4, 5 years. You know, hear about them again. So we must come up with a model. And when I said a model is, we must let government, or we must let the institutions that formulate this EFCTA policy to know that we are independent party. What we want to do is we want to sensitize ourselves about the impact of EFCTA. One.
Right.
Then two, we need people who actually stand for young people to be part of those boards, most especially to check and balance the activities. Let me tell you, In Africa, just like you said, the majority of people in Africa are made up of young people. The majority of the unemployed in Africa are young people. The majority of
Right.
people that are left behind in Africa are young people, because the people that fought the independent or whatever, they are still the one in charge. So what we need to do right now is to identify some key players, then never stop agitating to be part of the policymakers. Because as
Right.
I'm telling you,
Right.
I'm telling you right away, no one in the EFCTA that is representing the young people. And most of the policies they are doing right there, it's not 100% favorable to SMEs. It's not
Right.
favorable to women. It's not even favorable
Right.
to people who are not kind of learned. Let me shock
Right.
you. In Nigeria, I was having a conversation with someone from the National Implementation Committee of the EFCTA this morning, and I was asking him some questions. He don't even know so much on EFCTA, but he is part of the National Implementation Committee in Nigeria, and he's someone that is around 80 years. So young people, most especially people like you, just as I said, I'm trying to get in contact with the EFCTA head office in Ghana, where we write to them and tell them that young people like you and I need to be part of it. We need to be on that table. We need to be on that table that are making decisions. We need to speak for ourselves. They are speaking for their generation. Someone need to speak for our generation. Because they
Right.
formulate this policy, they may not be alive when these policies have been implemented. Imagine
Right.
African Union with Agenda 2063. They are coming up with
Right.
Agenda 2063, and the people that form up the agenda are 70 years above. So the agenda is for us. So
Right.
the truth about it is, and one thing we need to understand is bringing us on the table is not even the solution. Are you with me?
Right.
Listening to us
Right.
also is not even the solution. But we want the three things. We want to be on the table, we want them to listen to us, and we want them to implement what we are dropping on the
Right.
table. Because let me tell you,
Right.
in Africa, they are very, all these our old politicians are very smart. They will bring you on the table. They will listen to you, but they will not implement what you are saying. We still go back to that
Mm.
zero level. The future is in young people. The future
Right.
is in the future. I'm telling you, the future is not now, though, in the case of Africa, although it's now, but the young people have to. I'm telling you, let me just shock you. I was because in my personal company is in partnership with HP. So I got a deal to supply computers to a university in Nigeria. And let me shock you, the VC, the vice chancellor of the university, don't even know the difference between operating system and Microsoft Office. And he's a vice chancellor of a university. You understand me? It's one of the main. So
Yeah.
when you're having a conversation with such people, they will never understand you. If you're having conversation with
Right.
such people, they will do everything possible to sideline you. So there is so much you guys we need to do. And let me recall, I said
Absolutely.
not everybody, because there are some people that are doing it for their personal gain. When you put them on there, it will even be shocked that we have someone we pushed in the Lagos State House of Assembly who was an actor. We had a meeting together, we raised 30 million Nigerian money within 2 days, and he was elected into the Lagos State House of Assembly. Let me shock you. Since the day he was elected, we never heard of that man till today. And when you ask him a question, he will tell you that you guys don't know what is happening. So for us to be able to make this AFCTA become, for us to be, because there's one fear again. I think we have had this conversation that there's this fear of, don't be surprised, Chinese will come and take over the implementation of the AFCTA. I'm telling
Right.
you,
Right.
because
Right.
Africa is blessed with engineers. But let me shock you. The Colon Railway project that was just awarded 3 days ago in Lagos was awarded to Chinese company. under
Okay,
the
I'm
EFCT
gonna
implementation.
stop. I'm gonna stop you right there, Tim, because we gotta
So,
talk about this. We gotta talk about
so,
this. We
so,
have to talk. We
okay,
have to
so
talk about this on a serious level. So here's the issue. We have the same issues in the United States. Older people do not want to listen to us. I was at a conference in 2019 in Dallas. I was asked to speak on a panel for millennials, and this is the topic of the conversation. So when I got up there, as Davisha usually does, I started running my mouth and saying to a room full of people from all over the world. It was a conference surrounding Her Excellency Dr. Arapana Shirabori. And I got up on the panel and I said, look, this is what we want. We want old people to listen to us. That's the first thing. Because if you don't have an idea to open your mind to even receive thoughts from young people and dismiss us, then we're never going to get anywhere. Because to your point, there has to be somebody around to implement what you're talking about. That's the first point. The second point is in America, we go through the same thing with politicians. So we get into spaces, we're activists and we advocate for whatever issue that there is as young people. And then the politicians, they don't implement what we're talking about. So we have two things going on. We have the people that are in politics, like me, and then we have the people that are advocates. And those two people need to work together because there has to be some people out there that are going to shake things up. There has to be some people that are going to have a critical mass to be able to say, look, politicians, if you don't listen to Davisha or if you don't listen to Tama, we're coming to see about you. Because that's just what it is at this point. Because if you think about the history of how those leaders got into office, most of them were not Democratic elected. They were either, we were tired of what the old people were doing, so we took over the government. That's what happened in African countries. We didn't like what was happening, so we took over the government. Why can't young people, and I'm not saying I'm not causing no rebellion or insurrection. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is now is the time for the global youth population to use social media, to use ICT, to use all the things that we have access to that other older people don't even understand. It's baffling to me how a vice chancellor of a university in 2021 in any country doesn't understand Microsoft Office. But I don't understand that because I have young children that can do more than I can. And that same vice chancellor's grandchild can probably program their iPhone and do all types of things that he just can't do. So the youth from the babies that are 2 years old that can go in and hack into their grandma's cell phone and they can go on TikTok and make videos and all these things that they're just learning naturally from the environment that they're in because it's the fourth industrial revolution. And Akindele Akinyemi, one of our hosts for this week, says it all the time. The fourth industrial revolution is here. It was already here. You talked about me having foresight. That's because I'm in spaces with people that are older than me and I listen. So if I listen to people that are older than me, then why isn't that the older people can't listen to the younger people? We both have something to learn. So there's two dynamics. There's the older people and the younger people that need to listen to each other. And then there's the activists and the politicians that also need to work together to implement what's going on. So how does the youth at this point that, like you, I'm gonna take you for a perfect example. You're in these spaces, right? You're at the table talking to some of these people. They respect your opinion, I would assume, which is why you're at the table. So when you leave those types of rooms, Tama, do you leave with a sense of, I've done something great and now I'm going to get some support for my idea? Or do you leave the room with, these people ain't going to do nothing. I know I just had to go through the protocol of meeting with them, but I'm going to go do it myself. Because that's where I am. Where are you?
Okay, yeah, for someone like me, after such a mighty meeting, first and foremost, for every idea that you presented, let me just share these two initiatives I brought on the table. Currently, we are having a meeting on 11 with Lagos State Governor, a roundtable meeting on these two initiatives. I just want to tell you how most of the time after when I present my idea and it's accepted, I do feel. And the first idea was 2 kilometer rule. I tell them, I said, we need to develop a policy where the company will source for resources within 2 kilometer radius of our office. Because we have this mindset, a company will be, will be in Lagos, but they are buying their product in China. The company will be in Abuja, they are buying their product, their resource personnel are from far. I'm just saying though. So I advocate for that. I said, we can't develop if we still source for our product outside, the vicinity of where we operate our business. There should be a quota, there should be a share. If you are producing cocoa or if you are producing anything, at least buy from 2 kilometer radius. One. Then the second idea I brought that I'm very fulfilled that they are actually working on it was the local economic summit. And I told him, I said, every local government, because in Nigeria there's what we call local government, like the local, is the least when you talk about the states is called the local government. I told them there should be a local economic summit. That local economic summit is all about bringing the invention of young people, just like a trade fair, but not actually a trade fair kind of a thing, where even the politicians, those representing them, will be on the table. They will assess everybody by your performance. You were voted in last year. What did you do? What is in your local government? Let other local government learn from your local government. And I'm telling you, they are scared of this idea, but they don't have a choice because I have a backup of young people. They don't have a choice because they need to be accountable. You need to be
Right.
accountable. I voted for you as a community councillor. You go there. At
Right.
the end of the year, we are having local government economic summit. What did you do in your local
Right.
government? Let's take a look. What kind of business that thrive in your local government? What product? What do you have in your vicinity? Let's showcase it to the national. You know. So after such a meeting, I go outside and call. Because there are people they fear. There's a woman she's like my godmother. She actually do a consultation for World Bank. Her name is Yemi Ransom Kuti. So I called her and said, Mama, I've presented this information before. These people, I know they may end up sidelining it, but please, what can we do? Let's put the energy together. And she'll be like, okay. So I always, and also you don't know everything. One cannot know everything. After every meeting, I go back and ask young people like myself, people like you who are here, what do you think? And one or three people will tell you, no, how about doing it this way? How about doing it this way? How about if you do it this way? I say, oh, no, don't bring up this issue now. No, let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. We have a lot to do together though. So I'm just sharing this idea so that you know that there are things on the pipelines. So I always look out for
Right.
people who will back me up because behind every action, if you don't have strong people behind you, you'll be tired. You alone cannot do anything. Everything, I mean.
Right. I'm learning that more and more every day. I already knew that I was smart enough to know that I didn't know everything. But traveling to Africa made me understand even more how privileged Western world is when it comes to the simple things. So when we talk about going into rooms and having conversations, the simplicity of being able to send an email versus having something hand delivered. Those are two different ways of communicating. And young people, I'm trying to find a place in Ghana at 11 o'clock at night to print out a piece of paper to take to an office in the morning when I could have been in my pajamas at home and just sent an email. But I know that email is not going to get answered because, to your point, there's older people that don't even understand Microsoft Office. They're definitely not checking emails. They'd rather have a physical piece of paper in their hand to put in a pile of other papers they're never going to look at. So you walk into the office and you have this great plan, and you may have implemented some of that plan. And this goes for youth and women alike, because I think this is in the same bucket, which is why that's what the session is about. But you walk into these offices in these African countries, being an African or one of us in the diaspora, and you walk into these offices and you're thinking, this should be easier. These conversations should be easier for me to have. If I can do all this research on my own and I can have these projects that I'm implementing, I have an impact analysis, I have a cost benefit analysis. I have all these things that to us in our mind at our age are important to look at when processing information, right? To see if we're going to be able to push an initiative. But you put all this work into these proposals, then you get into a room with people that you know, 9 times out of 10, you know, are probably not even going to look at it. And you have this great pitch and they're like, yes, we want to do it. And to your point, they don't implement it. So what is the time frame, in your opinion, from the time you go into an office? And it's going to be different. And I'll give my answer as well, but it's going to be different from Africa to here. What is the time frame that you wait to either get a response or to follow up, or how long does it take you to realize that this is not going to go anywhere with these people? Let me just go do it myself. How long do you wait?
Okay. First and foremost, it all depends on who you are dealing with. Okay,
Right.
I've been able to come up with a mechanism. If I'm dealing with men, then you need to pressure them. You know, but if you are dealing with women, you are very certain they will get back to you. So if okay, like now, I'm telling you, no, no, it's reality. I'm just telling you what it is, though. I
Right.
okay, because I'm trying to see how I organize. Okay, I'm currently, because my dream is to own an airline. So I'm currently registering the airline. So
Oh, that was getting good. He just said he's getting the airline. Y'all hear that, people? Young Tam was getting the airline. He'll be on the first flight. Well, maybe the second. But Tam was getting the airline. I think he had some lag in Lagos, and it was really getting good in this conversation. Hopefully, he can come back and finish out this hour. This is the Georgia Africa Connection. For those of you that are just tuning in, my name is Davisha L. Johnson, your host. We were just talking to Tama Monday in Nigeria. He is representing the youth. I believe he's a youth engagement director for the AFCFTA, which is the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, which has currently been launched in Africa on January 1st. And this session was talking about youth and women in regards to the AFCFTA. And we were just wrapping up on, what do youth and therefore women do? And Tama made a very good point, which I think is even very so. And sorry to all of my men out there, but it's just so he made a point to say, if you get in a space with a woman, she's gonna get back to you because that's just what we do. So thank you, Tama, for that. Now, if you get into a room with a man, and I would say this goes across all sectors, they're very, how can I put this delicately? Men are very focused on one thing at a time. That's what they concentrate on. So if you go into a room with a man, Sam is saying, you have to put pressure on them to do that because they're probably already focused, is the word I want to use. They're probably already focused on doing the one thing that they were doing. So asking them to then do what you're talking about and they're not finished doing that other thing, it's like, it's difficult. So I think Tama is correct. And as you can see from the types of conversations that we have as Black people similar issues in both sides of the world. So Tama, I want to give you an opportunity in this last 10 minutes. I don't know if you have any questions or not. Our production team in the back will put them up for you. But I just want to ask you in wrapping up this hour, how do you feel, where do you feel the AFCFTA is in regards to youth and women that you've seen in these first, 60 days? What is it, February 26th? So it hasn't even been 60 days. So where do you see it now? Do you see an opportunity for youth and women to be involved in the actual process, or should we just be involved in the benefits of how we can take advantage of the AFCFTA? Should we get ourselves in the room as youth and women, or should we just utilize it for what it is?
I'm finding it very difficult to get the question. Probably my internet is just
Okay,
fluctuating.
so can you
But
hear me?
just, yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so where do you think youth and women are in relation to the planning of AFCFTA, and where are they in the implementation of it? Are we waiting on them to include youth and women, or are we just going ahead and just taking advantage of what they've offered?
Okay. I don't want us to have this. If you can hear me loud and clear, I don't want us to have this notion. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I don't want us to have this notion of them, giving us. I want us to have this notion of we own everything. This is for us. The whole essence of
Right.
AFCTA, to be frank with you, is for us.
Right.
Most especially the young people. Most especially young people, because we have the market. If
Right.
the the majority of the population in Africa is made up of young people, then we own the market. So we should not wait for them to give us a playing ground. We should create a playing ground for ourselves. Don't
Right.
wait. If you wait, because yeah, don't wait. Because if you wait for this guy, they will give you the next 50 years before you start implementing whatever they are giving you. But don't wait. That's why I said it earlier on. These people are scared of ideas.
Right.
These people are scared of partnership. These people are scared of seeing people coming together. You know what I mean? This is an
Right.
opportunity for young people. This is an opportunity to do business for whosoever want to do business in Africa. And I'm telling you, we're in technological age. Those guys don't know much about technology. So they are just
Right.
struggling to be part of the system. They are just struggling to be part of the system. So we own the market. We own the everything. Imagine a country. I'm just using Africa as a case study. Imagine a country like Nigeria that has over 200 million people. Everything sells. Everything
Right.
sells. So it takes young people. It takes synergy. This is an opportunity. This is an opportunity for women to begin to work in export and import. In the area of import
Right.
and export. Let's work together. Africa and diaspora, we have the market, we have the population. It doesn't take anything to approve your product, bring the technical know-how, the knowledge. Let's come together. Oh, you're in ICT, oh, you're into this education. Just as I was watching you yesterday, the other moderator that was talking about, they give training, education, is
Right.
it AD? What's his name? Such ideas are needed. Let's do away with this physical kind of a thing. That's why I said
Right.
COVID-19 is a blessing in disguise. So
Absolutely.
this is for us. This is for us. The African market is for us. Initially, young people don't have money to travel within the African countries. Now, you don't need to start looking for money here and there. You can go by road. You can go by railway. Connect yourself from here to Ghana. From Nigeria to Ghana is no more than 6 hours by road if you want to. So there is
Right.
no need. Nigeria, in Ghana, you guys have the cotton. In Ghana, you
Right.
guys have some things that we don't have. Let's take advantage of ourselves. These young people, they are used to Italian kind of business. They are used to Chinese. They are used to. So what we all need to fight for now is to protect our product, to protect the market, so that those guys will
Right.
not penetrate the system and come in. So because this is for us. All our women out there, let's put on this mindset that being a woman is never a limitation. Being a young guy is never a limitation, but a privilege because you are full of energy, you are full of vibes. Let's partner together. It's not about I just want to be the only one making the money. No.
Right.
In Nigeria, lands, you can just go anywhere and get your land and you become a landlord forever. Nobody is coming back to ask you, this is not your land after 100 years. You become a landlord forever. Nothing like house rent. You're not paying anything. The
Right.
systems are there that's supposed to favor us. But if we still expect someone to come and take the bullet for us, that is where the problem comes from. But we are
Right.
very strategic. And thank God we have people like you who are trying to connect young Africans, even in African diaspora. Bring your experience. Let us bring our madness. Because you guys have the experience, we have the madness. So when there is this combination of experience with madness, then we go anywhere without any fear. Let's enter anywhere. People are scared of doing things. You know, you posted something on Facebook that there is a project you want to do. You want to build a house using one thing like that, and people were discouraging you. That is the problem. Don't
Right.
wait. You know, come with ideas. People are building houses using menial things. using
Oh,
plastic.
container houses. That's what
People
you're
are
talking
building
about.
houses
Container
using
houses.
plastic.
Uh-huh. Right. Right. Right.
So that is
I
what
think
it is. So
I
we
think
should
it's
know
a
wait.
good.
Let's just take action.
Absolutely. So I don't have anything else to say except for I'm coming and I'll be there soon. And we can go ahead and implement these programs and things that need to happen. I want to thank you for coming on. Young Tama, I call him Young Tama. Young Tama will
Yeah,
be
definitely. I'm
joining
young
us
too.
again for will be joining us again on Saturday for
Saturday.
the Next Generation Summit. So if you missed him today, just know that he will be back for Georgia Africa Connection on Saturday with Kazrael for the Next Generation Summit because he is the next generation. Great Minds Empire is one of his many companies, and how I got attached to him. And he was having a CEO, young CEO roundtable. So he is implementing what he's talking about. He is reaching out to the diaspora. So all you old people that are watching this that are in Nigeria, listen to Tama. He's smart. Use his ideas and go give him some money so he can implement them. I want to thank you, Tama, for coming
Thank you so
on this
very much,
morning.
Felicia, and
I
we
appreciate
can't wait to
you.
host you here in Nigeria, please. And anybody watching that want to invest in Africa, in Nigeria, please don't be scared. Do not limit. Think of anything possible. Bring any innovation. We will push it together. We will work it out together. If it fails, we know we failed. But we will learn from the failing experience. But we'll try it again. Nothing is impossible. So let's have that mindset of nothing is impossible. Opportunities are in Nigeria. Sorry, Africa. Opportunities are here. Let's come and develop this continent, please. A lot of untapped opportunities, I can tell you. Someone like me, I have like 6 businesses that are running concurrently because a lot of things need to be done. Let me not talk too much. Thank you so very much, Devisha. Truly appreciate. Truly appreciate.
Thank you, Tama. We'll see you on Saturday. I really appreciate you coming on. Have a good
Thank
day.
you
We'll
so
see
much.
you on Saturday. Everyone, go
You too.
follow Tama on Facebook. Go follow him on IG and everywhere else he is. You know, young people, how we do. Go follow him and get some knowledge. If you don't already have some, go get your tribe so we can all get together and do something great for the next generation. Thanks,
Thank
Tama.
you so
We'll
much.
see you on Saturday.
Thank you.
Well, that was Tampa Monday. Great conversation about AFCFTA, the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. Um, he is on it. He understands what it takes and what it's going to take for the next generation to have something for ourselves. Like he said, the AFCTA is for us. The people that put it together, average age is 70. That's my mom. So imagine talking to your mother and trying to explain TikTok or trying to explain an iPhone. But it's just baffling to you why they don't get it, but that's just what that is. So younger generation, younger than me, and the generation that's going to come after them, Lord knows what's going to be available for them. I'm going to be old one day. Everybody's going to be old one day. So we have to get into the mindset now where we're young enough to understand that it's never about us in our generation. It's always going to be about the next generation. That's just how the world is going to continue on. If there was a stopping point, then we wouldn't have to worry about the youth. We wouldn't have to worry about the next generation if we knew what that stopping point date was. But in actuality, no one knows when that date. So while we have the energy, while we have the confidence, he says he's running 6 businesses. Most millennials that I know are running multiple businesses. What do they always tell you? Oh, just do one thing at a time. Just focus on one thing. Go make your millions doing that. That worked 20 years ago. Right now, you need to have multiple ideas, multiple things you're implementing, multiple things going on in multiple different countries, in my opinion, because of the fourth industrial revolution, because of the youth population, because of the change, rapid change in technology. If we just focus on one thing, we'd always be behind. And maybe that's the systematic problem of why us as Black people don't get ahead. We'll get to that next. But we'll get to that later. But next, coming up, it's 9 o'clock, so we're going to roll on into the next hour. This is your host, Devisha L. Johnson, with the Georgia Africa Connection. This is day 2, February 25th. It is our Business Summit day. This is a 9 o'clock hour, and we are going to jump right into the next session. Hopefully, our next speaker is queued up. I will. There she is. Hey, sis. Look at you.
Hey,
Chill. I can't hear you. Oh, there you are.
Good morning.
How are you doing this morning, Mr. Cruz?
I'm good. I'm blessed. How are you?
I'm good. So this is W.E. the Cruz, and she is fabulous, and she is going to talk about e-commerce and COVID-19. So I went to one of her webinars, and I'm a sexy nerd. That's what I like to call myself. As you can see, obviously, so is W.E. the Cruz. And you're cheetah print, so you already know she's with it. So
You're so silly.
she is a sexy girl like me, and she is going to educate you on what e-commerce looks like. She's got some great services that she provides, her and her partner. I don't want to try to explain anything that you do. I will let you explain it. So she's going to give you a presentation on what e-commerce looks like. I would encourage everyone to grab a pen, grab a piece of paper, write down what she's telling you. She's going to give you some jewels. If you don't write them down, I don't know what to say. So W.E. the Cruz, I'm going to give you the floor. This is Georgia African Connection, and you can take it away, ma'am.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Welcome, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. We're getting ready today to speak about transforming economies through digitalization, specifically e-commerce and COVID-19. It's going to be a discussion today. It's going to be exciting. And so let's go ahead and get started. You know, Davisha, and for those who are listening, people, sometimes they'll say, who is W.E. the Cruz? Who's the digital diplomat? And I believe the question should really be, how do I like my tea? Some people like how do I like my honey? Some people like their honey in their tea. Some people like their honey tall, dark, and chocolate. I like my honey on my money. Okay. I like global honey money. Okay. So today is all about how we're going to use e-commerce to facilitate international trade so that you can start really tapping into global markets and getting that global money honey. All right. So let's go ahead and get started. I hope you can still see my screen. I can't see myself, but I hope you can see my screen. But just in terms of the overall definition, I'm the digital diplomat. I help people launch businesses in global markets to create jobs and bring down unemployment rates, mainly through my specialization in digital tech, e-commerce, and diplomacy. And I do it through my company, the VGC Group, co-founded by myself in 2016 and Naomi Jordan Cook. We are a leading global digital consultancy that primarily does two things. We focus on building extremely robust e-commerce websites, as well as mobile applications with the premise or the goal of just increasing revenue online for companies, entrepreneurs like yourselves. And so our global impact, just to kind of give you some background on us, if this is the first time learning of us, I currently sit on the District Export Council here in Michigan. You are vetted by the U.S. Secretary of Commerce. So your application goes to the White House, you get vetted, you sit on the council 4 years, and then you're renewed. And it's all about helping entrepreneurs like yourself sell your products in other markets, in other countries. We've secured more than 30,000 in grants to travel to places like Malawi, Ghana, Uganda, teaching entrepreneurs how to build online and export their products. One of our notable impacts was particularly helping a Ghanaian-based entrepreneur increase her revenue by 500% in Ghana. So she was originally doing about 2.5K and she increased to 15,000. And so when you convert US dollars, 15,000 to Ghana cities, that's making a lot of impact. We're able to hire more people and really address unemployment rates that are happening across the country. And we've done that in many countries for many different entrepreneurs around the world. But let's talk about e-commerce. And before I get into any of my e-commerce conversations, I always like to conceptualize technology, because sometimes e-commerce can be extremely overwhelming. And so if we conceptualize it, that's the best way for you to be able to utilize it. So I always say technology is simply put a vehicle that can take you to a destination, right? Depending upon what vehicle you choose, how and where and when will determine how fast you get to your destination. Some of you might like bikes. Some of you might like motor pads. Some of y'all love to taxi or Uber. Others may ride the bus or your truck. It doesn't really matter. Either way, it will take you to a destination. The difference is the experience that you have in the particular vehicle that you choose. And so our job, what Naomi and I do at the VGC Group, we focus on building vehicles and putting entrepreneurs in the driver's seat. That's as simple as it gets, okay? But the choice is up to you. The choice, the digital infrastructure, the experience you want to give your customers, the experience you want to have, it's up to you because you choose the vehicle. And that's why it's important to understand the vehicle that you choose and the pros and cons of it. Now, I'm not going to go into the different types of e-commerce per se. I want to talk about it more so from the perspective of e-commerce and what's happening in the marketplace today. So let's define e-commerce to make sure that you and I are both on the same page. E-commerce is simply the activity of electronically buying or selling products online over the internet. And there's 4 traditional types of e-commerce. They include B2C, which is business to consumer, B2B, business to business, C2B, consumer to business, and C2C, consumer to consumer. There's also business to government, but that's usually lumped into B2B, which is, business to business. And that is the definition of e-commerce, is essentially transacting online, making, revenue online, buying and selling products and goods over the internet. As opposed to before, back in the day with globalization, people used to barter in person, which is exchange of resources, or we talk about international trade where countries exchange or barter. Some countries have more resources than others and they exchange it, except now we're doing it right through our phones, right through our iPads and our laptops. So that's the definition of e-commerce. And once you understand what e-commerce is and maybe what category you fall into, you can better leverage it to increase your revenue online. So let's talk about e-commerce in COVID-19. Now, the challenges and opportunities, this is just kind of an overview. There are multiple challenges and multiple opportunities. Let's talk about some of the primary challenges. The first and biggest one is simply the disruption of supply chains. Now, we saw what happened when China shut down, especially for entrepreneurs and businesses whose entire business model is based upon sourcing products out of China, and let's say drop shipping to the rest of the world. So the disruption of supply chains, when countries and borders shut down, we also understand that impacted freight and flights and cargo. And so there was a major disruption to supply chain, regardless if you were online or not via e-commerce. Then there was consumer behavior challenges. Now, consumer behavior challenges is broken down very much based on your generation. Different generations are responding differently to COVID, but overall, you've got to understand that there's been a consumer behavior challenge. And we'll see that there's pros and cons to it, both here in the US and abroad, but we'll also talk about it in pertains to Africa. And then, of course, the widening gap of the digital divide. Man, if COVID-19 has not heightened the realization that there is definitely a digital divide within communities, then you're not connected to what's going on in society today. And so those are some of the many challenges. But as you know, every breakdown creates a pathway to a breakthrough. And for those who are able to see past the pain and turn it into purpose, have been able to really leverage opportunities. For example, building community, streamlining your product or service. COVID-19 has very much highlighted for entrepreneurs and businesses what are the most necessary products and services that they should be offering. You don't always need 1,000 SKUs. Oftentimes, you just need 1, 2, 3 really great products that just sells 1,000,000 times or 1,000 times. And so a lot of entrepreneurs and businesses have been able to streamline the services. And you see it online if you're ordering food through Grubhub or DoorDash. You'll see that oftentimes the online menu is not the same or it's limited to when, let's say, as opposed to going into the particular restaurant. And then to gain more visibility online, the reach of comparing brick and mortar to click and order, which means just being on e-commerce, of course, has increased drastically. And then it allows you to engage new markets. So these are some of the opportunities and challenges that we've seen. And depending upon when the research is done, depending upon what country, what region, some of the challenges and opportunities may differ. But overall, these are some of the general challenges that we can all agree on, as well as the opportunities. Now, BigCommerce, which is one of the top e-commerce platforms, shared a little bit. And I really like this infographic, so I wanted to add it in this particular presentation. And again, a lot of these numbers are changing week to week, month to month, but to kind of give you a general idea, they've also emphasized the importance of just consumer behavior, supply chain issues, and the economic look. And they're saying that what people are buying online include food and beverage, obviously a necessity. Gifts and specialties have gone up online because people are finding ways to show appreciation to each other. I know, for example, my mother-in-law just had a birthday, and so I ordered her food for a restaurant to be delivered to her house, as well as flowers. And so things that maybe we would have done in person, you're still able to do online through e-commerce. Of course, apparel and accessories, toys and games are going up, but not as much. And then home, garden, and decor. What people are not buying online, according to this infographic, are like luggage, which makes sense, right? Because people are not traveling as much. Cameras and equipments have gone down, swimwear. And so we can look at the statistics and understand because of consumer behavior and what's going on. And essentially, it's just a red alert that businesses must change. You must be able to pivot. There's power in flexibility, and e-commerce is giving us a pathway to do so. Now let's talk about Africa's e-commerce and COVID, because different reports and different regions are sharing different challenges and opportunities. So overall challenges, of course, and this has been before COVID, it's just been basic infrastructure gaps. And as well as reluctant customer base, just the culture, people wanting to go to the market, wanting to go to the shops. But for example, insufficient logistics, informal home and addressing systems. We know that there's new technologies now that are making it possible for you to identify homes across the continent. But these have always been the challenges, and they were just heightened with COVID-19. Now, on the flip side, the opportunities with closing the brick and mortar has been an increasing interest of online engagement. There's been an increase in interest. There's been more of an adoption to wanting to do things online, because quite frankly, if the options are slim, then it kind of forces you to to shift your behavior. We've also read in reports that because there's less people outdoors traveling, less traffic, for those who are still able to deliver, deliveries are faster, and overall just adoption of shopping online. Now, there's real experiences happening in Africa. I took a quote from Africa. Africa is a top platform for fashion designers. And for them, they said that this is definitely a game changer for Africa, because what they're finding is that, for example, entrepreneurs or fashion entrepreneurs who were selling in their brick and mortar, because they have no others global supply chain operation, they're now leaning on platforms like Africa to sell their products. And so platforms like Africa are finding an increase in sales because the demand for people to find more support, to get more visibility, more customers is increasing. So there's some positives. Then there's a tech entrepreneur named Victor Asemota, and he was saying that only the flexible will survive. And I was reading a story about, I think it's Gacw Hotel in Nigeria. I think it's a large hotel franchise or brand in Nigeria. And they pivoted by building an online grocery delivery service just to help meet some of the deficits that they're experiencing, because people are not traveling as much and going into hotels. And so you've got to learn to be creative, got to learn to pivot, and got to learn to have flexibility. So we see the challenges and we also see the opportunities. If we look at the reports from Jumia, we've heard that Jumia, for example, last year had to close down operations, I believe, in Cameroon, I want to say Kenya, and another country, and then also had to close down, I believe, delivering or fashion deliveries in South Africa, I was reading. And so it's there's opportunities and challenges, and if you're aware of them, then you can begin to strategize. So where does that lead us? Where does that take us in terms of e-commerce in COVID-19? I believe there's actionable steps. And the biggest thing is that there's been a shift in resources and a shift in what people can and cannot offer. And what does that mean? Well, for example, if you can no longer get products the way you used to get products out of China, you may find yourself considering sourcing your your products from a different country. I would encourage you to source from Africa. There's many people producing at a high level and capacities that would love the opportunity to wholesale to you. And so exporting your products and services is something that I don't think people are really leveraging as much or may not be aware of. So what is exporting? Exporting essentially is international trade of your good or service. It's a good or service produced in one country and sold in another country. Typically, when people talk about exporting, you think about food, right? You think about food being exported from one country to another. If you're not familiar, exporting, look at the back of your shirt, the tag on the back of your pants or your shirt. It may say made in China, made in Bali, made in Indonesia. My son's track outfit from Puma said made in Egypt. And when you see that, essentially means that the product was made in another country and sold into your domestic market where you had the opportunity to purchase it. I believe this is a real opportunity for entrepreneurs and businesses because e-commerce makes it easier for you to attract customers in other markets and other countries. You've got to diversify your supply chain if you want to be successful in the current state and market that we're in, because so much is shifting. And what one country or one market once provided due to COVID-19 may not provide it anymore. And there thus gives you an opportunity to address that problem or that need. And so what does that look like in terms of e-commerce? And this is where I want to take my presentation because I love to leave people with actionable steps. But before I get there, I want you to know, especially if you're a US-based business or if you're abroad, there are services. Listen to me. There are services and opportunities that are readily available for you to begin to explore other markets. There are grants, okay? I know in the state of Michigan, I get up to $15,000 worth of grants reimbursed to me to travel to countries to expand business and to just expand my global supply chain and the services. And more importantly, you don't just have to have a product. You can export your services. At the VGC Group, Naomi and I do not have a physical product. We offer services where we build digital technology for you. And so if I get a contract, like we got a contract out of Malawi, we got a contract out of Zambia, those are all exporting. That's all considered exporting. And the US government supports exporting. There's initiatives to support you to sell your product or service in other markets. And so maybe there was a market that you were selling to before that is not doing as well. Well, that's why you want to consider other markets because you want to make sure that you want to make sure you're getting this global money from everywhere. Okay. I tell you before, I like my honey on my money, not as much in my tea, because I love the idea that currency flows from different places and spaces and that there's no lack. If you have a pain point that you're addressing in your domestic market, there's someone in another country that has that same pain point that you can address. So what does that look like online? And I'll end my presentation with this. There are 10 essential criteria to implement if you want to begin to engage in international trade, international exports via e-commerce. You know, e-commerce is a specialization. People think you can just get on a website, put your products up, and it'll sell. It doesn't really work that way, especially now that there's an increased engagement online, right? There's strategies and tactics, but these are some things you should consider. If you have a website, if you're looking to sell in other countries or even in your domestic market, you want to consider these 10 essential criteria, okay? I advocate about this all the time. It's very important. This is how we were able to increase exports, sales of shea butter and fashion and clothing out of Ghana by 500% in a year because of these strategies and tactics. And I'm not going to get too technical, but I'm going to give you kind of an overview. First and foremost, please ensure that you have a language converter on your website. If you are a US-based business and your primary audience is in France, please make sure that your website has a French, it can be converted into French to make it easier to communicate to people, right? That's something that we don't see often. We're starting to see it now for people who are in international trade, but people still don't have it on their websites, and you want to make sure that you do. It's just essential. Don't make it hard for people to understand what you have to offer. And you can simply integrate Google Translator. It's free. Okay. A lot of these platforms offer a free version, and then they upsell you for a subscription of some sort. Integrate a currency converter. If you are shipping or selling to another country who has a different currency, you want to make sure that you have a currency converter. Don't make it hard for people to understand the price. When I help entrepreneurs, for example, in Ghana, sometimes their website is just in cedis. And I'm like, you're looking to sell into the US. Anybody talking about cedis in the US? They don't know, unless they've been to Ghana. They don't know what cedis are. So you want to make sure that you just have a currency converter. The next thing is super important is integrating a payment processing system. Now, don't just integrate the payment processing system that you like to use. You've got to look at your market and see what is the top payment processing system being used in that market. In Europe, there are a number of payment processing systems that are more applicable and more readily used in those countries. Same with different countries in Africa, right? Like if I'm doing something, I remember we were helping a pastor out of the UK who had a huge market in Kenya. So this was back in the day when M-Pesa was leading. And I mean, I believe it probably is still leading, but there's a lot of other competing platforms now. But M-Pesa, for those who don't know, is a mobile money platform. So we integrated M-Pesa into their website so that he could raise donations faster and easier, because we looked at his audience and we said, most of your target market is in Kenya. So I've got to integrate a payment processing system that speaks to your target market. People think that, oh, I have a global payment processing system using PayPal. PayPal is very much blacklisted in a lot of countries. It's even blacklisted in Ghana. And so oftentimes, if you're looking to do business there, you cannot use PayPal. You've got to use the platforms that are relative, PayStack, Flutterwave. There's so many mobile money platforms that you can integrate into your e-commerce website and make it easier. Then you want to please require first name, last name, email, and phone number in your forms on your website. I know oftentimes people say, oh, we don't want to turn people off. But listen, you cannot customize marketing campaigns and marketing communications that will get people to convert if you do not have their first name. On websites, you often see full name. It's very hard, or you don't see name at all. You just see email. How do you customize marketing campaigns to really get to the heart of people if you're not speaking to them directly, right? And so make it a requirement and make phone numbers a requirement so that you can leverage text message marketing. Then you want to make sure that you connect all your forms to a CRM. In the back end of your platform, you've got to have a customer relations management system. This system tracks the phone calls that are coming in with that customer, the emails, it tracks the analytics, it tracks the engagement, the behavior. I shared earlier that one of the major challenges with e-commerce and COVID was the customer behavior. So if your system is not set up to track the behavior of your audience and your customers, you're doing your business and yourself a disservice. So make sure that it's connected to customer relations management system, CRM. And now email systems are getting kind of sophisticated where they're kind of giving you all those functionalities all in one. So do your research. I know MailChimp has definitely upgraded. ActiveCampaign offers a lot of tracking. SendGrid, a lot of these platforms are up elevating themselves because they understand the market is changing. But just make sure you're able to track all that engagement so you can better customize marketing campaigns to your audience. And I'll leave you with these last 5. Next, you want to make sure that your content management system, which is a CMS, which simply represents the various types of platforms out there. CMS is WordPress, Shopify, Thinkific, Big Sam Cart. There's so many, but it's called a content management system. Make sure that there are multiple e-commerce capabilities. What do I mean, Digital Diplomat? What I mean by that is oftentimes people have just store cart or stores on their platform. That's fine if you are a product-based business, but if you are a service-based business, the way your e-commerce platform should work, you should be able to have a form on your website that's able to take payment. And so there's different plugins and technologies that you can connect together that allows registration of your service to be much easier. Now, if you have services and products, then you want to, have your store on your site, but then also be able to take payments through forms to make it easier on your website. You want to also launch marketing funnels that include automations for your email and SMS. If you're going to have a chat bot on your website, make sure there's a marketing funnel connected to it whereby people get an automated email to confirm that they've received the communication and what they should expect from your business following. One of the biggest issues with online is people are already hesitant. People are already looking for a reason not to believe and trust you, especially if you're overseas. So you can never over communicate. Let someone unsubscribe, right? You can never over communicate. So make sure that your automations are set and they're in place, and that you're continually updating your audience. And of course, connect your social media to your website. Last but not least, leverage SEO and keyword optimization for your target market. Now, if you want to get really sophisticated, and I don't want to confuse you, but if you want to get really sophisticated, oftentimes people say, "Oh, I'm not selling." Maybe they're in, let's just say they're in Ghana, and they want to sell to the U.S. Based on your IP address, right? The information that populates on your search engine is going to be different. So if you want to rank higher on a search engine in the U.S., this is a little technical, but I'm just giving you some insight. You want to use something called like a VPN, a virtual private network, that allows you to rank your SEO and your keywords based on what's populating on IP addresses of people in the US, right? So there's strategies that's a little bit more complicated, a little bit more in depth, but oftentimes when you're doing SEO or keyword optimization, you're doing it based on the IP address of your country, of where you're roaming online from. And so if you're not populating in search engines abroad, there's different strategies to do that. And for those who are interested, you can just hit me up afterwards and we can talk. But these are some of the strategies that we use to help increase sales in certain markets for certain entrepreneurs. And then lastly, consider an attractable lead magnet. I'm not saying to discount your products. I'm not saying to lessen your rates, but be flexible about how you anchor people into your service and your product. You can never give too much away to anchor people into believing that you're the right person or company to engage with concerning whatever product or service you have to offer. So consider giving something that gives them a taste or a flavor of what you have to offer. And as you know, with online, whether it's giving away a course, giving away a digital ebook of some sort, giving a sample. When I took on that beauty entrepreneur in Ghana, one of the biggest things that we leveraged was samples. We created a sample product of her main product, just give people a taste. And I think it really helped anchor people into the quality of the shea butter and we were helping out. And so those are the top 10 essential criteria that you want to implement to leverage e-commerce to increase not just your sales, but increase international sales, increase sales that are coming from other countries. And so with that said, Davisha, that ends my presentation. I know we leave some time for minutes. You can contact us at the VGC group. We can support you with all these digital items. And then, of course, my personal information, W.E. DeCruz. You can find me on most of the social media platforms. But otherwise, Davisha, that is e-commerce in
that was a lot, and I took my notes. So here's why I ain't got no money. Let's talk about it. So I am a service provider. I do not have a product. My product is me. Let's just say that. So I'm selling myself essentially.
Yes.
So I'm pitching myself. I have to do that online. So here's why I'm not a millionaire yet. These are the things I don't have to say. Payment processing system. I learned that the hard way. I set up this whole event and I thought I was going to do some stuff. And then I went into those countries and I didn't see Ghana. And I was like, what? Why is PayPal not letting people from Ghana pay? But why is this not a thing? So now I'm scrambling trying to figure out how people are going to pay for this conference in CDs. And they can't pay through PayPal. What am I supposed to do? I'm not a tech person because when you go in the back office of WordPress and you start using plugins, it's like a sea of just colors and logos. You don't know which one is which.
That's
one reason I'm not a millionaire. Second reason I'm not a millionaire. CRM. I actually have one. Ask me how many times I use it.
Yeah, it's
ask how much effort I put into setting it up.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, how do you track your customer behavior? You saw that
I,
the challenge of e-commerce is customer behavior has changed. So if you can't track it,
right.
how do you strategize? You know?
Why I got no money, girl. That's why I got no money. Okay, so the next thing is a marketing funnel connected to my chat bot on my website. So I have a cute little chat bot. Pink is nice, and I tested it out and sent me a little text message, and it popped up in my email. I was like, oh, it worked. That's it. That's all.
That's it. No communication. No
No,
communication. And you already know
it's
there's
there though.
it's there. I know, and people like to have all these beautiful luxuries to make it look good, but if it's not functionable, it's a waste of money. And but the thing about online is
Right.
people need communication. You kind of need to over communicate in the midst of COVID right now because there's so much
Right.
distress in the atmosphere. There's so
Right.
much distress. People don't know, and they want to make
Right.
sure they're just taking their money. So you got to over communicate. You got to over communicate.
Right. And I tend to do that in person a lot. I love to talk. I can talk all day. But apparently I don't know how to do it online. This is another reason why I don't have any money. So you can never over communicate, which is what I wrote down. But then also SEO and keywords. Now I do make a concerted effort at the beginning to do SEO because that's just what you do. Other than that, don't worry about it.
It is. It is. There's just misconception that you can just get on a website and make sales. It is a specialization.
Right.
It's a specialization. It's not for generalists, and this is why some people are profitable and others are not. But the thing about the SEO, the trick about SEO is you have to remember when we're searching online at Google online, we're getting the results of what's happening in the U.S., particularly in your state. So if I search something in Michigan, it's different from what you search in Georgia. Like what populates first, third, second on the Google is different. It's based on the activity of the state. So if you want to enter into another market, you've got to build your SEO specific to that market. And you've got to do that by getting on the IP address of that market and then build your SEO. So it's a little bit more, it's a little deeper than just putting in the right keywords. What I see
You're giving me so many jewels. I have a tablet right here. I have a pen. I told you at the beginning of this hour to take your pen and paper and write these things down. Now, if you miss this, then like I said at the beginning, I don't know what to tell you. This is my problem, WE, is I did not know until you just said it because I thought I was special. So now you burst my bubble. I thought that when I Googled myself and it pops up Davisha L. Johnson, I was like, oh, everybody in the world is thinking, and I'm everywhere all over the internet. You just killed that dream.
I'm so sorry.
No, only the people in Georgia know you. Nobody else knows you.
Yeah, and then you have to remember too, you're always typing about yourself on your computer. So your cookies, your activity, everything is gonna, of course, populate faster. But for someone who's never typed you before, it's not gonna populate like that. But we can keep telling you can keep telling yourself.
I'm crying over here. I'm crying because I type my name a lot in my computer, and that's why I feel like I'm special. But I really don't.
You are special.
Oh my God. I literally have tears. You
are special.
That is hilarious. I did not even correlate those two things together like Davisha.
Yeah.
If you Google yourself enough times, it's kind of gonna keep popping up.
Yeah.
For the state of Georgia. That's hilarious. So let's talk about this VPN because this is really, really important, especially from my field in politics. So Uganda had a person named Bobby Wine, a musician, that ran for office. Now, he was going to take over the country. He should have been the president of Uganda.
Yeah.
This is what they did, is exactly what you said. VPN, because the Ugandan president shut down the internet.
Yeah.
So when they shut down the internet, why did he shut down the internet? Because not only does he realize the power of the internet, we realize the power of the youth population. And we use the internet for everything, even to amplify social injustices and things that we want to rally around globally. Like Tamara was saying, this is our time to do this. So we're talking about the digital landscape and VPNs. Can you just go into, because you use the VPN, I feel like when I was in college and I wasn't at home or something, and I would try to log on to Georgia State, it would say somebody, I didn't know what a VPN was, but they were using them. Can you just explain to the lay person what exactly is a VPN, and just go into a little bit more detail so we can have a greater understanding? Like, is it something I can do, or do I have to hire professionals?
Yeah, no, you know what? And really my business partner Naomi Cook, she was one of the first persons to really just introduce me into VPN, virtual private network. And essentially what it allows you to do is it allows you to enter into, so the internet has its, let me say this, the internet and your IP address is essentially, it's like your online address. It's like your digital address. So the same way we have a home address, we have in our IP is like our online address. So no matter where you are in the world and what you're trying to activate or access online, it all tracks back to your IP address. Okay. And so depending upon, and there was a particular incident, we were in Ethiopia. We were in Ethiopia. We had to speak at the African Union and we were trying to get into one of our accounts. We're trying to get into our Google account or something of that nature. And we couldn't in Ethiopia because the IP address in Ethiopia was banned for the particular company, US company that we were trying to access. And so what the virtual private network does is allows you digitally to enter into another internet address, another online address, so that when you're engaging, it seems as if you're in a different country than you really are. And so we had to go into it so that we can access some of our US based accounts as if we were in the US using a VPN, as opposed to like if we were directly trying to get on the site from Ethiopia. So online is very similar to like, homes. You have different addresses and it communicates different things. And some companies, just based on a lot of the hacking and things that are happening online, don't allow you to gain access. And so the VPN allows you to stream online as if you're in a different location than you really are. And that's really what it allows you to do. And so Naomi Cook, my business partner for VGC, she was the first one to really introduce me to it. And it allows you just to roam online as if you're in a different location. And that's how you kind of get around it. And so we're talking about SEO or keyword or searching, depending upon your location, what's going to populate is different. It's going to populate different on your search engine. So if you want to get a better and a real idea of what is ranking in that country or who's leading online in terms of ranking, you've got to access the internet as if you're in that country. And that's how you check
that it. That is very interesting. And I feel like my mind is blown because it's kind of like some sci-fi secret spy stuff, like because people already ask me all the time because I post all the time on Facebook. I'm doing this, I'm testifying here. Davisha, where are you? First person they ask, where are you? Well, now I can say I'm in Georgia when I'm really in South Africa, and nobody would. That's what you're saying. That's how I'm receiving it. That you're saying I can lie to people and tell them I'm somewhere else, and they don't need to know because I'm doing business and I'm trying to. And that's happened to me when I was in Ghana, and I tried to use my Cash App, and Cash App said, I used my Cash App on the plane before I got to Ghana. And Uber too, these types of things. So when I went to Ghana the first time, I was like, okay, so I didn't download Uber before I left the US. So when I got to Ghana and I tried to download Uber, it wouldn't let me download it, probably because what you're saying, I'm in a foreign country. So I downloaded it before I left this time. I went to Ghana. So now I can use my Uber, but then I use my Cash App. I'm thinking it's a financial thing. There's no reason why I can't use Cash App in Ghana until I got to Ghana this last time in December. And girl, when I tell you I clicked on that Cash App, and Cash App had a message that I didn't even know Cash App could send messages. And Cash App had a message that said you cannot, you're not allowed to use Cash App or use this system in your current region. I was like, what are you talking about? How's it even possible?
It's all
true. I can't access my own funds. When I go on Facebook in Ghana, it doesn't look the same. And I did not know until you have educated us during this hour at the Georgia African Connection that it wasn't like I thought that, Facebook looks different. Maybe it's because of the internet, but not in the way you're saying. I'm thinking maybe the internet's just not developed enough or something. Why does my Facebook look different? Why is it that when I Google stuff that I know I can Google at home, and I'm Googling the same thing like Wells Fargo, tried to get in my bank account like you're saying, and I couldn't access it. I was like, why can't I need my money. So now y'all messing with my money. So this is a good way for you young people, when you're traveling and you're going anywhere, how do we use what you're saying as a young person traveling, or anybody for that matter, traveling to foreign countries? Like, how do you do that? Can you do that on your mobile device? Like, how do you do that without a laptop?
It's typically mainly, we've always done it mainly in our laptop, but the thing about it is, it's a little technical, but there are free platforms for you to be able to use it. It can be a little technical. I mean, the best way to get around it is just being aware that there are certain technologies you can't use once your IP address changes. And so you may have to take some of those just pre-steps, like you said, downloading things beforehand, letting them know that you're traveling ahead of time, because some of it is just, it's just banned regardless. But on desktop, if you want to browse and do certain things, you can get into VPN. And, it's not always smooth, but it does work. Like especially if you have a global team. Oftentimes our team members live around the world. They live around the world. And some of our team members, let's say in the Philippines or Pakistan or Ghana, we have them everywhere. Sometimes they cannot get into certain websites. And we're like, oh, no. Go on your VPN. You're probably just blocked. That country's probably just banned. So they'll go into their VPN and then they'll be able to actually get access to like our US based email system or whatever the case would be. So it is a little technical. And I don't know if it's something that on your phone you can just use. They may have apps now. I don't know, but it's always been for us on our desktops, so that it just kind of changes. And you kind of like go into this kind of this, virtual account that allows you to transact as if you're in that country. So these are some things you got to consider. And like you were saying with Cash App, like when I say the payment processing system, you weren't even thinking like it's a norm for you in the US, but Cash App is not. Who's talking about Cash App in Ghana? No one's talking about Cash App in Ghana. You know what I mean? And so we have to remember that when we build business, when we want to sell our product or service in other markets, we've got to think about it from the user in that market. What's going on there? What are people using? And build your system and product to service that market. And then you'll find more success that way. So yeah.
Well, let's talk about your services specifically. So after we've learned all these great things and realizing the 5 reasons why I'm not a millionaire already, how can people that are listening to you access your specific services? So you and your partner are doing all the 10 things that you listed. Are you guys doing all of those 10 things, and that's part of your service offering? So give me some sweet spots that you feel are for the beginner that's starting their business or a beginning entrepreneur that can come to you and say, okay, I'm starting this business. I want to do e-commerce. What are the first 3 things I need to do?
Yeah, absolutely. But to answer your first question, yes, those strategies I shared, those are strategies we use. I mean, and it's something that we advocate all the time. We also understand that even though we advocate it, not everyone knows how to implement it. So we're free with advocating it, right? Because it's one thing to know about it. It's another thing to actually do it and do it right and do it successfully. So no, we advocate those things because some people may have their own teams or whatever. So just make sure that people have that in the forefront of their mind. For us, we're at kind of the level in business where we build extremely robust revenue platforms because we're all about increasing revenue. And so anything that we build is generating revenue for our clients. So someone may come to us and they may have a big audience, but haven't monetized it yet. And we'll build their e-commerce platforms with marketing in mind. How do we convert every lead that we acquire that comes into your system? And so we'll be, anywhere from 4 to 5 figures, top 6 figures a year generating revenue for them. But if you're a new entrepreneur and you want to get started, we always tell people first have to understand what is your product or service, because the content management system, the website you use has to has to be specific to your platform. Like for you wouldn't, if you don't sell products, Davisha, you wouldn't necessarily go and use a Shopify. You wouldn't use a Shopify. You don't sell products. You would package your specialization, your knowledge in a form of a course or something or some digital product. So you would look more for like a course content platform of some sort that allows you to sell ebooks, courses, or just sell consulting, something like that.
Right.
If you're a beginner, you don't want to use something that's kind of robust like WordPress. You may just want to use something, a little simpler. Yeah, because WordPress requires, the thing about WordPress is because you have to use plugins, you've got to continually update your plugins. And WordPress is always updating. So if one of the functions are not working, it's often because it's just not being maintained. Now, other platforms like Kajabi, Thinkific, you don't have to worry about upgrading because you pay that as part of the subscription service. With WordPress, you don't pay to be on WordPress. You maybe pay for a plugin one time, but it's not usually recurring. So people often like WordPress because there's no recurring attachment to it per se. But you have to deal with the maintenance. So you may find yourself having your website break down every now and then because you don't have a developer to maintain the upgrades and the plugins. So you always want to look at a platform like Squarespace is great. I think Squarespace is a great platform to go on because I think it's better than Wix. I know Wix is updating themselves. I know Wix has done a lot, but I have found that if you get into tech stacking, what we call tech stacking is adding different technologies to your website, maybe having a chat box or an email integration or a phone system integration or whatever. I have just found that Wix is not as easy to use. Squarespace is easy. It feels like a drag and drop, but the templates are nicer, I feel, than Wix. That's just my experience. Yeah, I feel the Squarespace templates, the free templates are much nicer than Wix that I have found. And so you want to look at something like that because it doesn't require you to maintain plugins or connect the integrations. They're fairly easy. The only thing is, you pay for subscriptions and stuff like that. So there's pros and cons, and it'll take too long to go into all the details of what was best, but it always depends on your goal. I got to know your product or service. What are you offering? What products are you moving? Are you doing international? Shopify is a great international product-based platform because it does now convert and do business in multiple countries, especially across Africa. So that's why you see a lot of people doing Shopify, but Shopify can get very expensive. Every additional integration is like another subscription. It's always these upsells. So if you don't have a lot of upfront money, you may not want to use Shopify because you're going to find yourself paying like $300 to maintain your site. And if you're just generating barely, you don't want to use that. Yeah. Right. So you got to look at all of that. Yeah, you got to look at all those details.
Right. So one final question is for the older generation.
Yes.
That they have 401ks, they're retired, their young grandbaby that's 9 is on TikTok. I have a 9-year-old. She's got 3 different websites. She's trying to do all these businesses.
Awesome.
Because we're thinking about the next generation.
Yes.
So the youth, and when I say youth, like under 18, are everywhere online, and they are going viral. They're making money, doing all these things. So as a parent of a young child, but under 18, I'm talking about under 18, because they really can't, do things on their own, in my opinion. So if they're that young as a parent, how do I leverage the skills and talents of a 9-year-old online in the e-commerce?
Yeah, absolutely. Start capitalizing on their IP. So the biggest thing about the online and just in business in general is your credibility comes from your intellectual property, which is your IP. So you want to buy your domain names, buy the names of your children, buy their domain names, buy every idea, link, or every domain URL that they have. Buy it and capture it, whether you're using it now or not. You want to purchase that. Like for us, like I purchased our last name. I mean, at that point, it cost us like a couple $100 just to buy decruise.com a few years ago. I hadn't used it, but I knew when I got married that I didn't want anyone to have my last name online. So you can start you can start doing those kind of things right now for the children. And then my daughter is 6. I mean, I'm a tech entrepreneur, so by default, she's going to learn how to do these things.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, this is all I talk about, is all I do. She's just always in my space. So, yeah, right. So you want to just start teaching them, but I always teach them from a place of producer, because you can consume technology and lose money from it. But if you teach your children and you teach the young generation how to be producers of technology and leverage technology, not so they're just roaming on IG, but like, how do you get a notification that money just came into your account? And teaching them from that angle, then those are the 2 biggest things that you can do. Start buying their IP online, their intellectual property, so they have access to it when they're ready to leverage it, and then start teaching them how to use it from a producer perspective. How do you sell? I'm not teaching her how to go online and shop. I'm teaching you how you connect this payment processing system to get us this global money, because you're going to need to get your own money soon.
Right.
Expensive. You know what I'm saying? Right. Everything in my house now that you're homeschooling, and so that's what I would say.
Right. That part.
And so that's what I would say.
Go ahead.
No. I mean, that's what I do in my own house with my children. My children are young, 6 and 3, and so teaching them how to produce with technology and not consume it. Yeah.
Right. So here's the this is now my last question. So my 14-year-old is So when the stock market thing happened with GameStop,
Mhm.
and that's a deeper conversation.
Yes.
But because I loved it, I was 100% all in for the youth saying, you know what?
Yes.
You think, okay.
Yep. Yep. We was riding that wave.
Now we done crashed the stock market. Oh, you thought we was playing. This
Yeah.
is now the youth getting a voice and saying,
Oh,
but
yeah.
the thing around that was that these young children were using YouTube to learn the stock market. They
Yeah.
weren't going somewhere else.
No.
So they're utilizing technology to teach themselves, and that's scary, knowing what's on the internet. So they can fall down a rabbit hole and go to some places that are not okay.
No, it's true.
So because we're in a space now where the digital technology is the way it is, my 14-year-old told me the other day when we were having a GameStop conversation, he was like, "Yeah, I trade stock." I was like, what do you know about trading stock? Oh yeah, I have 0.000 something Bitcoin. Bitcoin? How you get a Bitcoin? Hold on, don't you stay here? I'm gonna need some light bill money and some car note money. I'm just saying, so if my 14-year-old, I've never had a conversation about Bitcoin. I've never had a conversation with him about stock.
Yeah.
I've never had a conversation with him about anything. I have a conversation about politics. Just like you have a conversation about tech. And of course they are all into that.
Yeah.
But if they're going to be on the internet and they're going to be, I don't even know how he got there. He's a gamer. That's what he likes to do.
That's probably
so how do you go from gaming to over here? And it's because he's learning these systems and his mind is constantly going and looking at these things. He's delving into uncharted waters for me. So can you give us like some, a couple of resources of how us old people as parents with our young geniuses, where can we go to learn about how we teach our kids how to effectively use the internet, like you're saying, and be producers and not consumers? We just come to W.E. Cruise and say,
No. I mean, for me, my space is more digital tech and selling products around the world. But from this perspective, I'll speak more from a parent perspective with this, because I think we're finding this. The biggest thing, and I think I mentioned it earlier in my presentation, that every generation is responding to this technology shift differently. So you first got to just research what's going on in the Generation X, the Generation Z, or whatever, and millennial, because everyone is responding differently. And then you'll start to see some of those patterns and trends within your children. And I agree. My daughter now understands, like, when 9:30 hits in the morning, she's like, okay, the stocks are open. They're in a conversation. She's 6. They're in conversations now that, I just got into stocks during COVID. I heard about it. I had friends who were doing it and, great. I had never gotten involved. I'm like, I'm generating money this way. I'm making my money. I'm good.
Right.
I got into it until COVID. I opened my Robinhood account, got Tastyworks. My husband was always kind of in that space, but I never knew what he was doing. I was kind of like, okay, let's compound our money. Just make sure I'm bringing home money. That's all I care about. And make sure it's global. That's it. I don't need the details. Just bring home my money. You know what I mean? Right. I don't need the details. Make sure it works. But that's what I would say. And so what I'm learning is I've been reading up on the trends of the impact of what's happening in our society with our children, and then I'm seeing the patterns. But the first thing is you want to do your best. I know that there's no right or wrong answer to this. This is just what I'm prescribing as a parent. Is what I'm looking to do is anchor them first in these conversations, so that because how people are anchored is how they begin to respond to what's happening. And so my daughter is anchored in using technology to generate revenue because she sees mommy using it so that we can live and do all these things, versus someone anchoring her into, hey, get on Instagram and take a picture and show yourself. She's like, nah, post a picture of that product, have it linked to your website, and make sure someone purchases it. That's the conversation. 2 different conversations. You know what I mean?
Right.
So how much money came in with it? It's 2 different conversations. And so I always like to, like my husband and I, we like to anchor our children first in these conversations, so they have a foundation, so that if anyone comes and tries to, they be like, nah, that's not how I heard it. This is what it is. And I think now they sometimes get to it beforehand. So, you can't always be where they are all the time. But as a parent, I think you just have to always do your best to lead from the future and have these conversations with them, so that if it does come through a different angle or a different person, they're already kind of aware of it, you know what I mean, beforehand. And so,
That's great. That's great advice. Because I told, when my son said he was mining Bitcoin, I was like, look, so I'm gonna set up this Robinhood account, and I'm gonna need you to manage it. And I I have what I love to do,
Yeah.
and my son obviously has what he likes to do.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't I invest my money in my
Yeah.
child
Yeah.
learning something that he likes to do that can make me money?
Yeah.
That just seems like a no-brainer. As long as we're producing in order to gain revenue, whether
Yeah.
it's Bitcoin, whether it's gaming, you have no idea how much money I have spent on computer
Yeah.
gaming parts to
And-
hit for him to make. He's 14. He doesn't have a technical degree. He doesn't work for IBM or Microsoft.
But
But
they
the
know.
boy went online and went on some website from some foreign country somewhere and had something shipped to my house so he could build his own computer. Mom, it doesn't take that much to build a computer. I was like, oh, really, son?
Yeah.
Well, how much is it going to cost? Well, what do you want it to look like? So he's literally taking me through the process of
Yeah.
building what I would visually see to be like $1,000, $2,000 computer, and it was like $400. So
Wow.
he's showing me, because I'm old enough to know the process of how to make money, that everything our kids do, and maybe this sounds crass, I don't care, but everything that our kids do is an opportunity for us to teach them how to do it well in order to make money.
For
Because
sure.
at the end of the day, everybody needs to eat. Everybody needs to live. If the basic necessities cost money. So if, nobody, and with COVID has really showed us that tomorrow's not promised.
Yeah.
So if I have to leave this world today, then I need to know that my children can be self-sufficient and that they can use the internet to gain revenue. So any advice the advice that you've given in this last 5 minutes was probably the most important for me, and my takeaway as a parent is be able to pour into my child in this technology space and utilize the things that they're already doing. So like you said, anchor them into, if you're going to be online gaming for 12 hours, and you know what? I tell them this all the time. Is that game making you money? And that's what most Black mothers say is Xbox paying you?
Yes.
Well, if your child turned around and said, actually, yes, I made $100 last week.
Yes.
You were like, baby, go play that Xbox.
No, it's true.
Right.
And all that is possible now with e-commerce and technology, where people are monetizing things. And so, you just want to make sure that everything is a transaction, and you want to make sure that in that transaction, you're able to generate something of value from it. And I think I had one last point that when you were speaking, and the other thing was too, is if we're not the experts in it, just making sure that you put them in a community of people that you trust who can advise and guide them. You know what I mean? And that's the other thing, because we're not going to know everything. Like you said, I'm in stocks. Yes, I'm trading. I'm a more of a long-term stock person. I like to buy shares. I've just learned how to do options, but I kind of leave that to my husband and other people because I'm not an expert at it. But we're in communities of people now where we're learning and teaching, learning it. And so the same thing with our children. If we don't know, we got to put them in a community that can keep us accountable and keep them accountable too. Because just like with a knife, you can use a knife to carve a beautiful sculpture, or you can use it to kill someone. Technology is the same way. Right. Depending upon how people are anchored on how to use it, it could be death or life. And we want it to produce life for people around the world so you can generate revenue, create jobs, low unemployment. And so it is important that we anchor people into the right usage of the tool, because it's a tool. You know what I mean? And so, that your story with your son is relative to what's going on. They have so much access to stuff. And so,
right. So I want to thank you for coming and dropping this knowledge. I have my notes. If you have not the actual, I wrote it down. I wasn't playing. I've already heard you speak before, and I didn't write it down. So I knew when you were coming today that I was going to write it down. So I appreciate you, sis, and your sexy nerd glasses and all of the information that you have provided for us today at the Georgia African Connection. Please share with us your socials, your contact. We will also put it in all of the streams that we're on so we can connect with you. But I want to say thank you for coming on to Georgia African Connection to talk about e-commerce, talk about how we can build for the next generation, and make sure I'm going to get my VPN today.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, Devisha. I appreciate it. Congratulations on an amazing conference. The speakers, the lineup, the conversation is so important. You know what I mean? It's so important to have. So always a pleasure to bring this knowledge to the platform. All right. Have a blessed day. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. So that was W.E. Gacw, the digital diplomat, talking about e-commerce. We talked about a lot of things. Let me just go over this real quickly before we get into our next session. We're going to take a little 5-minute break before we get into the next session at 10 o'clock. We want to make sure that the ambassador is available, and he is queued up. So I just want to say from the first 2 hours of today, my mind is blown. There has been information given from Young Tama in Nigeria. We got W.E. DeCruz talking about e-commerce, and that VPN is serious, y'all. Let me just say that it's serious because I have went through it in Ghana at least 4 out of the 5 times that I've had some kind of issue. And my other friend said something about it, but you know, people say things in passing and you just kind of dismiss it, especially if they're acronyms. You don't really know what they are. But it's important to come to conferences like this, whether they're online or not, and get the education that will not just going to help you, but it's going to help the next generation. So we are going to take a little small break and come back in about 3 or 4 minutes. I just want to make sure that our next speaker is ready to go. So this is the Georgia Africa Connection. This is day 2 of the Business Summit, and I'm your host, Devisha L. Johnson. We will be right back. introduce him. Hello and welcome back. This is the Georgia Africa Connection. I'm your host, Devisha L. Johnson, and we have had a great morning today for Business Day. We had Tama Monday in Nigeria talk about the AFCFTA and youth and women. We had Ms. W.E. DeCruz talk about e-commerce, and now we are going to have Ms. Yabi talk about women in business, which is my favorite subject. So, hello, Madame. How are you?
Hello, fine, and you? You're so lovely, and you're doing such amazing work. I was listening to the last bits of the previous speaker. That is just amazing. So thank you for having us.
Thank you. I appreciate you being here. So, I will, because we're already at 10:13, will not take up any of your time, but I do want to read your bio because I think it's important, and I really apologize for the other guests that did not have an opportunity to do this, and I'm trying to find it as I'm looking here because I think it's important for people to know before we start discussing what it is that we know. A lot of Black people just globally they don't want to get into things and they don't want to understand it until they've seen you do it. So the words on paper are important because you put in the work to get to where you are. So let me find, would you like me to read it or would you like to tell our viewing audience about yourself?
I don't know which bio you have, but yeah, so maybe it's shorter if you read it as opposed to me kind of talking, because to be very honest with you, I'll tell you nothing if you leave it up to me.
Right, that's also important. Okay, so let me find it. So,
and please, you don't have to read the whole thing also. Like, I know it's quite intense.
So I need to find, I think it's on my WhatsApp, but I'm going to get it. And even if I don't read it until after you're done, because I don't want to take up your time, I'm not sure how long your presentation is, but I'm going to read these words about you, Madame. I'm serious about this. And I think,
okay.
Because, when people introduce people, it's like, hey, are they talking about me? Yes, they're talking about you. And women in general
this is it, all the time.
Don't take
all the
right.
time.
Right. Like, oh, you're talking about me. I did. When you write it down, you don't realize as a woman, and I can only speak for women, but you don't realize how many things you have done until you write it down. And you're like, oh my God, I did all of that. True. I had all of those positions. And I'm all these, because you don't really think about it because we're multitaskers by nature. So we're just automatically doing things, even in our daily lives. So I think it's important. But while I look for it, I do not want to take any more of your time. So I'll let you go ahead and start your presentation. There'll be a couple minutes at the end that after you have wowed us with what you're going to present,
no pressure.
I can say, this is why all of those things are true. This is why you need to definitely listen to her because it's her bio. Is that
no
fair?
No pressure, Devisha. No pressure.
Okay. Well, I will let you. This is Yabi from the Pan-African Women's Business Association.
Yes. So PABWA, because that's quite a mouthful, right? So PABWA for short, just because. So basically, you wanted me to look at it from the perspective of business to business, but also doing business in Africa. And you've had a couple of speakers, and this is your second virtual one, or second annual one. So I'm not going to go through all of the detail, but if ever anyone wants to find out more about what I am on about, please, I'm all over social media. You can find me there and drop me a message and ask me any question that you want to. So it's just a matter of being able to, I just want to get to my document. I'm assuming I can move it or not. No, I don't know how this works. Anyway, can we go to the next slide? Or is it me that has to move it? I'm so sorry. I don't know why it's not allowing me to move it. Let's do this. Okay, there we go. Okay, so one of the things that I want to be able to say to you, and this was put together by my graphics team, so I just had a look at it now before I came to present. And one of the things that you'll hear me speak about very vocally, I'm very vocal about it, is that 1 in 4, so by 2030, McKinsey did a study, and by 2030, we are going to have a situation where 1 in 4, so 25% of the global workforce on average, will be from the African continent, due to us being the youngest continent in the world. And remember, there are many nations that are either aging or aged already. So in their case, it will be like 1 in 2, 1 in 3 from a global workforce perspective. So we need to stop aiding Africa, because aiding is two things. It's the first, it's a form of neocolonialism, and really we need to move on from that. And we need to build and create infrastructure and, build Africa to where it needs to be. We can't just keep on getting aid. It's a story of teach a man to fish versus giving a man a fish. And this is the thing that I'm most vocal about, because if the world does not stop aiding us and rather trade with us, rather partner with us. I heard you say that one of your speakers spoke about the AFCFTA. So I'm literally called Miss AFCFTA. It's actually my Twitter handle as well. We've got to learn how to partner with Africa. We've got to learn how to invest instead of only aiding. So rather give us work, rather partner with us in terms of business propositions. And there's many amazing organizations across Africa. The whole idea, or the perception, that Africa is less, Africa is poor, Africa doesn't know how to do certain things, is obviously a huge fallacy. It also puts the world at risk in a mere 9 years' time if 25% of the global workforce is going to be African, as in from the continent. Then we've got a situation of colonialism from our past that is very much part of our DNA, even today, unfortunately, because the structures are there, the financial structures are there. If you look at, the whole relation, the Francophone countries and their relationship from a French perspective, all of those kind of things still exist. When you are in Africa, you will know this. You will know exactly what I'm talking about. So that still plagues us, and we've got to, because it was a situation of divide and conquer from an African agenda perspective in terms of the colonialism. We've got to find a way. I don't know if the speaker about the AFCFTA spoke to you about, because AFCFTA comes into our lives, and I'm going to talk about a little bit about it in one of my slides. But basically, we're looking at a situation where intra-EU, so the European Union, even with Brexit leaving, in 2019, their intra-EU trade was 68%. Intra-Asia trade is 60%. That's the last most updated figures you can get. Africa is 16.6%. How is that right when we are one of the richest continents in the world? When you look at import and export, we export raw material. 70% of our raw material is exported out of Africa. 72% of products, fully made products, are imported into one of the supposedly poorest continents in the world. How does that make sense? So we've got to learn how to look at Africa in a different way, not just from an African agenda perspective, but from a global aspect, because investment in Africa means that the future, we have a future as a world. So in terms of the basics of looking at, business to business in Africa, I think one of the biggest things is that all of our transactions are actually relationship based. There's a fine line in Africa between trust and reliability and corruption. And it's finding that balance, that you don't go over that particular line, because it's a fine line between that trust and corruption. So that trust comes from the fact that you have a relationship, you trust that person in a situation where Africa has a massive trust deficit. We don't trust each other and nobody trusts us, basically. So where you find relationships that work, where there is reliability, where there is trust, that relationship then formulates the basis of business culture in or on the continent. But as I said, there's a fine line between that trust and relationships and going over into corruption, because then the relationship starts to become not what it should be. There's this fallacy that African consumers don't have money, and that we're all poor and that we are all poverty stricken. One of the reasons why I founded Pabwa, was something that really got to me. Part of my team, in my other job, I've got a management consultancy. So part of the team is that, we're always doing graphics and that kind of stuff. And one of the things that really got to me is that when you Google, and please do this, try this, when you Google words like poverty, poor, and those kind of words, the face that comes up is that of an African woman or an African child. And that for me, just no. So when we look at it, Africa is not poor. It's the way we manage things. It's the way we do things. We get so much funding, but that funding is not necessarily going into building our economy or building the infrastructure and the kind of things that we need to be able to do. So there is this fallacy that Africa has no money. Africa has money. It's about how and where and the structure of it that needs to be sorted out. So when we look at it, sorry, that's the thunder. When we look at it, understand some very strange things about the continent. And I'm speaking now on average. People will go without food, but they will buy airtime. People will go without, necessities, but they will have a smartphone. So what does that mean? Where does that come from? That comes from the fact that we were so disconnected, and access was currency back in colonialism days. So that is still, you see, when I say it's built into our DNA, it's still there. It's that divide and rule, that we divide and rule ourselves now. So this is what consumerism patterns need to change. And countries like yours, business partners that come from America, Asia, Australia, Europe, the relationships need to be based from a partnership perspective so that everyone grows. Africa is not a country. I don't know if anyone else has said that. I'm sure they have, but let me say it one more time. Africa is not a country. It is a continent of 55 states, all separately governed. So there are 55 governments, basically. Assuming that Africa is a one-size-fits-all is the biggest, not just a sin, but the biggest mistake and the most costly mistake anyone trying to do business in Africa will make. It will become a very, very costly exercise for you. Understand that culture and tradition form the basis of everything that we do, even in business. So regionally, there are different cultures, different etiquettes, different relationship dynamics. In some cultures, and I'm speaking now from a woman's perspective, in some countries, in some cultures, women are, we need to fix it. Obviously, I mean, I'm speaking to you on behalf of Pabwa, so we need to fix it. But in terms of doing business, if you go in and you assume that you are just allowed to do whatever you want to, as a woman, these are the kind of things that will just make it a very costly and not a nice experience. So understand that there are certain very religious, cultural norms, behaviors, and all of those kind of things that dictate how business is done. Always, always, always start with official channels. You will get the runaround. The red tape in Africa, the complexity of the red tape in Africa is a sight to behold. Even us that is trying, if we are in Ghana and you want to do business in Nigeria or, and vice versa, it's just that we understand how things work. So it's slightly easier for us, but understand that the red tape is the complexity is an art form from an African perspective. Okay, so just two things that I wanted to talk through about the opportunities from an African agenda perspective. I won't go into too much detail about the AFCFTA because apparently, Davisha said that you've heard about it. So from an AFCFTA perspective, it is a leverageable investment tool, if nothing else. So as a global market that is wanting to come into Africa, the AFCFTA becomes that thing that allows infrastructure and manufacturing and investment to occur from a global markets perspective. So if you want to come into Africa and do business, look at where those investment opportunities are for infrastructure and manufacturing, because once you invest in infrastructure and manufacturing, you are set for life, if I can put it that way, because that is what we are lacking. So, but come in, partner with an African business here, partner with people that are from Africa, and that is how, you know, business will burgeon, basically. Technology and digital, you've just heard the digital diplomat. So I'm a techie myself, so digitalization of trade is massive. If COVID didn't teach us that, then obviously we needed to learn that. A very harsh lesson. But digitalization of trade becomes critical in as the future goes by. And there's one more opportunity from an infrastructure and investment perspective in terms of digitalization and technology. So there are parts of Africa where data is very cheap. If you go to Kenya, data is apparently cheap. I don't know what it exactly is today, but it's cheaper than, you know, a bottle of water. Whereas in South Africa, it's 3 times the price. So there are inconsistencies across the continent. Data is very expensive here. So it just depends in terms of how you can look at investment and infrastructure from a technology perspective as well as a transport. Diversification of trade, there's an immediate opportunity to be able to look at how we provide services. So because the AFCFTA gives Africans, from an intra-Africa trade perspective, 90%, up to 90% reduction in tariffs, that makes it more expensive for somebody to do business with you in America, for example. So what that would mean is that you would partner with somebody in Africa for them to be able to render the service, and then you would have that partnership relationship so that both of you can benefit from the reduction in tariffs. And don't buy into the propaganda. I want to say this to you. You know about the China-US trade war, obviously, right? Did you know that if Africa had decided to say, right, nobody is going to get our coltan, because the coltan is in every single smartphone, every single device, your laptops, Apple, Samsung, it doesn't matter who creates devices. The coltan, there are minerals within there that allow it to become a technological digital device. You can only find it in Africa. That it's called conflict coltan. It's more expensive than diamonds, basically. So imagine now when we put a hold from an AFCFTA, we are basically saying you are incentivized to buy from each other on the continent. The way Europe is doing it, the way the US is doing it, the way Asia is doing it, we must be allowed to do that as well. But then it's going to mean that those people that were basically involved in the wars and in the conflict coltan, they're not going to be happy, right? Which means that there's going to be tons of propaganda that comes out about Africa and our products and our services and those kind of things, because they are not getting the benefit any longer. So please, when you see that propaganda, understand that there's going to be some kind of period where we are going to have to stand up and own ourselves, own our continent, and say enough is enough. So that's the AFCFTA. In terms of opportunity, social consciousness plus investment in Africa equals that partnership success. So I've been speaking about this partnership scenario. So the great, and I call him the great Paul Kagame, who is the president of Rwanda, he makes no bones about the fact that he's not interested in getting aid. He wants to do partnerships and trade. So if all governments have to say that, then we're going to have issues from a global perspective. However, when you look at it, it's the way you would do business with Asia. It's the way you would do business with Australia. All of a sudden, that's all we're trying to do is say, do business with us on an equal footing, so that it's not a case of Africa is less. We can go in and take advantage. We can basically rape the continent, take all their minerals, and we don't have to pay for it. Or pay what you should be paying for it. This is the kind of stuff that is happening. But I'm saying to you that the opportunity is about coming in and formulating those partnerships from an investment perspective. So train people, educate people, allow people to be able to be employed by you here. so that you have the ability to be able to still continue to do business, access markets within Africa, but do it from a partnership perspective, like you would treat any other country. The global markets biggest, that social development aspect, that ability to be able to give access to Africa, access to technology, access to transport, access to education, those kind of things, is the global market's biggest opportunity to lay a foundation and create a stronghold in the continent that is the next great frontier from an economic perspective, because every other market is saturated. Training, education, and digital infrastructure is your biggest investment opportunities right now, because of the fact that there are, obviously from a COVID perspective, but also changes abound, and that is what we need right now. So if you come in as a business that provides training, education, and digital infrastructure, instead of doing marketing, you do social interventions, social development, those kind of things. Instead of doing marketing and advertising and spending your money on that, you develop the community around you. That is how you are going to ensure that your business finds roots in Africa and will continue to grow. The one thing that you need to know about Africa and Africans, if you don't know this already, is that when they give you blessings, those blessings, they grow. So understand that dealing and doing business in Africa has the potential to be that much bigger, that much better when you invest in the actual people, if you invest in the actual continent. As I said, we're focusing on ourselves right now. Well, we started since the 1st of January 2021, and intra-Africa trade is going. We've got a target from the African Export-Import Bank, and they are saying basically within the next 3 years, we've got to get from 16.6% to 30%, which means that we've got to create manufacturing increases, we've got to build better roads, better railway systems, etc., etc. So that is where your opportunity lies from a business in Africa perspective. And I did tell you that I call him the great Paul Kagame, because I truly believe that he is the visionary on our continent that is going to take our continent and push it forward. Looking at it from a gender and a youth perspective, I just wanted to throw some stats at you in terms of all the things that I've said about opportunity and doing business from an African perspective, is that nobody actually really thought about, they thought about how would I go and open up a business, or how would I deliver, or how would I do this? No one looks at it from another perspective. So this is just I just wanted to give you a different perspective. So if 60% of Africa is under the age of 25, remember we are the youngest continent in the world. The median age in 2020 was 19.8. That means we are going to starve, for lack of a better term, the rest of the world once the youth, or ageism starts to kick in from various parts of the world, which means that look at it from a construction perspective. Africa, in terms of infrastructure, it needs it desperately. So from a construction perspective, we've got youth that are able to build, become architects, become whatever you need them to become at the various levels. So this is the opportunities that we need to look at. Technology, I've spoken about, I won't go into the detail of that, but that's another opportunity from a technology perspective. Access. Democratization of technology is a big thing. We use technology as a limiter or as a discriminator against gender and youth in the most horrible way, but that's just my personal opinion. Mining, obviously, there are so many opportunities when you look at how would you be able to mine at a higher rate if you are able to invest in that kind of technology and get more out, whether that's coal, whether that's platinum or gold or diamonds, etc., etc. And training and development and education, as I said to you, is massive, especially from a gender and a youth perspective, as more and more countries are now allowing girls to be able to go, be educated, go past high school, because unfortunately we still have countries that, women aren't allowed to have a bank account. So training and development and education, especially from a teenager and upwards perspective, mature age education is massive, because once people start working, then they want to be able to better themselves. So they are able to pay, and I'm talking about not massive, huge amounts of money for like a 5-year degree that they can't afford, but shorter courses that they are able to then look at in terms of improving themselves. Women make up 50% of Africa, and that's the exact number as at 9 o'clock my time this morning, which is 8 hours ago. So that was the number of women on the continent. Understand that most of those women are not allowed to work. So if you look at it, possibly, and the reason why we don't know the exact figure, and you will see my last point says data, 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 it's because we don't have the data. I know it's ridiculous, but we don't have the data. 70% of the informal sector are women. And the reason why we don't have the data is because women will, they have got to put food on the table. You also know that Africa has the highest number of single mothers in the world at 33%. So they need to put food on the table. They need to put clothes on backs. They need to put a roof over a child's head. They will go out. They will sell peanuts. They will, from the most, whatever they can find in terms of the ground, to making clothes, to doing those kind of things. So agriculture, obviously, from a small agri perspective, is a big thing. And Davisha's, she speaks about this from a very being an authority on it. So I won't go into too much of the detail, but 70% of the informal sector are women. Now, I want to say this to you. If women in some countries are working, because informal sector doesn't mean that they're not getting money. It means that they're getting money, but there's no way to trace that money. So financial services is massive opportunity in terms of banking the unbanked as a very, very basic opportunity. There are so many other ways of being able. Then you look at how do you allow small businesses to scale? Entrepreneurs, one man shows, you have one sewing machine. How do you allow them to scale to the next sewing machine by giving them, I don't know, a $500 loan or a $1,000 loan, that kind of thing. So how do we then allow them to scale? They need to have bank statements. They need to be able to have access to funding, which is the biggest issue from an Africa perspective. Once again, education and training comes up. Here is a massive opportunity, especially from a short courses perspective, not about qualification, but about skills. It's a massive opportunity from an Africa perspective. Agriculture in terms of scaling, and as I said, Davisha speaks more about it in terms of having the authority, being the authority on it. So she will then, embellish in terms of what that means and how we really need to start pushing that agenda of agriculture becoming a viable trade product. In terms of trade, the AFCFTA is now here. We need to learn how to buy our clothes. I want to buy from Nigeria. It mustn't be difficult for me to buy from Nigeria. So these are the kind of things that are there under the women agenda. I want to talk about something very, very different very quickly. You look at things from a very technological perspective, from a US agenda. 62% of women and girls on the continent are illiterate. Imagine if we could build AI into things like trade products, into trade platforms, into things like where the robot basically asks them a question and fills out the form. How would that allow some of those women who would have had no options before because they can't write or read, now all of a sudden they are able to do so? So the ability to see this as an opportunity in terms of investing in that technology, innovation, and infrastructure. When I say innovation, I mean chatbots are there, AI is already working. It's not like it's brand new. However, when it needs to be designed specifically from an African perspective with African languages built into the AI system or into the chatbots, these are the kind of things that would need to be done. But can you imagine if we turn around the 2% and give them the ability to be able to take it, to that next level? That is just our detail. I just want to find you again. I hope I haven't lost you. There we go. And that's it from me. I didn't want to go into too much detail. I thought I'd leave you to ask me questions or something that is very specific. But yeah, I just wanted to give you a very short view just on things that we're dealing with, and because Pabwa is a think tank. So we look at it so as much as we're gender empowerment and economic empowerment specifically, we also need to look at it in terms of what are the issues and what are the gaps that need to be closed. What will it take to close those gaps? So I just wanted to give you a view of that.
I appreciate that. That was very insightful, and I think a lot of people needed to hear that there's an open market in Africa. I think you said something like 50% or 20%, 25% of the world's workforce is going to come from Africa.
Yes.
So
yes.
with 19 years old being the, I don't know what I was doing at 19 years old. It was not. I'm just going to say that. So I think the education and training part is critical to your point, because there are so many young people, and I've been to Ghana. It's the only country I've been to. I'm moving to Ghana next month with my 3 children.
Oh, wow.
Because of all of these things that you said, because I understand what the opportunities are. I understand what technology looks like. It's like being in the 1970s, but in 2021. Yes. So there's so many things that Africa needs, and the AFCTA, I think, was genius in the part of saying you can't just come here, slap a sticker on it, and say it was made in Africa. That's not going to work.
There we go.
Especially if there's women like in one of my fields in agriculture, when we start talking about what that looks like, and then I start delving into these VC conversations and private equity and all these other things, what are they spending money on? They're spending money on tech, because they realize the youth population is surrounded by technology on a daily basis, and they're only going to get smarter, and it's only going to get more high tech and more sophisticated. So where does that leave the small rural farm woman or farmer in Lesotho? Where does that leave them? What are they supposed to do? How are they supposed to take advantage of the AFCTA? That's my question to you.
That's exactly it, right? So if you look at it, how they're supposed to take advantage of it is that each government, remember when I said Africa is not a country, it's an accumulation of 55 countries. So we've got to start creating awareness around what does it mean under the AFCFTA. We are acutely aware. Please, I don't want to sound like, or I intentionally sound like I'm, there's no problems, there's no issues, the AFCFTA is wonderful. And the reason for that is because we have to talk like that. If we don't speak like that, it's not going to be successful. We are not ever going to get to high intra-Africa trade. But I want to be very clear. I am acutely aware that I will not see the full success of the AFCFTA in my lifetime. And I'm not that old, but I won't see it. My children will see it. You will see it when you are much older, because it's going to take decades for it to truly find its space and become truly successful. Those kind of questions need to be dealt with. Remember, the AFCFTA, the African Union, they are policy makers. They create policy. Policy creates an enabling environment. We have to take it and run with it. We've got to say to governments, our government. So you go to Ghana and you'll say to the Ghana president and government, what are you doing about agriculture? Why have you, so the African Union, for example, I'm just going to give you a silly example, right? The African Union has said, and like my country has said, 40% procurement, public procurement for women-owned businesses. The African Union has said 30%. Where do we hold those? How do we hold our governments accountable? As women, how are we coming together to measure the governments and saying, where's our 30%? We just leave it. We assume they're just going to give it to us. We don't need to hold them accountable. So the same thing goes for the AFCFTA. The only way we are going to get this right is if we ask, hold them accountable, and keep on saying. So your small farmers, they're critical mass. They need to come together and say, what are you doing? What are you doing about digitalization or digital farming? What are you doing about investing in roads, for example, in terms of getting our stuff to market? They need to be saying to government, because government can then go. You remember I started out by saying the AFCFTA is an investment tool. Governments can then go and get funding, not aid, but funding to say, we want to build 25 roads. Out of those 25 roads, we're going to increase our agricultural products by 10%. There's going to be packaging. There's going to be, so that is how technically, to answer your question, and I can go into more of the detail, but basically to answer your question is that is how it needs to work. You as an organization and your DL Johnson Consulting, when you get to Ghana, you need to go and look at it from a funding perspective yourself. You don't even have to ask government and say, I want to bring in digital farming. I want to bring in drones for, stuff to move around. And that is how you are going to be able to assist those ladies who are illiterate, because they don't know the first thing about technology, but you do. So this is where you and I, the likes of you and I, need to start impacting the lives of these women, because they don't know, but we do. So,
Right. And that's a good point. That's a good point. That the time frame is critical. People always ask me all the time, why are you're doing a lot? You're doing the most. It's because I feel like I don't have enough time. There's only one life that we have. And I feel like if I don't take the time now with the energy that I have to put my 110% in it, I'm going to run out of time. And I don't have, there's just not enough time. There's only 24 hours in a day. And there's a whole generation of people that need help. There's a whole generation of Black people all over the world that need something. There's a whole continent of Africa. There's 55 countries. If I went to a country every year and did something, I'd be like 90, 100 years old by the time that I did it. So I'm not naive to say that I can help everybody. I know I can't help everybody. But with targeted goals in targeted places that are already targets for foreign investment, it just seems like that makes sense. But being a woman, let's just talk about the cultural competency of African countries. Because I think that's very important for people to understand. So I was on Clubhouse last night, and there was a white man in a Pan-African room discussing how he went and created 5,000 jobs in Nigeria. I was like, okay, so here's your first
5,000. How?
Right. That's what I said. How?
Because we want to do that also. How? We want to create 5,000 jobs. Tell us.
Right. That's right. So that's what I was thinking. How did you do this, sir? And then I started listening to him, and the advice that he was giving came from a very white perspective. So I waited my time, and I came to him, and I said, look, this is a Pan-African room. There's a white man moderating it, telling you how you can start your business in Africa without even going there. You can put in so much money. Our company created these jobs. And then when I got on the ground, I realized there's so many more opportunities. Here's the reality of that. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the level of cultural competency between Black people in general across the Atlantic is critical for us to understand that we need to get an understanding. Yes. African Americans do not have millions of dollars in their land in Africa. There's no money trees over here. It's not growing on trees. We're not independently wealthy people. And let me not say we. I, Devisha L. Johnson, am not independently wealthy. So when I go to Ghana and people hear my American accent, they automatically assume that I have millions of dollars. And because I spent, how much money to get on an airplane, that means something. It really doesn't, because the same amount of money I spent on that airline ticket, I can show you 10 people that spend that same amount of money on Nike or TV. So I just choose to spend my money on flights. That's just the difference. So there's capital to be raised here. But my question to you is how do we as women and as Black people, let me just say as Black people first, how do we navigate the divide that you spoke about earlier when doing business in African countries? And I'm going to have to add the women part because it's crucial for that. That's even more important than the other part.
You must.
So how do we talk about women doing in business and having cultural competency? I'm struggling with my attitude, let's just say, or my American vibrato, or whatever you want to call it. When I go to Ghana, I feel like I am that voice because of the culture in some of these communities that I'm going to, because women can't do what so I'm telling these women, use me. I can play ignorant and go to Ghana and be a loudmouth and say, well, she's just an American. Because there's that too. They're like, oh, she's just an American. We'll teach her. She doesn't know. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'll put it up. Yeah. So we have to figure out a way to navigate for women.
There's two ways. There's two ways. When I say it's going to sound simple, but it's not simple. But there are two ways. So the first is that when you understand that there are certain countries as a woman that you can't do business in, for lack of a better description, right? You can, but it means, you've got to find other ways and all kinds of things that you may not want to get yourself involved in. So when you stay away from those countries, it means that all you then do is look at the countries that you can. So there's 55 countries, depending on what your product is, depending on your audience, depending on your market, whatever the case is. You need to look at which countries out of the ones that will want my product or my service, which of those countries can I, as a woman, do business across Africa? Women are seen as less anyway. So it doesn't matter. There's no country where you are 100% going to be, respected and everything else. You have to earn it to a certain degree. But that is why when I spoke about the business relationships that you have, so even us, we've got to find, when you create things like a board for yourself, for your business, when you bring those board members on, or when you create partnerships, you look for somebody that is not you. You look for someone that is a male. You look for somebody, in some countries, a white male is actually not an African white male kind of a thing from the continent that understands the continent. They are some of the hottest commodities because we have colonization in our DNA. We still assume that the white male is superior. It's fascinating to me, but it's the truth. So if you choose, so that is when it comes down to, Davisha, understanding, when I said that 55 countries and each one is governed differently, and you've got to know that market. You need to spend time. I'm so glad you're going to actually come and live here. When you are living here on a daily basis, you'll find that, some of the things that you assumed were, oh my God, it's not the way that I thought it was, good and bad. So that's what I'm saying. You only have that experience, and you will know when you are in that space. You will know that there are certain places, just don't bother. There are other people and places. You formulate relationships. You understand when you know the culture and you know how things work, then you're okay. It doesn't matter. It wouldn't matter whether you are female, male, non-binary, not declared, whatever you want to call yourself. It won't matter. It really won't.
Right. And I just want to thank you from that perspective of, really telling people the truth of people that are listening now, is that it's one thing to start a business. It's another thing to have a successful business. Because I was reading something recently about the rate of startup businesses not making it past the first quarter or not making it past the first year. It's a lot of startup businesses, but to your point, if we're going to talk about connecting Georgia and Africa in business, and we're going to talk about bringing people to either side of the Atlantic, I think that it goes both ways. There's certain places in the United States that as a Black woman, I would never go to and try.
Especially in the South. Yes.
Right. That part. So I'm in Georgia, and it does just so happen to be in Georgia where there's a lot of Black people. But I'm going to do business in Mississippi. There's a lot of Black people in Mississippi, but I would never do business because the structure, the policymakers don't look like me.
There we go.
Yes. Right. So I think women intuitively understand that we're starting out from the bottom, starting from the bottom, now we're here type of thing.
Now we're here.
But I think we need to look at, I think we need to look at the AFCTA, like you said, and I'm really having a greater understanding from your perspective, is that it was created, and Tamara's as well, it was created for us, but it's not going to be given to us. So understanding what the words say on paper, right? We have to go take it. Essentially, I have a hashtag takeover kind of mentality, but I think it's time for the takeover mentality is not taking things. It's taking over unused opportunity. Is my takeover.
It's also taking ownership. It's also taking ownership of something. You're not waiting for permission. It's there. They created it. They gave. I mean, what more could we have asked for? They created an enabling environment. They are not there to open up a business for you, teach you how to do it. They're not going to do that. We have to do that. And therein lies the opportunity for those partnerships, for education, for training. So you want to bring in an American product or you want to do this, train us in your ways. We will train you in ours. And that's how that partnerships will start to work. It really will start to work in that respect.
Where do they do that now? Is that what Pabwa does? Or
Yes, yes, that is.
Right?
Yeah, no, that look, there's quite a few, or there's a lot of organizations that do, but obviously we do it in various ways, and we're very digitally enabled. So because we are so digitally, I'm a digital transformation strategist in my daily life, shall we say, in my real life. So from a digital engagement and a digital enablement perspective, we are able to deal with anyone in the world, number one. Number two, be able to create that verification. So to do the due diligence. So if you say, for example, you want to bring, I don't know, mugs, coffee mugs into the country, into Africa, you believe that there's a market for it and whatever else, we'll take a look at your business plan, and then we'll identify possible opportunities for you. But also, we'll kind of do the due diligence, because some of the due diligence is not as easy as Googling or as going into, you actually have to phone somebody at government headquarters to find out if they paid their tax, because you can't find that online. So we have those networks, we have those relationships. It comes down to that. We have those networks and those relationships. We also have a very strong relationship with the AFCFTA Secretariat. We built it from 2019 already. So we've been talking about AFCFTA since 2018, when it got signed initially. So these are just some of the things that we do. So we consult from an AFCFTA perspective. We'll take your, like I said to you now, in terms of the agriculture, we'll actually develop that, not a business plan as such, but to give you the kind of roadmap in terms of how to use the AFCFTA to your particular business's benefit, and what are the steps involved in being able to do that. So these are that is why I said we're a think tank. Remember, every client that we help, or every person that we help, we are also creating data for ourselves and doing test cases, so that we can report after a year, 7 women-owned businesses did this, 5 youth-owned businesses did that, from our perspective. You see, so we're developing, and we've got other projects on the go, but we're very data. I'm pushing the data. I'm pushing the data agenda, so to speak.
I totally understand, because I just got into that same conversation. Like I said earlier, I'm trying to follow the money. So where is the money for me to help? Because once again, even as an American, I'm not independently wealthy. So where do I go find this money? Where are people spending money? Where are VC firms spending money? In tech. So how do I connect tech to agriculture? Yes. Now I go partner with an ag tech company, because data has always been king. Always. So the problem that I saw in Africa was there wasn't enough of it. Like I had to Google search, how many smallholder farmers are there in Ghana? I couldn't find one. Not one. So now when I go to Ghana, this is a problem that I now have to solve. But I'm not a techie person. So what do I need to do? Build partnerships with local companies that are tech companies. Then I can partner with them. Now I have a local partner. I get my data. They get the American to put on to their portfolio that says,
there we go,
the American company. And I'm saying air quotes because I'm not trying to be facetious, but I'm just saying those different cultural competencies are important. Like, it looks great to say that you have an MOU or partnership with an American company. As a small African firm, you can then go to the African bank, or you can go to the African bank.
I have a secret to tell you about agriculture, the small farmers in Africa. So as I know I need to go, is that their biggest form of communication and their network is on Mixit. Remember Mixit? Mixit. Do you remember Mixit? No, MXIT. Mixit used to be like, after BBM on BlackBerry, there was a thing called Mixit. So we have WhatsApp and Telegram and whatever now.
Oh, okay.
Back in the day, after or before BBM, there was Mixit. But because Mixit doesn't require data, there is a network which I'm a part of purely because one of our clients in my other world, in my management consultancy, we deal with some of the bigger some of the bigger crop science organizations. You'll know who I'm talking about when I say that. So obviously farmers, small farmers, big farmers across Africa is one of their, that's a huge market for them to be able to start teaching them to use their products from a yield perspective. So they are on Mixit. I mean, we literally had to fly to Zimbabwe, to Ghana, and go and get into the networks, literally give our numbers to them to say, put us onto that network. And that is how we know what they're talking about. So this is what I'm saying. When you live in Africa, when you are here, you will understand the amount of opportunities available. All I want to say to you is, can you imagine if we have to convert that Mixit? Can you imagine the number? I won't give you the number because it will shock you. The number of those small farmers that are on that Mixit, and it's across the continent. Please note, it's across the continent. Imagine if we had to put them on a satellite-enabled messaging system, so that they don't have to, but it's better than Mixit, because obviously Mixit is limiting. So imagine we could educate them, we could train them, we could teach them things, we could do so much. This is what I'm talking about when I say investment. So social development and investment will create those partnerships for success. That is the opportunity. The opportunities are immense. Wherever there's a gap, there's an opportunity.
Absolutely. And I thank you for coming on, because I know we have to get to our next speaker, but I want to talk to you again because I need to get this in. I need to know about that. But I think there's so much more opportunities for the people that have spoken previous to you, the people that will speak for the next 2 days. This is the network of people and most of the people that are speaking, I know personally. So they know what my passion is, and they understand what I'm trying to do, and they're just go, Javisha, go. We're here to support you. So I need to have people like you as part of all of this other tribe. I like to call them, is my tribe of like-minded people that understand.
And you're coming to my part of the world. You're coming to my side of the world. You're not. I mean, you're far away, but so you're closer than you are now. So yes, I'm there. Whatever we can do. My biggest belief system is that whole partnerships thing, but collaboration. We're all doing amazing work. Imagine if we hold hands and we do amazing work with each other, for each other. I do you favors, you do me favors. We start to move that along. Can you imagine the kind of impact we could have just on your farmers, your small holding farmers? I'm just giving you one example. Imagine all the other people we can have an impact on. So the more people hold hands, the more we get over our, I don't want to work with her and all that, that bitchiness that women tend to have. When we get over that, we start to hold on to each other. I promise you, it's amazing. So thank you so much for the opportunity. I look forward to our relationship going forward, and I wish you an amazing couple of hours or days ahead I think it's 2 more days, right?
Yes.
2 more days.
2 more days.
I wish you the most amazing luck and blessings from all of us.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I really want to say thank you again for coming on in short notice. And just for the viewing audience, we don't know each other. We've never met.
We don't. We've literally said hello for the first time.
We've been sending emails to each other. So when people say that women can't work together, that is not true. Because I'm looking forward to working with her. She's looking forward to working with me. I'm looking forward to going to Africa and building for the future. So I want to thank you, Ms. Yavi, for coming on with the Pan-African Women's Business Association. I will see you personally. I don't know exactly where you are in the world, but I'm
personally. I'm coming to Ghana, so I will definitely see you personally.
Oh, yes. Let's make that a date. Okay. Bye. Thank you. So this has been amazing. I'm super hyped for all of the speakers that have come. That was Ms. Yavi with the Pan-African Women's Business Association. And she gave a lot of important, I'm learning so much. And like I said, when W.E. Cruz was talking, I'm a sexy nerd, so I'm not sure why we are not working together more, but we will, and we will have an opportunity to do that. We're going to take a little break, and we will be right back before our next speaker comes on. Give us 90 seconds to queue up the next person. We'll be right back. This is your host, Gacw Johnson, with the Georgia African. Hold on. Mm-hmm. Hi, we're back with the Georgia African Connection. we are almost done. The first half of day 2. We have some great speakers. We've had some amazing information shared. I'm having a good time, realizing the opportunities more than what I already knew. So I already knew that there were things going on in Africa. I didn't know where I wanted to go, and I'll tell you my story of how I got here later on in the week. But I knew that there was things going on in Africa that I could take advantage of. I had no idea which country I wanted to go to. I had no idea what was going on. I just know that I like to have my fingers in the dirt. I'm a country girl, and I like growing things. And COVID really opened up the opportunity for the world to see what else is going on, because there's a mass exodus of Black people from America. We're trying to get out of here and go somewhere. So then we're like, where do we go? What's going on? Do we go to London? Do we go to Mexico? I'm in so many Facebook groups of people that are going to different places. And then somebody told me about this little country called Cote d'Ivoire. Hope I'm saying that right. I grew up in Canada, so I used to speak French. I can say minimal. I can read it better than I can write. So I'm just prefacing this next speaker to say that. But there's so many places around the world for us to adventure and find out about. And that's the great thing about millennials. That's the great thing about Black people, is that we're everywhere. So you can go to, and I'm going to say this, and I know people are going to laugh, but it's true. The one country of people that I know to populate everywhere is Nigeria. It's a Nigerian. You can go to Alaska. It's a Niger person in Alaska. I just want to say that. So Black people, just in general, are everywhere. And our next speaker is going to talk about a place that you probably have never even heard of, that's not that far from Ghana, from my perspective. And since Ghana is supposed to be the landing place, the place that we've taken from, I wanted to give people the opportunity that are coming to this conference to find out about other places. Because we Google things here in America, and we figure out, okay, I want to go to Africa, so let me just Google. And from what Gacw told us earlier, depending on where you are in America, is going to tell you what's going on. You know what? I was telling Tiffany, maybe if our next country speaker come on and talk about their country, and then I go in my Google search and I start Googling them, then it will give me more information. See, I'm learning stuff. I believe that's right. Tell me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's right. So I want you to think about, when these next speakers come up and talk about Cote d'Ivoire and what opportunities there are in that country, get your paper, get your pen, write down this information about what they're going to present on their country. So if you have, you're a nationalist at heart, and that's what you believe in, and a lot of you military folks out there from the U.S., you go hard for the U.S. of A. Just think about if you had the opportunity to go to a different country and explain what the investment opportunities are in the USA. That's what we're going to hear from next, from our speakers from Cote d'Ivoire, to talk about the opportunities in their country. So if we can get our speakers up on the screen. And there we have, hello, Black people everywhere. Hello, how are you?
How are you? I'm good. Thank you so much for having us with you. Thank you so much.
Of course.
On behalf of the ambassador, I'm so sorry the ambassador couldn't be with us. However, he asked me to give you a few words from him, so at least you can understand why he's not there. And then I will proceed for the presentation. Please allow me to introduce Mr. Boabre, who is the protocol of advisor. And then you have Mr. Zadi, who's also the consultant from this office. And you have, hold on, sorry for the laptop. Hi. You have Bima. Yes. She's in charge of human resources.
Great.
So thank you so much for having us, Ms. Andrew. So I'm gonna
absolutely. I appreciate the fact that all of you have convened yourself in an office to give us this information about your country and what the opportunities are, because there's a lot of people that don't even know where you are in the world. They don't know that, especially Black people that have capital, that interested in investing in African countries. They may not ever want to live there. Like I want to live in Ghana. I'm actively moving there. But there's so many of my friends that are saying, you know, we get this extra money from the government. We have all this COVID is not allowing us to go spend money like we usually do. So they have a lot of extra money to invest. So they're asking me because they know I travel a lot. Where do we go do that? So if you can now just explain from a very basic level, where is Cote d'Ivoire? And am I saying it right?
Perfectly. Good for you.
So where is it in the world?
Okay.
And then kind of go into it and explain what you would like us to know.
Okay. So Cote d'Ivoire is between Ghana and Liberia. You have Mali in the north, and you have Guinea. So yes. And you said small country. It's at least almost 26 million of people in Ivory Coast. Yes.
Oh, see,
Yeah.
I already know I'm gonna. I have my pen and paper. I'm ready. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, so before I started that protocol, I really had to read those few words from the ambassador because he couldn't make it.
Yeah.
And then we can proceed with the presentation, but I can tell you all about Ivory Coast and the business opportunities.
Okay.
So I want to thank host event organizers for giving us this platform to showcase our role and mission. First, please allow me to apologize for not attending in person this event. As part of my duties as an ambassador, I am currently conducting a diplomatic mission which has been extended and which doesn't allow me to be with you today. Nevertheless, I have ensured that my team represents the Spaces Initiative and framework in an effective manner while being a part of such a crucial event. May this presentation allow you to get acquainted with our role and our mission. The Spaces is more than a government initiative. It is a clear message. It is a clear message that Africa and America can join forces to lay the cornerstone of a strong and redefined relationship. I want to thank the event organizers for giving us this platform, and I sincerely hope that it could be a good introduction to a long-lasting relationship. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Je vous en prie.
So if you want, do you have a presentation to present? Do you need a, you do? Okay. Well, I will let you have the floor, madame, and go ahead.
Okay. So before introducing what we do and introducing Cote d'Ivoire, I want to take you through how this presentation is going to go. So first, I'm going to introduce you to the person who are behind this agenda of the Economic Promotion Service of Cote d'Ivoire. Then I'm going to introduce the role and missions. I'm going to go through investment opportunities. Then I will focus on Spaces activities and tell you how successful we've been since we've been open. I also think it's important to discuss COVID-19 and how we had to adjust during this pandemic. And eventually, for the closing statement, you can ask questions. If you want to know how to reach out, I will give you all the information.
Great.
So, for official statements, before discussing the Economic Promotion Service of Cote d'Ivoire, I think it is important for you guys to understand that it is first the story of a man who had a vision. When the president of the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire took over in 2011, he had a plan. He really wanted to improve the macroeconomic environment and lay the foundation for an emerging economy for Cote d'Ivoire. And he understood the benefit of international trade and foreign investment and international relations, which led him to implement a more productive idea in terms of promoting investments. So what he did, he really wanted to broaden and deepen economic and trade relations on a bigger scale between Cote d'Ivoire and North America. I would like to point out that usually embassies do have an economic promotions bureau. But what happened was that the president extracted this bureau and created a whole organization who would only focus in international trade. And he handpicked the ambassador in the camera who already had an experience through his company, Global Africa Business Consulting Group. So to him, the ambassador in the camera was the perfect choice. So that kind of gives you an idea of how the SPACY was born in 2012. Now, the role and mission of the SPACY. What we do, we provide information regarding industries, business environment in Côte d'Ivoire, and investment opportunities. But I also want you guys to remember 4 keywords. We conduct, coordinate, promote, and we attract. What I mean by conduct, we do conduct and monitor all economic, commercial, and tourism-related activities. We promote various economic sectors and products. We attract funding from American investors, and we also promote direct investment in Côte d'Ivoire. Just to give you an example, if you're an investor and you're interested in cocoa, cola nuts, you come to us, and we basically are a bridge. We can find you a company in Côte d'Ivoire who is specialized in cola nuts production. Just to give you an example. Now, you are discussing Côte d'Ivoire, and I'm going to give you all the right reasons to invest in Côte d'Ivoire. First, I would like to say that the president designed the 2016-2020 National Development Plan, which aimed in making Côte d'Ivoire an emerging country with a solid economic base by 2020. Unfortunately, with COVID, I'm pretty sure that it has slowed down, but it doesn't change the fact that ever since the president has been in power, he made significant change. First of all, Côte d'Ivoire is considered the hub in West Africa and has the fastest growing economy in Africa. Very important. Côte d'Ivoire is the #1 economy in the West African Economic Monetary Union. And before COVID-19, Côte d'Ivoire was the US 81st largest suppliers in good imports in 2019. So whoever is interested in import or exports, I want you guys to know that we already have a strong relationship. So those were from numbers. Now, in terms of agriculture, we are the first world producer in cocoa, the first world producer in cola nuts, the first world producer and exporter of cashew nuts. So there's a lot of things to do in this area. We are the 3rd palm oil producer in Africa and the 5th shea butter producer. I know that shea butter is something that we use a lot here in the United States. So whoever is interested, you can come to us and see what we can do. Also, we are the 4th African continent pineapple exporter. So, and it's important to say that from 2011 to 2017, the Côte d'Ivoire has doubled the foreign direct investment. Now, in terms of infrastructure, as part of the plan development, the African Development Bank returned to Abidjan in 2014, occupying 2 offices, and they boost residential demand. The National Development Plan puts an emphasis on infrastructure and constructions, because we know that investments goes with good and strong infrastructure. So a lot of money was put into infrastructure so we could improve foreign direct investment. Now, I want to discuss SPACY's activities. First, our most recent successful event was called Prosper Africa. Just to give you a backstory, the Donald Trump organization really wanted to change the dynamic and the relationship between African countries and the United States. Rather than being a new foreign aid program, Prosper Africa wanted to really harmonize existing resources and programs to achieve the following goals, which are Prosper Africa really wants to foster US investments, also wanted to grow the African middle class, and wanted to expand access to business and finances. So the Economic Promotion Service of Côte d'Ivoire along with the SBA. I'm not sure if you're familiar with SBA. It's Small Business Administration Office, and the African Caribbean Business Council. They all got together and they organized the first Prosper Africa Business Development Forum in November 2019, which was pretty successful. And the goal of the Prosper Africa was to assist companies to expand trade on the African continent. They also wanted to identify and vetting partners across borders while representing Côte d'Ivoire healthcare, education, agriculture, real estate, and provide overview of those sectors and growth opportunities. Also, locals, whether they were Americans or Ivorian, they had the opportunity to meet and discuss business trade and also discuss an ecosystem to support both parties, meaning Ivorian businesses and American investors. As far as the speakers that we had the Senator Tommy, we had the Secretary of Private Investment of Côte d'Ivoire, Mr. Ismail Essis Emmanuel. We also had Stanley Stroder, who is the President of African and Caribbean Council in Philadelphia. And of course, we had the Ambassador, His Excellency Inza Camara, Delegate General of the Economic Promotion Service of Côte d'Ivoire. So it was a pretty successful event. And we were supposed to conduct it in 2020, but as you know, with the COVID-19, it was not possible. Another successful event that we had, we coordinate and monitor Ethiopian Airlines. So guys, I have good news. If you want to go to Ivory Coast, all you have to do, we do have planes that go straight to Ivory Coast. You don't have to go through Europe, and this is thanks to our service. So back in June 2019, the Economic Promotion Service of Côte d'Ivoire has worked with Ethiopian Airlines to launch flights New York, Abidjan, and Newark, Abidjan. And Spacey has worked very, very hard to for the granting of commercial and non-commercial flight authorization. We also facilitated the relationship between Ivorian and American authorities and the airline itself. We also participated in the inauguration ceremony for the official launch of the new flight. So this is what we did. And now I really wanted to be more personal, and I want to tell you about the trade missions. So what happens usually when people want to invest in Ivory Coast, they do contact our office and we set up a meeting with our ambassador. And if you have a project or if you are interested in investing in any of the sectors that I mentioned before, the ambassador will organize a trade mission. And during this mission, he's going to make sure that you can actually understand the business model of Côte d'Ivoire. And he's going to do it through different avenues. The first one is the one-on-one meeting. And during this meeting, you can have like a lot of business contact. You can meet potential distributors, buyers, and joint venture partners. The second one, let's say, for instance, if you want to build something, like build a building or a school, the ambassador will make sure that he can connect you with the right decision makers and the right government officials. Also, during this trade mission, potential investors will be able to engage with Ivorian businessmen who have successfully operated in Côte d'Ivoire. So we want to make sure that you feel safe and that you investing your money and create profit. During this trade mission, you can also visit commercial centers to see from yourself how business is conducted in our country. You can also attend networking events. I know that back in 2019, we had the Gacw conference and a lot of people came during that event. You can assess the business climate and figure out if this is for you or if no, you don't want to take the risk. Some people may ask me about the challenges of investing in Côte d'Ivoire, and I really want to emphasize the fact that when you come to us, we want to make sure that we're transparent in the ways that you're going to conduct your business. Of course, when you invest, it's always a risk. The one that I would point out is labor. But usually when investors come to us, they can ensure that they're going to train locals back home. Let's say, for instance, if you want to, I will take the example of a school. You come with your knowledge, and we go to Ivory Coast, and you train the people over there to create employment, to boost the economy as well. And I think that that's one of the biggest challenges as far as investment. Now, doing business during the COVID, we all felt the heat of COVID-19, fortunately. Hopefully, but next year things will get better. The office really had to adjust. But before talking about the office, I want to give you a few numbers. We had a GDP growth estimated at 6.9% in 2019 before the COVID. So we have been continuing being one of the best performing economies in sub-Saharan Africa, thanks to the expansion of middle class. Unfortunately, with COVID, a lot of business had to shut down. And the economic growth have really slowed down. It went from about 1.8%. However, the Ivorian economy should gradually recover from 21 to 2022, thanks to services and renewed productivity in industry and agriculture. So now, how do we work in the office to still continue our activities? First, we keep promoting our initiative online in event like yours. We participate in online event as well, meaning that we try to keep informed about what's going on in terms of the economy. We're assisting potential investors in doing business in Côte d'Ivoire, but we do it remotely. And we also planning trade missions for 2022, hopefully, if things go back to normal. Now, if you want to stay in touch with us, you can email if you are interested in investing. If you have questions, should I invest in tourism? Should I invest in mining? Should I invest in real estate? And so forth. You can reach out to us in investincote-d'ivoire@spaceyamerica.org. You also have the phone number 646-449-0331. And we will take it from there. Thank you so much. Are you still here, Davisha?
Yes, I'm still here. I have my pen and paper. I'm writing things down, just like the gentleman in the back. I'm writing it down. So I have some general questions, but I really am interested in Prosper Africa, and I'm going to tell you why. So okay. I found out about Prosper Africa, I think, as you were doing it. So I realized that this event was taking place, and when you said Prosper Africa, it triggered two things for me. The first thing was PAC DBIA. So people don't know that the office of the president in the United States, whatever president we have, has a President's Advisory Council on doing business in Africa. It's called the PAC DBIA. So they selected some countries to go and visit back in 2018 and in 2019. And when I started doing my research on the PAC DBIA, Prosper Africa kept popping up. So I'm like, what is this and what's going on? So to hear that you say that not only were you a part of it, but it came out of what you were trying to do in Côte d'Ivoire is very interesting to me because you're a drive away from Ghana. So if I'm going to live in Ghana next door as your neighbor, and there's all these opportunities, and I'm moving to Ghana because I saw all of these opportunities. So I just want the people in the audience to know that these African countries, no matter where they are, but the ones that are coming on this program, are very important. So what I also heard you say was you had a GDP increase of 6.9%, but the reason was the expansion of your middle class. That is critical here. And what I realized in Africa is that's what That's what's missing in some countries is there's the rich and there's the poor, and there is no middle class. So how do you build up a middle class? You do that with FDI and private investment. But there's so many African Americans in America that are looking to invest in other places, and they don't have to be $100 million deals. So the middle class being built up is not $100 million deal thing all the time. It's creating jobs, however those are created in the communities, so that people can feel empowered in order to be able to scale, to be able to then do other things. So my question for you is on that aspect. How do you deal with trade missions and investments for the middle class there? And does that come into account when you're thinking about what types of investors you want to attract to Cote d'Ivoire?
I don't think that we. It's not about. I don't think it's about the numbers. If you have a good amount of money and you have a project, I think it's all about having a vision and an idea of what you want to invest on. It's not so much about the quantity; it's about the quality of what you can do and how you can, be successful in what you want to invest in. If you come to us and you have and you have an idea, okay, I want to invest in cola nuts and this is what I want to do. There's so many ways of investing. You can invest, it's not just money. The main investment is money, but you can also invest, as far as knowledge or goods. There's so many things that can be done. Equipment. There's so many things that can be done, but the most important part is have a project that makes sense and that is going to make sense for our bureau and for our ambassador, so we can actually open the right doors for you.
Right. And I think that's a good point. And we talked to one of the other speakers previous to you about the cultural competency and having local partners and being on the ground and be able to see the opportunities. So do you have a list or a website or some type of pool of information for the local partners? So people like me that want to invest, is that part of what the ambassador puts together? He convenes people that are already doing business that are looking for local partners. Can you explain how that process goes?
So basically you can go on our website. If you go back to the presentation, I'm not sure if I put it. No, I didn't. I only put the email address, but it is spaceamerica.org. And you can go on the website, and there you can have all the information in terms of where to invest, how, who to reach out, and we take it from there.
That's great. So I have some follow-up questions as well about the partners that you have. So you mentioned the Global African Business Consultants was kind of the start of this a while ago. It was very interesting to see. No?
It was just what the ambassador was doing before he was an ambassador. It was more to explain on why the president picked him, because the ambassador already had the experience in terms of foreign investments, international trading. He was already on the field. So it made sense for the president to choose him as an ambassador.
Right. So here's the similar story. So there's a person that's hosting this event that was on Monday named Akindele Akinyemi. He's Nigerian American, and he started the Global African Business Association. So I am the global right. So when you said that, I was like, really? That's interesting. And he made me be right. We're all connected. Is a real point. And the Global African Business Association does the same thing that your ambassador does in Cote d'Ivoire in America. So I would really like to get those two people together to talk about how we can really connect the investment in America and all of those things, whether it be equipment, labor, capital, intellectual property, and how we can take our US dollars and invest them in Cote d'Ivoire, and how Cote d'Ivoire can then come and invest in the people in America, because that's how we are. We have a middle class here of a lot of Black people. So if we gather up all those people and gather up those extra money and come as a collective to countries like Cote d'Ivoire and say we want to invest in agriculture, we want to invest in mining, or whatever we want to invest in that's going to come from the speckyamerica.org website. And I want to make sure we put that at the bottom and roll that out in the lower thirds if possible.
Okay, I'm gonna put it in the chat so you can actually have it.
Yes, that'd be great. And then, so my question is how do we move forward during COVID to be able to still have these trade missions? I guess my follow-up question would be, what is your COVID protocol in your country? Because people are going to come to me after this event and say, I'm already catching a flight to Ghana. How do I get to Cote d'Ivoire? Based off of what Johanna has said to us, I want to now go to Cote d'Ivoire. How do I do this? Or do you have COVID? What are your COVID protocols? And are you allowing land passage? I know Ghana's borders are closed by land, I believe.
As far as like traveling to Cote d'Ivoire right now, if you want to be practical, I do believe that you have to go through get tested before traveling, and then have a visa, of course, and then you get to Cote d'Ivoire. Now, as far as I can really investing, if you want to come through us, so far, I mean, we haven't organized any trade missions because we really don't know what are the measures that will be taken in terms of like the COVID-19, if they're going to reopen borders. So I cannot guarantee you anything for now. The best way is just to reach out to us. And as months go by, we'll have a clearer idea of what we want to do as far as like organizing a trade mission. Nothing is organized so far, but the best way is to send us an email and we will take it from there.
Okay, so I'll make sure I put that information to follow up in the chat and all of the platforms. But I have a question about the youth population. I'm a millennial, and since I've organized this event, I just have to throw that question in there for whoever I talk to. So what does investment look like for the youth? Is there a large interest in I guess how I want to say this is, there are certain industries in Africa that people gravitate toward, like mining or like agriculture, or things that make sense to certain people. But there's a large youth population that doesn't want to be on the farm. And that's the problem I'm solving, is trying to figure out how to get them on the farm using technology. And then there's an older generation that wants to come to Africa to retire. So they're not really looking at, really doing much, but they want to invest their 401k or their IRAs into something so that their money can make money. So how do you have opportunities directed towards the non-gravitational industries like education or gender equality, or not gender equality, but things like that aren't really, I know Africa because Africa has gold, so I'm going to go and mine it. Something that's so nondescript that people really don't think about, but that has huge investment opportunities. Is there a particular sector like that in Cote d'Ivoire?
We do have investment opportunities, whether it's entertainment, hotel, restaurant, tourism. I guess because I didn't emphasize it in the presentation, but we also do have this area. Hold on, let me go back to the presentation. It should be there. Yes.
And I'm asking this because we're talking about soft skills and the youth population of 19-year-olds, and there's like 1-point-something billion youth on the continent. Like, what is it that you believe? Because I've never been to Cote d'Ivoire, so I would have to learn from you. What is your youth population looking to do, or what are the trends of the youth population in Cote d'Ivoire? Are they going towards tech? Are they going towards mining, manufacturing? What are the youth doing?
I think any sectors needs to be exploited in a way. It more depends on what you know as far as like investing. If you are good at real estate, then you should take that route. Whether it's mining or oil or entertainment or whatever, you should really focus on that. It really depends on you.
Right. So here's the reality of it. Americans want to do everything. They might not know anything about mining, but when we get to Africa, and I can just speak from personal experience. I went to Ghana to do agribusiness. That's why I wanted to go there. But when I went to Ghana and I saw all of the other opportunities and all of the other sectors, now I want to do a lot of things that I may not know anything about. So I think it's important for the people that are watching this to understand that this program that you put together and that Specky is doing allows for foreign investment in places that were unfamiliar, because you do have local partners that do these things. So I want to open it up to people that are in America or in the diaspora that want to invest in Cote d'Ivoire. Just know that Specky is here to help you in that effort. And if you don't know and you have the capital or the equipment or things that Johanna has talked about, that the opportunity is there. So I guess my final question, my follow-up question to you would be, what are the numbers look like? So what are the numbers, if you can tell us, of small scale investment? Because we haven't really talked about the numbers. So what's a lot of money to me may be a little amount of money to you. So can you give us kind of a range of what the smaller projects look like, so people will have an idea of what they're capable of?
I'm sorry, can you please repeat? Sorry, I got distracted, sorry.
That's okay. I just wanted to know, what is the range of projects in investment capital? So when you say that if you have a considerable amount of money, what is the range that we're talking about? Are we saying I can come there with $10,000 and invest something? I have to have a minimum of 100,000. In Ghana, there's certain industries, in order to do business in those industries, you have to have a certain amount of money. So I want to do some perspective.
I think that's like, should I say like $100,000 is a pretty good start.
That's the minimum.
Yeah, that's the minimum. Yeah, $100,000. And again, I feel like we're not just looking for cash as far as investments. I think it's important that people have a project and an idea of what they want to do. Yeah. So it goes.
Are there any government incentives that Specky provides for foreign investment? Are you giving? I don't know anything about Cote d'Ivoire. I'm sorry, but do you have tax incentives? I'm coming though. I'm coming.
There are a few tax reforms. If I go through it, we're gonna be here for another hour, so I will save you the trouble. But we make it very easy for people to create businesses. We have like a new system that helps you to open your business. And let's say you have I don't know, something goes on with your business. We make sure that in terms of like in terms of support, that is taken care of.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. That's very encouraging.
So yeah, this business climate, and you can actually come and open a business, and anything goes wrong, the judicial system is here to really assist you. We make things very easier, along with the taxes insensitive.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's very encouraging for us to know, because that's the one thing that people think about is, if I'm going to invest in Africa, what is the political stability? What are the opportunities? Are they business friendly to foreigners? Are they going to make it extremely difficult?
They are. No. Yes, we are.
So it's good to know that Specky is going to provide the support, because a lot of people are going to need that, not ever being to Africa. And people like me that have been to Ghana 4 or 5 times, there's some learning curve that I had to undergo, and it's good to know that there are organizations like yours that will provide the support for people that do want to come on continent. So I want to give you this last 5 minutes. If anyone else in the room would like to speak, or you would like to give some closing remarks on why we should invest in Cote d'Ivoire. I know why I will invest in Cote d'Ivoire, but we'll see from some other people. So is there any final words?
Well, I think we've been through we've been over the whole thing. Thank you so much for having us. It was great. We really enjoyed being a part of this wonderful event. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Johanna, for keeping up with me through organizing, being on the screen today. And I want to thank all of the people in the room for listening and joining us at the Georgia Africa Connection. I will be reaching out to you personally. I know there's a lot of people that are currently in Ghana that are struggling and putting together their businesses. And because you're right next door, it might be an opportunity for them. So I want to thank the ambassador for his kind words. And we will make sure that all of your information is shared for those of you out there in our audience that want to invest in Cote d'Ivoire, SpeckyAmerica.org. Johanna, thank you for coming, and I will see you soon. I will be in your country.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Have a good day. So that was another great opportunity for investment of how you can connect Georgia and Africa. What really stuck out to me was the building the middle class part. I have been screaming that to the mountaintop since I came back from Africa, because there in some countries, the middle class doesn't exist. So what I know from living in America is that the middle class runs America. So if we didn't spend money as a middle class in America, then there would be no money for the government and the higher ups to go use to do all these other things. So if there were just poor people and nobody in the middle, then we'd be in the same boat as some of these African countries are. I think the best thing about being in America, the best thing about being in America is the understanding of systems. And that there was a system created here for people that look like me that wasn't designed for me. What Johanna just said is that they built a system specifically for people to come invest. And I can guarantee you that they want people to come invest that look like me. So with that said, we are going to take another short break before we get into our 12 o'clock hour. Usually last year, during 12 o'clock, we would have a keynote speaker. You would eat really good food and, fellowship and all of those things. But because of COVID, we are taking a different spin on it, and we are having a spotlight hour. So during our 12 o'clock spotlight hour today and tomorrow, we will be highlighting businesses, advocates, and organizations that have a message of how they want to help the Black community. They have a message of just about their business and to tell you about it. We're going to play some music videos for those of you that missed yesterday from Pharaoh, Poncho, Sajay Fu, and Tina P that performed, and we saw videos from them yesterday. We'll play some of those. So give us about 7 minutes. We'll start at 12 o'clock. We'll have someone come on in the business community that has a great opportunity for children, and it goes right into what W.E. Gacw and I were talking about yesterday. It's a perfect segue, a perfect conversation about how not only do we help the next generation, but starting out very young, the baby. What do they always say? Out of the mouth of babes, that is not just a thing. It's not just a Bible verse. It's true. And these babies are the future of the future. So once we start educating them on what that looks like, and like W.E. Gacw said, we anchor them in where they need to be so that they can grow just like planting a seed. And there's all types of analogies and all types of things that people say that all boils down to the next generation is the next generation. There's always going to be a next generation. So what are we going to do in our time right now? And what are we going to do with the information that we received today and that we'll receive for the rest of the day and tomorrow and Saturday? What are you going to do with that for the next generation? What are you going to do, people that are watching this now on February 25th, 2021, or people that are watching this 10 years from now? What are you going to do to ensure the success of the next generation? Because here's what's fact. When you get old, somebody's got to take care of you. And I know the things that I do to my children, I've already told them, to all you baby boomers out there, I don't want to be in the struggle. I don't want to be at home. I told my children, all this work that I'm putting in right now, if I get too old to take care of myself, Lord forbid, if I get too old to take care of myself, you put me in the home, it's going to be a whole lot of problems. So I have to, and maybe it's selfish, maybe that's what it is. I know right now, when I'm raising children, that I need to pour into them and make sure that revenue keeps flowing so that when I'm older, I don't have to go in a home. I can live in the guest house by the pool in the mansion that my son built for me because he's making all this money. Because at 14, I got a Robinhood account and gave him $1,000. Think about that for the next generation. Think about Saturday morning from 10 to 2, where we'll have a whole panel of people like me and younger than me. Because as Casriel said in the very first welcome, it's not even about my generation. And I just turned 40, fabulous 40. I'm a millennial, 81. So people say the youth now and don't understand that millennials are now old. There's 40-year-old millennials. There's a whole new, there's Gen Zs and Ys and Bs and As, and I don't even know where it's going to go after this. I just know that there's always going to be a next generation, and the Georgia Africa Connection wants to make sure that you get opportunities everywhere around the world, because COVID has showed us that the global marketplace is real and it's important. And the supply chain has allowed Black people specifically to understand that there are opportunities in other places, because we're affected wherever we are, whether it be racism, whether it be prejudice, injustice, whatever it is, it's happening to us globally. So as Yavi said, we have to come together and go take it. So I want you to take this opportunity to take a break, go get something to eat, go get another piece of paper, go send some emails, and come back with us in about 5 minutes, 5 or 10 minutes, and we're going to have some music playing. We're going to have some ads for our business spotlight hour for the Georgia Africa Connection Week. This is your host, Javisha L. Johnson. We'll be right back.
Sending money? That is no fee sound. Ask for real money transfer at Kroger and pay 0 fees when you send. Share your ideas, tell your story, connect to all of your social media in one place. Just and start making a someone is straight. So roses in a credit card. The blind is alive. Baby, you look perfect design. He's loving, loving. It's so easy. But you said I want you got me. Oh, my and I did
In 1930, it happened in reality 72 nations came to power, including the Pope and the Queen of England. In Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, Emperor Haile Selassie are coming from the roots of David. That's I and I, God and Savior. That's Kabara, Yahweh said.
I can give you this $50,000, or I can actually show you how to make this every single day. You may know me from the group Pretty Ricky, man.
big up the farmer, big up the dealer, big up the free of the land. The president great now, make the people come up. Big up the free of the land, big up the super, big up the teacher, big up the free of the land. Big up the Big up the mama way up there. Big up the people way up there. Big up the man them way up there. Everyone. So driver. Something driver one. Big up the president. Big up the captain. And big up the dog. It's easy everywhere. And it's well fella. Now the legs of my family. The boy is a fool. The blood don't stop. Even though we started knowing the area. Because the police are man. Because the sea man. The African man. The good man. And the care. You want to go to the man. Because the African. Pick up every other life. Pick up the farmer. Pick up the dealer. Pick up every other life. The president great now, make the people come up. Pick up every other life. Pick up the student, pick up the teacher. Pick up every other life. Hear me out. Pick up the people who are work with the media. Yeah, we get control. People say that they are. No time to keep people to the land. And one down, baby, then. I'm the president great now, make the people come out. Big up every African, big up the super, big up the teacher, big up every African. Hear me out. Big up the people where you stand at the time. Big up the mama where you stand at the time. Big up the people where you stand at the time. Big up the man them where you jump in everyone. So driver, something driver one. Big up the president, big up the captain, and big up the dog. It's not easy everywhere, but it's one fella. Now we let my strong killer. The boy is a fool, the blood don't stop. Even though we started to be the big up the fisherman, big up the seaman. Can't forget the good man, and the care. If you want to go to the man, take up your weight. Big up every other life. Big up the farmer, big up the dealer. Big up every other life. The president great now, make the people come up. Big up every other life. Big up the speaker, big up the teacher. Big up every other life. Big up every other life. Big up the farmer, big up the dealer. Big up every other life. The president great now, make the people come up. Big up every other life. Big up the speaker, big up the teacher. Big up every other life. Hear me out. Are you ready? Now, let's welcome the simple entertainer. The simple entertainer. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Simple. What is that? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hey, stop the music, stop the music. Before this anything is preaching in the name of His Imperial Majesty and for all the command is laughing. Let me go now. Take it over. Let it go.
Hi, this is your host, Michelle Johnson. I just wanted to give you a quick second and showcase one of our sponsors, who is MNC Group. Uh, the speaker that we will have coming up this afternoon is actually the board chairman of MNC Group, and they have provided us with this video that we're going to watch, a commercial rather, on some of the services they provide to prep you for this afternoon. So I'm not sure if you can see because now it's 30. So I'm not sure if you can see it. It's gone now again. Technology. This is live. This is live. I don't do this. It's not my job. So we're gonna have a video from MNC Group, and then we're gonna come back in about 20 minutes to start the rest of our day or finish off the rest of the first day of the business summit, the second day of the Georgia African Connection Week. And then we have 2 more days left out of this week, Friday and Saturday. So for the rest of this spotlight hour, we're going to show this video. We're going to listen to some more music from our performing artists from yesterday's concerts, and then we'll get started this afternoon with some more of the Georgia African Connection. So let's watch this video. Okay, so we're gonna have to wait and play this video this afternoon, and you will hear from the speaker as well. So we will get it together and we will come back. I want you guys to make sure you have your pen and paper ready for this afternoon. If you missed this morning, you can go back and rewatch the live stream on Facebook or YouTube. We are live streaming from YouTube, Zoom, and Facebook. All the links are active, all the links are working. If you paid for a ticket and you have not gotten access to our speakers, so yes, we dropped this below for those that have stuck around, that are here for the lunch hour. During our spotlight hours, I will give little tidbits of information. That's what I just came up with, just like that. So here's a tidbit. If you paid for a ticket for the Georgia African Connection Week, you are allowed to come backstage with our panelists and talk to them directly in the chat. After they have spoken, before they have spoken, you have an opportunity to do that. So if you are watching this for free and you got a free ticket, thank you for participating. If you have paid for a ticket or you would like to pay for a ticket, you can go to Eventbrite and search for Georgia African Connection. The tickets are $35. They help to pay our wonderful production team and the rest of the efforts that are going on, so that you can get provided this information. So if you would like to buy a ticket for the Georgia African Connection, they're $35 on Eventbrite, and that will give you access to our speakers in the backstage studio for you to be able to chat with them directly. So people like Johanna with Becky, if you saw an opportunity, you got 100K sitting around and you're looking for some investments, you could have spoken directly to her. So just take that note, and we are going to come back in about 20 minutes. It's 12:40. So at 1 o'clock, we will start the top of the hour with the rest of the afternoon of the business summit of the Georgia African Connection. This is your host, Michelle Johnson. We will be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back from our 12 o'clock lunch break. I try to make sure I eat something because I realize I'm going to be sitting here with you for the next 4 hours. So let's get started with our next presenter. So we're still trying to get in contact with our next speaker, but we are not going to leave this time wasted. We have a young lady that's going to come on and talk about something that I talked about before the lunch hour started, and the importance of the youth and the babies and what that looks like. So I would like to bring up our next speaker that will be discussing Latanya.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. I didn't know you were here.
Yes.
Here you go. Okay, so it is not the person that I thought you were. I thought you were someone else. So let's talk to my good friend, Latanya Darden with the USXM Bank. We had met last year during the Georgia African Connection Week live in Atlanta. That was actually live in Atlanta in person. Now that we have COVID, I still wanted to make sure that people got the opportunity to hear the information that you have, because now is even better time for your organization to really give access to, or not give access, but give information to people about what you provide, because your resources are critical for people like me that want to do business in other countries and need to know what the U.S. government, because we've heard from some people talk about the African Bank, they've talked about the African Development Bank, they've talked about the Ghana, I talked about the Ghana Exim Bank, so the United States has one too. So Latanya Darden is going to discuss with us a little bit about the U.S. Exim Bank, but I will let you introduce yourself to our audience, and then we'll get started.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me back again this year and sharing the platform with all of the distinguished presenters throughout this event. I would like to thank you again, all of the sponsors and all of the backstage professionals and their efforts in making this event a success. So I am Latanya Darden. I'm a business development officer in the Minority and Women-Owned Business Group at the Export-Import Bank of the United States. For those of you who don't know, Exim Bank is a federal government agency that's been around for over 80 years now. And our headquarters is in Washington, D.C., which is where I'm located. And our mission is to simply create and sustain jobs here in the United States by financing export sales. But before I start my presentation, I would like to just gauge the audience for a moment and just put in the chat if you are exporting, and if so, what is your export volume?
And then before you continue, Latanya, if I can just take a step backward, and I told this to someone else that came up before you, and I think it's important for us to understand who you are. So I'm going to read your bio before you start, because we don't like to talk about ourselves, and we're awesome people, and sometimes people just need to hear it. So I'm going to read it. Okay. So Latanya works closely with exporters who apply for XM Working Capital Guarantee Program, as well as export credit insurance. Latanya is a valuable asset to the agency and has a passion for guiding exporters and lenders through the process, ensuring they understand and follow the policies and procedures of XM programs. Latanya manages a portfolio of minority business organizations throughout the country. She is responsible for building awareness about XM Bank's products and services to small businesses, particularly those that are minority and or women-owned. And the portfolio activity of organizations that Latanya manages has grown tremendously due to her diligence in educating the organizations and businesses she serves. That's you guys. She is also responsible for assisting businesses export around the globe, focusing on exports to Africa. That's what we're talking about. Latanya holds a BA in Administration of Justice from the University of District of Columbia and resides in Washington, D.C. So this lady right here, Latanya Darden, is going to be the person that helps you connect the dots from all the other speakers that spoke this morning, from the AFCTA to the e-commerce to all these things, like W.E. Gacw said. It's not just products, it's services as well. So there's opportunities there as well. So I will give you the floor, ma'am, to go ahead and continue. I'll see if our production team has any responses from your question, but they should be able to hear you or see your answer your
Awesome. 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 Okay, so I'm going to share my screen.
I think we'll have it pulled up in here. You're trying to share your screen from your end?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you able to see it?
No. Not
okay. The gentleman does. I think you have the presentation. So should I not try to share my screen or?
Let me check. Let me text our production team. Technology. And let me see, but you should be able to share from your end. I know I presented earlier today. Share first screen.
Well, I'm seeing a message saying that StreamYard is sharing a window. So
I think it's been corrected. Hold on one second. Okay, so he says that you are going to be able to share the screen. He's pulling it up, and then you'll be able to share your screen and give your presentation. So I want everybody that's watching to understand the connectivity that we've been having today. And because it's after lunch, it's really important that you guys take out your pen and paper, write down what LaTanya is going to tell you about the opportunities that you have for import-export. We know the supply chain is not what it used to be because of COVID, from people to products to services. So if you're interested in entering the market and doing some business in Africa, I'm guessing that's why you're here at the Georgia Africa Connection. LaTanya is going to be able to walk you through what this looks like, and for all you women and everyone that's here, probably a minority, I would assume, can benefit from what LaTanya will say. So LaTanya, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. So again, Exim Bank is a federal government agency that's been in existence for over 80 years. The headquarters is located in Washington, D.C., which is where I am. There are regional offices throughout the United States. And our mission is to create and sustain jobs here in the United States through the financing of export sales. So our financing does make a difference because we are the official export credit agency, or ECA, for the United States. Our financing plays a critical role in exporters winning or losing a sale or a contract. Over 150 countries have an ECA that provides financing to exporters in those countries. And so this is what US Exim Bank does for US exporters. Our financing minimizes risk for exporters and lenders. It levels the playing field with other ECAs around the world so US exporters can remain competitive in the global market. And our financing supplements commercial financing, thereby it assumes risk that most lenders aren't willing to assume against those foreign receivables. And I'll go into detail about these points later in the presentation. Okay, I'm sure some of you have heard that 95% of sales opportunities are outside of the United States, and that is correct. I explain it this way: if you're at a conference at a round table and you're only talking to the person on your left and your right, and the 7 other individuals at the table you're not interacting with. That's what this is equivalent to. By you not interacting with those other individuals at the table, you're missing out on knowledge or any information that will catapult your business or even pour into your life. You're missing out on that by not interacting with everyone at the table. So by not exporting, you are limiting your business growth. And fear of the unknown or the risk associated with exporting is the reason why we find that only 1% of US businesses export. And I will explain how XM Products mitigates those risks and removes the fear associated with doing business abroad. Now, here are some challenges and solutions to those challenges, and I'll go through these. So, a working capital loan guarantee provides the funds that you will need to fulfill orders, purchase raw materials you may need to make the product, cover labor, any costs associated with the export side of your business. Receivables insurance, also known as trade credit insurance, which is our bread and butter and most popular product. That is the solution to protect you in the event the buyer doesn't pay. It provides that risk protection that you need. It also allows you to extend credit to buyers. And it also is a vehicle to access capital. And in addition, if your buyer is unable to secure financing to purchase capital equipment from you, our buyer financing is the solution in the form of medium and long-term insurance and guarantees. Now, the buyer financing vehicle is typically used for large dollar projects. Say if your buyer is building houses abroad and they need equipment to assist them in that effort. That's when the medium and long-term insurance and loan guarantees come into play because that buyer is unable to obtain financing in their country. Now, working capital loan guarantee provides lenders a 90% guarantee for export-related loans. Lenders are more confident and comfortable with extending loans because they know that they have the guarantee of the federal government in the event of default. Loans are financed through one of our delegated lenders that have authority to finance these loans, and they are typically either revolving loans or transaction specific with terms of 1 to 3 years and are renewable. There is no minimum or maximum amount for these loans. And our qualifications to apply for the working capital guarantee is that you've been in business for at least a year, have a positive net worth, and have a purchase order or contract. Now, those are our requirements to apply. You still would need to meet the requirements of the lender of your choosing. The advance rates are larger than lenders typically offer without the guarantee. The advance rates are 90% against export accounts receivable and up to 75% against exportable inventory. And then the guarantee also covers standby letters of credit. I also want to pause here for a minute before I go further to talk about indirect exports. If you are selling to a business here in the US, say, a retailer, or say you're selling auto parts or something of that nature, it would be in your best interest to ask the question, is the destination of my product here in the United States or outside the United States? Because if it is abroad, then you do qualify to apply for a working capital guarantee loan. That is what is known as an indirect export. You're not exporting it directly, but you are supplying someone who is, and therefore you are eligible to apply under the indirect export designation. Now, export credit insurance, also known as trade credit insurance. Trade credit insurance is insurance against non-payment of foreign accounts receivable. It does not make bad credit good, and it is not a primary source of repayment. So, if you are apprehensive about doing business with a company abroad without the trade credit insurance policy, because you have the policy, you still need to be careful about going into business with that company. Because again, as it says, it does not make bad credit good, and it is not a primary source of repayment. You still need to be vigilant and do your due diligence on all of your buyers. And, the insurance is there just in case. It's not a document or a policy so you can be, kind of laxed about who you're doing business with, because you know that Exim Bank will make you whole or you'll recover in the event the buyer doesn't pay. That is not the purpose of the policy. Now, here are 3 benefits of trade credit insurance. The first one is it is a risk mitigation tool. It removes the risk of not getting paid in the instances of commercial and political risk of your buyer. And examples of these risks would be if there's fraud on the part of the buyer or bankruptcy, if war breaks out in a country, or there's a transfer of power, inconvertibility of currency. Those are just some of the risks that the policy will cover. I believe that there are more on our website. The policy also allows exporters to offer open account credit terms, which allows exporters to be competitive in the global market. As I stated earlier, there are over 150 countries that have an ECA that provides support to exporters in those respective countries, and they're offering terms. But the advantage that you will have as a U.S. exporter is that you're offering terms and you have a product made in the United States, which is highly sought after in the global marketplace. Products made in the United States are of better quality and tend to last longer, and they are highly sought after in the global market. Also, with the policy, it eliminates the need for your buyer to pay in advance. So, and that inevitably will allow the buyer to purchase more from you because they're able to hold on to their capital. You can ship the product. They can sell the product and pay you in 30, 60, 90 days, whatever terms you agree to. And then the policy also boosts your borrowing base. Now, some companies cannot afford to wait 60, 90, or 30 days to be paid. So what they can do is assign the policy to a lender. That lender will advance against those foreign receivables. Now, of course, it will be discounted. It will not be the 95% that we would provide if a claim were to be filed, but it is a means of capital that the exporter can have to continue to fulfill orders that are increasing now because he is offering those terms. Now, here is an example of a typical export transaction. So you have the U.S. exporter who has made a sale of their goods or providing their service to a foreign buyer. At the same time, the shipment must be reported and the premium paid. And that is very critical because if the shipment is not reported and if the buyer doesn't pay, we will not make you whole or pay the claim when you submit a claim. So again, that is very critical. So the exporter makes the sale, the foreign buyer pays, that's great. In the event the buyer does not pay, the exporter files a claim with the Ex-Im Bank. Once they have exhausted all measures to collect, they will file the claim with the Ex-Im Bank. Once we determine all of your paperwork is in order and everything has been submitted with the claim, we will pay you 95% of your invoice, and then we will collect from the buyer. Now, this does not happen frequently. The claim rate, I believe, the last time I checked was about 0.3%. And when claims are filed, we do end up collecting from the buyer, because most buyers do not want to be in debt to the federal government of the United States, so they do pay their claims. Now, here are the exporter policy types that we have. Businesses that are new to exporting most times have or get an express policy. This is a policy where you can have up to 10 buyers. There is no discretionary credit limit, and I will explain what that is. A discretionary credit limit is a credit limit issued by Ex-Im to exporters, authorizing the exporter to commit insurance coverage without Ex-Im approval. So once we determine that you are managing your buyers well, you're constantly shipping with no problems, we'll say, hey, well, you've been doing well. We will allow you, say, a discretionary credit limit of, say, $10,000 that you can extend to that buyer. You don't have to run it by us. You have the authority to do that. That occurs with our multi-buyer policies. And so that is strictly on you, the exporter, and you would have to apply for that discretionary credit limit designation. Now, with the express policy, there is no DCL because we vet the buyers for you. So, for example, if you have a potential buyer that you want to insure, you would simply submit with the application all of the information on the buyer and their trade reference, and then we will run the credit on the buyer and the business and approve them. So those are the differences between those two policies. And then, of course, we have our single buyer policy, and that's simply what that is. That is the one buyer on the policy, and that's typically for, maybe there's it's going to be one, there won't be recurring shipments to that buyer, and it's just a one-time deal. So that's where the single buyer policy comes into play. Now, these are the industries that Ex-Im Bank provides support in or for, and there are, divisions dedicated to these sectors to underwrite transactions in these sectors. For instance, in Houston, Texas, we have a team that underwrites oil and gas transactions. Our project finance division, which is at headquarters, underwrites renewable energy and power generation transactions. Our transportation division underwrites aircraft and avionics transactions. And I want to talk a little bit about services, which are viewed, depending on the service, all of the divisions play a part in underwriting the services. In our outreach efforts, we often find that companies, they don't have a tangible product, but they are actually providing a service. And so a broad range of services can potentially receive support from Ex-Im, everything from IT, consulting, freight forwarding services, healthcare, legal services. As long as the end user is outside of the United States, then services can potentially receive support from Ex-Im Bank. So if you're a small business providing a service, don't dismiss receiving support from Ex-Im, because you potentially can. Now, XM is under a charter, and there are restrictions in the charter, and I'll just focus on these because these are the most important. XM will not provide support or sales to another country's military or defense related products, only in the instance of humanitarian efforts or drug interdiction. Then that would not apply. We do have a U.S. content requirement for our short term or standard term transactions. The U.S. content requirement is at least 50%. In our medium term transactions, the U.S. content is at least must be 85%. And then there's a country limitation schedule on our website that I advise businesses to review, because there you will see all of the countries that we provide cover in, and it will indicate the term and whether it's in the, we will provide support in the public or the private sector in that country. The XM is a small agency, which makes it very challenging to reach the thousands of small businesses we're mandated or required to reach. So we rely on these resources you see here, and I'll briefly explain how we work together. Our insurance brokers. We have insurance brokers that are trained by us to assist with reporting shipments, applying for policy limit increases, and overall management of the trade credit insurance policy. Brokers are of no cost to the exporters, and they are available to you, and they are well versed in our programs. They have a mandatory training that they must complete, and they are listed on our website. We also have regional export promotion program members, also known as REP. These are organizations at the state and local level that assist with raising awareness about XM. Our REP organizations help businesses develop an export business plan, and they're an overall resource in the community. Very, very valuable. Some REP organizations have grant monies available that will assist businesses. If there are trade missions coming up, there may be grant monies available for that. And so they are a valuable resource there in the community. They're our boots on the ground, if you will, in the United States to help businesses become export ready. And then we have our delegated lenders. These are lenders that have an agreement with XM to finance export related loans. They are very familiar with our processes and can assist in securing these loans. Again, these lenders have a required training that they must complete. And so they are well versed in the working capital loan program. So if you bank, say, with Bank of America or Wells Fargo, going to your local branch and inquiring about the working capital loan guarantee, they're not going to know what you're talking about. So on our website, under our delegated lenders tab, there are specific individuals at those commercial banks who you would need to reach out to because they have completed the training and they are well versed in our programs. And then we have our U.S. Export Assistance Centers, or USEACs. I often refer to these centers as one-stop shops, because here you have all of the federal government resources in one location. You have representatives from Exim Bank, the Department of Commerce, as well as the SBA. And it just makes it easier for businesses to navigate, these various resources because they are in one location. And so that concludes my presentation today. Before I take questions, I do want to mention an event that is coming up in celebration of Women's History Month on the 17th of March. XM Bank is hosting an event. It is going to be two sessions on that day. The first session, it will be a panel discussion with the presidents of major women's business organizations such as WeBank, the Organization of Women in International Trade, and We Connect. And I believe the Minority Business Development Agency will also be in attendance. And then the second portion of the program, there will be a panel discussion with women business owners who are exporting, just sharing knowledge about their successes, their challenges. And so we are really looking forward to that event. You can go to our webpage, to our events page, and register. It is free of charge. And so hopefully your schedules will allow you to attend that. Again, that is March 17th. And I believe it is from 12 noon until 2:30 Eastern time that day. And so now I am available to answer any questions.
Thanks, Latanya. I really appreciate you coming to offer this information. And if we have any questions from any of the feeds, they will pop up on the screen. But I have some questions. So,
Okay.
Because I'm seeing this, I haven't seen this presentation exactly, I don't think. But because I'm familiar, did you cover what this looks like for XM Bank and for people during COVID, and what, especially the insurance? So if we look at the insurance product that you have against sellers that don't pay, so how do you take into account when assessing a new client if it's good for them to get insurance through US XM Bank due to COVID? Because I'm assuming on the other side of the supply chain, there may be similar financial, or there may be financial issues that have come about because COVID happened. So is there something that XM Bank has decided to do in the way they process people through their system for the insurance?
Well, I'm glad you asked that question. So since COVID, we have noticed an uptick in insurance applications because, there are private sector insurances and they are no longer providing cover because of the risk, and it's just too risky. So we have noticed an increase in those applications. There are some COVID-19 relief measures that have been implemented. I apologize, I do not know them all off the top of my head, but they are on the first page of our website. COVID relief measures, I believe, is the link, and they're all listed there. But off the top of my head, I do recall or know that, okay, for the working capital loan guarantee, it is usually a 90% guarantee given to a lender. They have increased that to 95% due to COVID. Also, too, this is not a COVID relief measure, but our credit standards have been relaxed. So for instance, if you were applying for trade credit insurance and you wanted a policy for, say, $500,000, you would have had to submit a credit report and a trade reference with that for the $500,000 limit. But now that has been decreased to $300,000. So, if you want, say, 300, then you would only need to provide a trade reference and not the credit report. So there are some measures that have been implemented as a result of COVID, but we have been extremely busy. We have been busy because, like I said, the insurance applications have increased, and that is a good thing. And also, too, I am glad to report that more minority and women-owned businesses are taking advantage of our resources because our numbers are up actually from this time last year. So that's a good thing. But
go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I just encourage you to go to the website. And if you have any questions, please reach out to me and I can walk you through it. But I apologize off the top of my head. I don't know because there have been so many COVID relief measures that have been implemented since COVID. There are really a lot of them. So
right. So can we talk about, and I might sound a little to the left with this, but I'm going to ask a question. So can we talk about the actual products themselves in COVID? Because in the beginning, people were like, there's all this no contact. And I don't think it's just the people contacting each other, connecting with each other. I think it's the tangible items. So if you order something from Amazon, I would see people spraying the boxes with Lysol before they brought them in the house. You know what I'm saying? You go to the grocery store,
I was one.
and spraying everything. Right.
Yeah.
So what does that look like from your perspective for the actual product that may be coming from countries that had the beginning parts of COVID? I'm just going to say it. There's Asian countries in the world that are suspected of this is where this came from. So the supply chain itself is looking different, and I'm not going to get into all this COVID vaccine thing because that's not what we're here for. But as things start changing, and people start changing their methodologies, and the new normal begins to happen, what is it like for XM Bank with the actual tangible goods that people are coming into the country? Is there something going on with that? Some kind of protocol for that?
Well, that is a good question, and even though it is the Export-Import Bank of the United States, we do not provide support for anything coming in. We just provide support for products or services that are leaving the country. But that is a valid and a good question. I'm not sure how, XM Bank is not in a position to answer that because, again, we don't provide support for imports. The story behind that is when the bank was established over 80 years ago, there was one import transaction, and it was determined that it didn't benefit the U.S. economy, but they never changed the name. So that's why it's Export-Import Bank, and we get that question often. So that's the backstory behind that.
Yeah, I didn't realize that, but here's the part that I think is ironic and that I really don't understand. The U.S. buys everything. They import a lot of stuff from everywhere. The made in America, that's why made in America is a thing. We don't really make anything in America. So why would, at any point in time over the last 80 years, and you probably can't answer this, but this is just a hypothetical question. Why haven't they looked into the amount of stuff that's imported into the country? Like, how would that not make sense?
Well, this is just me thinking, I don't know, but the mission is to create and sustain jobs here. So goods that are made here, it's keeping Americans working. Their thinking, I believe, is anything that's manufactured or made outside the United States, it's really not benefiting the United States.
Right. So I'm assuming group of men that got together and decided this is a good idea. Back 80 years ago. I think it's going to be women like you that work within these institutions to really give us a better understanding of what we can do and what we have access to. And I think the COVID has thrown us very quickly into the fourth industrial revolution and the digital age. So there's got to be at some point a change in systems or thought processes to go with the times. That's what we had to do. I mean, there's no choice. You have companies in Silicon Valley that are tech companies converting their entire operation to make Mac because that's what they had to do, or that's what they felt they needed to do. I heard one story about a tech company that sold their entire company just to go do things COVID related that was totally outside their wheelhouse. So I'm just saying, I would think at some point, because specifically we're talking about import export, that there would be at some point somebody in the room to say, hey, maybe we should look at this differently. And maybe it is because we are seeing traditions that we do not manufacture in America like we did 80 years ago. And now because everything is digital, there's still opportunity to import, export, but now we have to think about it on a digital landscape. So there's got to be a shift at some point in the conversation.
I agree. I totally agree with you.
So it looks
Well,
like we're just
hopefully,
not.
with the change, the recent changes that have occurred, in the administration, maybe some things, some discussions will start to happen.
Okay. So I'm going to take Yavi's advice from earlier with the Pan African Women Business Association and just say, Latanya, that we're just going to have to go take it. And we're just going to have to go do the work and just make it be known. And this is our case study and our impact analysis of why this is a good idea in the digital age. And it's going to, and that's the reason why we're having these conversations to talk about connecting Georgia and Africa and all these spaces is because it's important for us to have different opportunities to think differently as things are evolving so quickly. Because every day it's something different. Should I do this? Should I import to this country? Should I import to that country? There's just a lot going on, and I appreciate that. I appreciate you coming and offering this information from probably an entity that nobody really knows about. But now, case in point, you have an uptick in everything going on because people find out because of COVID. If it wasn't COVID, do you think you would have the increases in insurances that you have now?
Exactly. And another point I'd like to make too, or add to that, the economy now is just, in an uproar. It's not doing well, but businesses that have an export plan or side to their business, they're still thriving. I mean, they are still, able to maintain and do what they have to do. And so that's why I encourage businesses, if they're not exporting, let's start to have the conversation, at least consider it and see what's out there for you to do it successfully, because there are numerous resources out there. Businesses just aren't aware of them.
Right. So I asked you one final question about the youth, because I've been asking this question all day. So I would assume, because you do have an uptick in people asking for your products that come from minority and small businesses, do you have any information on what startups look like for my demographic or my age group of people that are like, does my age group know about XM, or are these already established businesses that are now finding out about this product, or are they startups?
It's both. It's both, especially here lately. Now, XM Bank doesn't have any programs or products for startups, but we do have a strong connection with the SBA. We refer businesses to the SBA all the time, and the SBA does have an international division. And so, and they have similar products as XM. So yes, we do make those connections with the SBA and also the U.S. Commercial Service, also known as the Department of Commerce. Actually, that is the company's first stop, because they actually locate and identify businesses abroad and connect them with businesses here. So what they do is say, if you're yes, the Department of Commerce, and the U.S. Commercial Service is a sub-agency under the Department of Commerce. And so it is their mission to make those connections abroad. Actually, they have boots on the ground all over the world. So they will let the commercial service offices here know, well, this entity is not good to do business with, or they're corrupt, or what have you. And so there are boots on the ground all over the world with the U.S. Commercial Service, and they are able to make those connections. They often facilitate trade missions where they actually set up meetings with those businesses in country. And, at the state and local level, there are grant monies available to go on those trade missions. I mean, it's just so much out there that businesses aren't aware of. And that's why we're here to, basically handhold and walk them through the process.
That's excellent. That's excellent. That's good, really good to know. I'm glad you have taken the time in your very busy day to come
Yes.
back with us
No
again this
problem.
year.
Always, always. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, for sharing your platform. It is awesome. I've been here just, enjoying the music, enjoying the presentations. It's just been awesome. Glad to be here.
Thank you, Latanya. I
You're
appreciate it.
welcome.
Now,
You're
I will look
welcome.
forward to having this conference, hopefully in person next year, so that we
Yes.
can bring all of these people together. We had a good time last year.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
And we ate good food and everything, so we're gonna do
Yes,
it
and it
again.
was wonderful. It was delicious. Everything was just awesome. Yes.
You
Yes.
were great. So I'm glad that you came today to the Georgia African Connection to talk about the products from XM Bank. And I will make sure that we have all your information in all the chats and the streams, and that people connect with you if they need your services. So I
Okay,
appreciate
great.
you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Bye. Bye. Thank you, everybody.
So that was Latanya Darden with the XM Bank, and talking about the products that they provide. And the most important one in my mind is the insurance. So if you're thinking about doing import export, and a lot of people are into, case in point, trucking industry. All of you guys out there, all of you Black men out there that are now getting into the trucking industry, logistics, perfect opportunity to go talk to Latanya about broadening your horizons across the Atlantic in import export, because you're already hauling the same thing from the port or from wherever. You're the one logistically getting it to its final destination, but you could be the one in that value chain that collects all of them. And Latanya at XM Bank can help you get insurance to guarantee, not guarantee, yes, loan guarantees, what she said. She also said it's an opportunity for you to have some level of safety or comfort in transitioning over into import exporting, or transitioning over into doing business in other markets. The U.S. Department of Commerce is a very good tool. The Chicago Minority Business Development Agency just deals with Africa, so they're another resource, and all these people are connected. How do you know this, Devisha? Because I go places. I go to conferences. Like I said earlier with W.E. Cruz, I'm a sexy nerd. So I like to learn. And then I like to share that information with all of you, which is why I put together things like the Georgia Africa Connection. So I just want to jump right in to our next presenter. I want to give some housekeeping. If you are on Facebook, or you are on Zoom, or you are on YouTube, please leave your comments below. If you would like to connect with someone directly, please also leave that information in the chat. We'll be reviewing them every night to go through it to see who would like to talk to whom and make those direct connections. So if you would like to buy a ticket, those tickets are on Eventbrite. You can go to Eventbrite and search for Georgia Africa Connection and buy a $35 ticket, and that will give you access to our backstage. When you come in backstage on your name, just put free ticket or paid ticket, so that we know that that's you and not a speaker, so that we can give you an opportunity to chat with our speaker. So let's find out who do we have next? So next is business to business, and that is going to be with MNC Group. So I'm going to see if they're there. We're also going to queue up their commercial that we're going to play before they come on. So give us 2 minutes, and we'll be right back. we are back with the Georgia Africa Connection. I'm your host, Devisha L. Johnson, and it is 2 o'clock, so we are going to start with our next speaker. Our next speaker was actually also a sponsor for the first year and as well as this year. His name is Michael Bartlett Vanderview from Ghana and the board chairman of MNC Group. I would like to offer you the opportunity as our guest to really take in what he's going to be talking about and all of the various industries that he's involved in, and once again, the future opportunities that there are on the continent, specifically Ghana, and also in the other places around the world that he's doing business. We had this conversation yesterday about global business and what that looks like for youth and what that looks like for Black people in general. And this particular individual, I think, is really important for you to understand. Like we said earlier today about how you're only supposed to do one thing and focus on that one thing. Well, this individual has more than one thing going on. So let me introduce our next guest, the board chairman of MNC Group Global, Mr. Michael Bartlett Vanderview. I think he's coming up now. Hello, sir.
Hi, Davisha. How are you? Hi, everyone.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well. I just ran off from another meeting because I realized that it was almost time.
Well, I thank you for being with us. I'm going to play your commercial to get you to have another kind of second to get yourself prepared. So we're going to play the commercial for MNC Group.
All right.
MNC Group, totally reliant, has the nurturing engine that business dreams thrive on. MNC Management Consult, MNC Logistics and Trading, MNC Properties, MNC Energy, and MNC Finance have the ingredients of good business nurturing from MNC Group. All around the globe, MNC Group provides a shelter for good business and trustworthy relationships. Step under the MNC Group canopy and experience best business results. We are also located across the world: Dubai and Sharjah in UAE, Guangzhou in Hong Kong, in China, and Joburg in South Africa. We are located at Club number 259, Carrot Avenue, adjacent Lizzie Sports Complex, East Legon. Call us on 0302 998 246 or visit our website www.mncgroupgh.com.
So this is what we're going to do next time. So I'm going to play this again at the end so that you can see it, because I realize that there's a glare, and if I can't see it, I realize you can't see it. So what I would like to do now is go ahead and get Michael's bio, because as I said before, I want to make sure that when people talk, not only do you listen to what they have to say, but you understand that they know what they're talking about, because this is what they do. So while I prepare myself to talk about Michael, I just want to give you some background. So the Georgia Africa Connection Week last year was very important because I felt like it was an opportunity to connect people through art, culture, and business. So I had never met Michael before a day of my life. I had no idea who he was. I was working with someone else, and in Ghana, just like Yavi talked about before, having boots on the ground, I met a young lady that apparently had a similar type of event before that Michael attended. So we decided that she would be my person on the ground to go try to find sponsorship of people that wanted to participate in the Georgia Africa Connection. So Michael walked out on faith and flew over here from Ghana, came to the conference, provided some information, met with some people. They were highly impressed about what he was doing. So this year, I wanted to just make sure that people had an opportunity to hear from him. And that also we have an understanding of the fact that Black people do more than one thing. And I think he's a perfect example of that. So what I'm going to do is read your bio. And your bio says, I'm going to read this very nicely to Michael, so I want you to know that. So, Mr. Michael Bartlett Vanderview is the Chief Executive Officer, President, and Chairman of MNC Group Global. Mr. Bartlett Vanderview has a strong background in management and corporate finance, which he practices throughout Africa, places in Europe, Asia, the Gulf, and the USA. His experience spreads into management and listing on the second boards in Dubai. He is well acquainted with the respective market trends and shares his expertise in minerals, mining, and trading, commodities trading, and real estate. MNC Group Global, born out of his foresight, has offices in Hong Kong, China, Asia, Dubai, Shanghai, UAE, South Africa, Cameroon, and head office in Accra. His sea of experience in financial management and running business operations both in Europe and Asia gives him pride and agility to match parties whilst making inputs to address their management issues and growing pains. His extensive background in international investment banking and finance brings necessary experience required to successfully manage the investment operations of the group. Mr. Bartlett Vanderpew has played a great role in raising investment capital in the UAE, USA to benefit the Ministry of Works and Housing in Ghana and for other international organizations in capacity as an investment banker. Mr. Bartlett has been speaking at functions, including trade shows, conferences, conventions, and meetings in parts of Europe and Asia. He was awarded the Most Promising CEO of the Year at the Twarm Best Leadership Awards in 2018. He is an active member of the World Changers Summit and was awarded the Best International Trade and Logistics Industry Leader for the year of 2019. He also received a master class certificate in leadership and management from the American International Theology University, which was held at the Howard Johnson Hotel in Dubai in November of 2019. In February 2020, Mr. Michael Bartlett Vanderpew was nominated and received the 2020 Young African Icon Award held in Atlanta, Georgia, USA at the 3rd Annual Global Black History Honors. As a young leader in Africa, he has inspired the next generation of young people to broaden their horizons for doing business globally. His work in the trade and finance in various countries around the world shows the possibilities to the youth for their own success. He spends time in Europe, Asia, and the Gulf to keep offices in those countries up to date, and he is married with 2 children and is an avid English football fan. That is Michael Vanderpew. Welcome him to our stage to talk about MNC Group. It was very exhaustive. It looks like you have won some awards over the past couple of years. You have been doing major things, so let's talk about it. Michael, tell me about and tell our audience about the various different types of things that you do.
Hello, can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Yes.
You can hear me, right? Hi, much and welcome to the Georgia African Connection Week once again. The last time was so fun, meeting with people physically and connecting the dots for the business. Due to Corona, we have to do this virtually, and I'm actually in a friend's office and actually in my parish house speaking from you now. Well, it's COVID has taught us different things and has brought a lot of innovation in the business front. And so just to say MNC, we're able to also diversify and also to implement certain new strategies that also help us to make our business grow. Well, here we at MNC Group have been able to add 3 more companies, and actually we're 80% done with our new refinery, ultra-modern refinery in Ghana, to add value to all the gold that we export. So a brief history about the MNC Group family. We are into real estate, and then we are developers. We deal mostly with affordable housing because of the housing deficit in Ghana, which is one of the major problems of the government. But we also help the government to fix that by doing affordable housing. And second and most importantly, we are into commodity trading. That's rice, sugar, oil, and major trading in minerals, mining, export of gold across anywhere. We have the best and truly tested procedures of supplying genuine gold to clients and to put smiles on the faces of clients across the world. Gold, as they say, it has more value than money. So we take our clients through the right process of having investments in gold and getting good returns on it in the proper procedures. Our procedures are all lined up outlined clearly and transparently on our websites. We engage all partners to take a look and also to relate to us anytime they are in need. Now, aside gold, which we major in, we do energy and we do project finance and trade finance. Okay, our head office is in Ghana, where we have 8 companies with 3 gold licenses and 1 refinery license. And then in UAE, we are in Dubai. JLT is a DMCC company where we do minerals and general trading. In Hong Kong, we have a Hong Kong registered company with our office in Guangzhou, in China. And also in South Africa, we are in Sandton, where we do minerals and general commodity trading. In Cameroon, we do farming. Okay, and in Sierra Leone, we do minerals. We recently set up in Mali to do general trading and also mining. So the MNC Group has its global head office in Ghana and reaches out to the world with any other businesses. Today on the Georgia African Connect, we are here to give you solution to anybody in the mineral industry. If you have any challenge, just visit our website www.mncgroupglobal, mncgroupgh.com, or any of our gold supply procedures, gold supply websites, which is MNC and Hub Ghana, www.goldhub Ghana, and MNC Gold Refinery across the world, and we'll be able to there for you. Davisha, are you in?
I am. I've been in since day one. You start saying things like gold and Hong Kong and Dubai. I'm 100% with you, Michael. So let me ask you a question. How do you manage all of these things? What made you decide that you weren't going to just do one thing and you were going to do all of these things and then add more to it?
Okay, how did I manage that? That's what everybody says. How do you manage all these companies at this time? I don't need to be physically present everywhere. It's just about having the right structures. Anyway, I woke up one day with a dream. And growing up, I never dreamt of working for anybody for a long time. In fact, my first job was in the bank, Ghana Commercial Bank, which I left and worked for another company. But then I felt that I'm full of ideas with a gift that I've been given, and I don't like routine work. You know, bank work is routine work. If you're working for somebody, this is your job schedule, and that's it. But I feel that there are so many opportunities in this world that you have avenues to make money. For instance, if you limit yourself to one industry, let's say you're doing banking, and you used to do traditional banking where we all deal with digital currency, and now in the next 20 years the world, everything goes to digital. Let's say we're doing cryptocurrency, then you are lost.
Right.
But if you have multiple talents and you have multiple diversified portfolio where you're able to identify the needs of your target country or target market, and you're able to identify the needs, there are so many ways. So you have from here, diversify and put it here, another investment there, and you will not be lacking and always saying that yeah, COVID has come, so you have nothing, or there's a crash here, so there's nothing going on for you. No, you don't fold your arms. So actually, there's this notion that there's nothing in Africa and Africans are good for nothing and we are not getting anything. So I was like, wow, most companies have head office outside Africa and they take Africa as a branch. But you know, the funny thing is the resource they use to run the companies outside come from Africa.
Right.
So see that, yeah, the resource comes from Africa. Why do foreign entities always want to come to Africa? They pick from Africa and come and donate back to us. Meanwhile,
Right.
they pick from Africa and donate. So my idea was, no, I'll maintain my head office in Ghana and open offices in all other countries. The head office remains there. That gives you two things: one, integrity and credibility. So that funny idea that Africans are, into brackets, crooks or scams, get off everybody's head. It's like, okay, if there's no company in Africa or there's no credible company, MNC is bringing Africa to the world. And so we are by so what we're doing to them, okay, so that they'll see some credibility in whatever we do. Now, in diversifying this portfolio, you realize that we started first with management consultancy. We're doing actually advisory, and some of the key things that people want are infrastructure development, real estate, mining, agriculture. Agriculture feeds the world. Real estate creates a place for people to live in, okay, and the minerals drives, because minerals is like a currency. It is the driving force, and all these things you can get them in Africa. Africa has one of the best soil for producing. See, cocoa, we have coffee, and Ghana is the number 2 gold producer in Africa. Okay, so now we have so many potential that we can bring on board. So we have created that, and we are developing day by day. Like for instance, last year we put, even in COVID, we decided to build a refinery to add value to the gold that we export. Okay, so it's all about planning and getting the right team to be there to support you makes your work easier. So I'm in Ghana, but I'm able to get information from my office in Dubai, my office in Hong Kong. At this time, I'm having a meeting, and I'm part of the Georgia Africa Network. It's 7 p.m., 7:20, and it's afternoon in Atlanta. I'm also on the program now. So now with digitization, you can always sit anywhere and still control, and having the right people and the right procedures and strategies and structures in place, you're able to do global marketing, and you don't need to be there physically. So it's fine, it's easy. And day in, day out, you're growing, you're entering new businesses, taking new opportunities. You cannot sit at one place always. You have to always keep moving, no matter what it is, just keep moving. Okay, and that is the story of MNC. So we keep moving to become number 1 in the world, where we'll all be scattered, but the head office will still remain in Africa and in Ghana.
Right. Well, I'm impressed. I don't know if anyone else feels the same way that I do, but I know I can understand what you're saying because I have multiple things going on. But do you have any businesses in America, in the USA?
You said, do I have?
Do you have any business in the US?
Not at the moment, because the US, I have 6 proposals on the table. Actually, I should have started that way back, but I wanted to make sure, because your tax system and everything is different. US,
right?
Yeah, your tax system and everything. Every country that I set up a company, I first do my research, and that is the problem with most investors. They just jump in without researching to find out even whatever product they want to sell has the market there. What are the government policies? What are the supports? What are the tax liabilities that are entitled to them? The US has a very complex tax system. So when you want to do business there, you need to actually do your research properly.
Right.
That is the reason I have not set up in the US in the near future. Okay, they have already talks are already far advanced. I've even spoken to you about it the last time, if you remember, and I've spoken to other people. In fact, my family is there, so that's not a problem. But we need to do it properly and have it well structured. That is the reason. It's not just about opening an office or setting up a business. You need to do your research and make sure that the business is sustainable and adds value to what you're doing. So very soon,
right. Let's talk about that and sustainability, because you mentioned my favorite word, which is agriculture. So because Africa feeds the world and people have to eat everywhere, what I'm realizing now in this digitization that we're going through, this fourth industrial revolution, is that tech is where the money is. So there's a lot of people putting a lot of money in tech. I heard you mention mining, minerals, all these things. So have you ventured into the tech space? And if so, in what country did you do so? I think he's muted.
Come again, please.
I think you muted yourself. Oh, I said, I heard you talk a lot about mining minerals and things of that nature in the businesses that you have. But what I'm realizing now since COVID, everything has gone digital. It's gone digital quicker than what we anticipated. So there's a lot of money flowing around in the tech space. So when you mentioned agriculture, I just wanted to know if it's traditional agriculture and that's just growing food because Africa feeds the world, or have you started to think about venturing into the ag tech space? That's where I'm finding myself now because I love agriculture and that's where I want to be. There's a bigger market to include into agriculture, which then gets the youth back on the farm through drones and blockchain technology and all these other things. Some of those things we talked about last year at the Georgia Africa Connection. So I just wanted to know from you, have you ventured into the tech space? And if so, which country did you do so?
Oh no, for now everything is still on the okay. As one of the things that we do, we're already into farming. But to add that, like you said, when we came to Georgia, Africa, we talk about the tech. Everything is to the pipeline. We haven't started yet, but we will. Because at the moment, we were trying to even launch our own rice product from farms. But because of the COVID, I pushed it to middle of this year to see how the market. We've done the branding, we've had a label and everything, international trademark. You understand? It took us 2 years. That's serious people wait to get the right thing because they know they've had to try the market. So we're going to be exporting some of these things to the other African continent, even export to Europe. Okay, that's coming from.
Well, you don't have to export to me, Michael, because I'll be in Ghana with you, so you don't have. It won't be
No,
me.
no, yeah, of course. I know you're coming to Ghana. That's your second. In fact, that's your first home. I know you. I've never seen anyone who loves Ghana more than you.
I know. I just can't help this too. And you're the perfect example of why I love Ghana, because there's so many opportunities and nobody's holding me back from those opportunities. They're just saying, here, come.
Please tell everyone there's so much, there's countless opportunities in Ghana, countless opportunities. And so when I see people want to travel outside for greener pastures, I say, where is the greener pastures? The greener pastures is just with you. You have gold, you have good land farming, you have there's so many things that you can do. So many. The opportunity is just right in front of you. Why would you want to go to somebody's country? What for? You rather sell to them. You know, sometimes I'll give an example. Somebody comes to me and says, I want to buy gold, give me gold, 5 kilos of gold, and give me to me at 30, let's say 30% discount. I'm like, wow. First of all, I'm not a gold seller. And there's a difference between a gold seller and a gold supplier.
Right.
That's why people miss the line. Gold sellers offer you gold, which I find odd, because gold, you can get it. If I'm looking for gold, you just get, if you are broke and you have a piece of gold, you just get to the jewelry shop and you just draw. If you want to buy gold, you know where to buy gold. You understand? Somebody say, I have a buyer. What do you mean you have a buyer? Gold doesn't sit waiting. Even the gold that is not mine is already bought. How much more you work in, and you determine the price. So imagine the vision that I have worked hard and bought and mined my gold, and the value is $60,000 per kilo, let's say today. And you come to me, I should sell it to you for 48,000. I don't know what kind of business agenda am I progressing, or I'm coming back. You understand? You only get a return on your investment if I use your money to mine and supply you and give you a discount. So people come and say, no, the procedure is, they say CIF. I say, what do you mean by CIF? Gold is on the ground. We don't use instrument to dig gold. So what do you mean by CIF? I can sell my gold in Ghana. That's why I'm building a refinery, to add value. So when it comes to you, by the time it gets to you, it's already 99.99. You get it? So there are so many business opportunities that you look at. So you have to let the people know that you're not like the masses. Everybody is selling gold. I'm not selling gold, I'm supplying. So I use your funds to mine and supply you.
Right.
You get a picture. Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, so always let your clients, and be bold enough to tell your clients what your procedures and your principles are. And once they buy into that, that is how you build the trust and you build the growth eventually. So business is about identifying new opportunities and tapping into them. New markets. What is happening? COVID. What are we going to do about it? People are there for arms, they're waiting for government intervention. No, but smart people are already doing other businesses. People are investing in PPEs. There's a whole construction firm. Now people are not buying properties. They've diversified. That's the mark of an entrepreneur. Identify the opportunity. Why? People talk about Africa every time, but show me which continent superpower that doesn't have any presence in Africa. Tell me, show me one. Show me one. Everybody is coming. Everybody's coming. Yeah, so that means there might be something good there. The people have been painted to be black, but there's something good there, so they're always coming. So how come we, the people there, are not making the effort? We have to put the things in place. So when they come, they're able to partner with companies to be able to, so that we can also learn the skill and develop on our own, rather than people taking the resources every time. So we are there. MNC will maintain. Yeah.
MNC will always. How do you feel about, because you're in different countries in Africa and around the world, specifically Africa, how do you feel about the AFCFTA, and have you taken advantage of what that is?
You know, I spoke on the AFCFTA last year. I was one of the panelists on the AFCFTA. I've been advocating this thing. It's long overdue. It's having the whole United Africa. But the problem, which I've always spoken about, is you take a policy, the implementation is the problem. Let's use West Africa, for instance. Moving goods, how free can you move goods from Ghana to just Nigeria? For how long? Almost 6 months. When we have governments doing this, yeah. So when you have governments doing these things, how then are we able to be? See, the people look at Europe. When we're going to form Europe, look at what happened. It was just so, and then the euro came, they had their currency and all that, and then things are moving. It's easy to travel within Europe than even within Africa. You understand me? But it is the human beings. We are the same people. We make the rules. The rules don't make us. So once we make the rules, the implementation should cut across. So that we have free market. So we can wake up in the morning and have breakfast in Abuja, and then have dinner or lunch in maybe Cairo. You understand me? There should be free movement. You understand? It should be us. But we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there when we develop this with the new generation. The next generation will get there. But the opportunities are vast, and I'm happy that it's in Ghana. I'm happy that the head office is in Ghana. The headquarters is in Ghana. So that shows that there's something good. I'm advertising Ghana. Everybody comes to Ghana. Let's do business. And when you come, don't forget to meet with MNC, and they'll show you the way. I'm giving advertisers to people to come to Ghana. And don't forget, we are also going to do your help thing. I'm always just very ready and waiting.
Hey, man. Because look, I'm coming, Michael. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. Because we have to think about, like you said, new markets and new opportunities and what that looks like. And there's so many people, Black people specifically in America, that are getting extra money from the government. They're trying to figure out where they're going to go. There's a crazy white people take over of the U.S. Capitol, and they thought that, I have no idea what they were thinking and what their end game was, but it didn't turn out too well for them. So it turned into these multinational companies now realizing that Black lives do matter. So now there's free grant money more than what there is. Facebook, Instagram, all of these major digital companies are offering grants to go do God knows all types of things. So when we have conversations about doing business in foreign countries, a lot of people have I think of that it costs $100 million to go do something in Africa, because people want to just do things big. They want to go from 0 to 100. And I really don't understand how that thought process works on any level, because that's what scaling means. It doesn't mean go from 0 to 1,000. You have to have some incremental level for you to scale up. So what advice would you give to someone here that doesn't have $100 million that wants to go do business in Ghana in any of the 8 industries?
Oh yeah, like I always say, and I keep saying every time, I always start with baby steps. You know, when you want to invest your $10,000, that means your whole life, that's your 10 grand. You know, and a street guy will tell you 10 grand means 100 million grand to him. Okay.
Right.
How do you guard your 10 grand? Before you get into any market in any country that you don't have control, you need to do your research. And I said it the last time. People don't research and they just get into the country like, I want to, because somebody did it. You don't know how the person did it. You don't know how the person had the market, how the person did it. You just don't know. You just assume that it's easy. Because can you imagine? Some people can call you and they assume that there's gold in Africa. They say, give me African price. I say, what is African price? There's nothing like
That's
African
not
price.
even African price.
Gold is priced at the world market price. Yeah, and
Right.
most people who get screwed are people who don't follow normal procedure. I said it last time when I gave the talk at the conference. I said you go to a place, they say it takes you 2 weeks to get your company registered. You pay, let's say,
Right.
$500. You pay, they say 2 weeks. Then you go and ask the person at the door, is there anything done? What do you mean, can't anything be done? What are you doing? You're exposing yourself to the person to take advantage and take money from you, extra money from you, gets the thing done. Maybe within the 2 weeks, you might have taken time to learn some other new things about the product or the service or the
Uh-huh.
business you're going to get into. But you are in a hurry because somebody claimed there's a contract somewhere. You spend more money, you pay, and you get up and there's nothing. So when you want to go into
Right.
any business, please do a research, find out about the laws. Imagine you have a 10 grand, you want to register a company in Ghana. You didn't go to the
Right.
GIPC website to know that for any trading company, the minimum deposit should be $1 million. You don't know,
Right.
you spend your 6 grand to register the company. They work your local, what do you call it, a minimum balance for you. Now the bank says, open, you have to deposit that to get your resident. Then you are locked.
Right.
Meanwhile, if you have done your research, you will realize that you can go with a local partner to go for an
Mm-hmm.
equity to be able to, so you always go to know and learn before you get
Right.
into any market. Identify and
Right.
start with baby steps. You cannot be a
Right.
billionaire over there. Most people who lose money in businesses, they just jump. They want from zero, they want to be counted among the billionaires of the world. And it doesn't happen like that. But if you
Right.
had your hard earned sweat, you should take your time, research, baby steps. Because I remember when I started my office in Dubai, I started from a shared office. We call it FlexiDex.
Right.
Okay, 6 companies. We have a logo there. When you come, you say you want to see somebody from MCSB, they call you. They pay calls. Then we were there for two years. Then we started shared office where we had just two. Okay,
Mm.
until now that we have a full office, big office by our own. So it's step by step, and you measure
Right.
your growth. You sometimes you start business, you don't need too many staff. Okay,
Right.
especially now in the digital age, you can run your business having a good digital portfolio. Get a following,
Right.
then you get your physical. Because once you get physical offices, it comes with cost and all those things. That's why you
Mm-hmm.
need a professional to guide you and
Right.
take your time. Somebody is there, maybe started 10 years ago. For all you know, the person inherited some funds. You have no idea. You don't know. You think the person just went to
Right.
Africa and hit a jackpot. There's no jackpot anywhere. Okay, you need to start, research, and take your time, learn the laws of the various countries, and they go to your benefit. Okay, so my
So
advice
let
to
me.
all
Mhm.
investors, when you want to go into any country to invest, first identify exactly what you want to do. Look out for potential partners, build relationship, take your time. You understand? So that with that, this thing will take you very far, very far, very
So
far
let
in
me ask you
business.
this question: Are you currently? How do you develop your partnerships? Are you currently looking for partners in any of these 8 industries, or are you only work with Ghanaians on Ghanaian projects, and you work with people in Dubai on Dubai projects? How do you differentiate who does what where?
Okay, so this is what happens. When you go to every country, you can decide to do a free zone company or a local company.
Right.
Okay, the local company gives you, that's where the research comes in. You weigh the objectives.
Uh,
What's the advantage of having a free zone country, a free zone company over a local company, where the local company you'll be having a local partner. Okay,
right.
there are certain countries that when you have a local partner, The local partner doesn't even put in any equity, but they enjoy all the profits, and they are able to take over your company at any time. So when you don't do the research, when you don't do the research, you get your fingers bent. Okay, they have all opportunities, but you didn't do your research. So, for instance, in Dubai, for instance, I gave 30% stake because Dubai is is a multi-country where you have different caliber of people. Most of the people in Dubai or in the UAE are not even Arabs. The foreigners out and intellectuals outnumber the locals. Okay, so there, because it's a new market that I've got into, I studied it for a period before going in. Anybody coming on board, I wanted the person to own a stake in it, but not a majority stake.
Right.
Okay, you own a stake, so maybe I'll give you like 20%. So you become a part owner. Because when you don't do that, the person takes all your ideas and your strategies and sells it to your competitor.
That part. That part. We were talking about that for a while, about people stealing ideas and going off and do. I've had these situations happen to me in Ghana already, and I haven't even gotten there and really done anything yet. So I know, I understand. I'm feeling you 100%.
Yeah, that's the fact. So you need to always make sure you're top of the game. You don't give, even with that, you see what they are bringing on board, because don't forget, the whole idea is coming from you. The whole situation and everything, it is you, and it's not them. So now you have to make sure that you don't give them all the tricks, because they might sell you out to your competitors. Maybe you're going to learn something before you realize your competitor has it. And when that happens, you should be able to control everything. So in business, when you give them 20% or 30%, even without them contributing any money or equity, like any money, there's a sense of ownership, a sense of responsibility. You understand me? Now, for instance, all our companies in Ghana, we have 100%. I own 100% shares. I've got offers on the table for investors who want to come in. Now, because we already run it, we build credibility, we've added what? Value. So when you come, we determine whether to give you some equity or not, or to even go with you on another SPV, because we already built credibility and we are moving. Every day there's growth. Every day there's growth. Every day there's growth. So it's not as easy as it is, but you need to take your time, double check, do your research, like I always say, and then getting the right partners, identify the right partners. It's an issue. People speak, but they can't do nothing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And that was my next question with partnership. So do you have any, first of all, it's two questions. So do you have any you would like to call Black Americans or African American partners? And if you do you see a difference in how they operate in comparison to other people around the world when it comes to business because of the ownership part? And I'm asking this question because in America, Black people don't own anything. We're major consumers of everything, but we don't really produce anything. We don't own any major companies that do production. So when we go over to African continents, we still bring that consumerized understanding, then that becomes an issue. So I'm not sure what happened, but I'm just going to continue to answer and probably ask and answer my own question. But what I've experienced going to Ghana and dealing with local people is the perception that they have of me. So just like Michael said about taking baby steps, I've been to Ghana 5 times in the last, it's 2021. So it will be 2 years next month when I took my very first trip to Ghana. So in those 2 years, including COVID, I have been to Ghana 5 times. So I have not done as much research as Michael is suggesting, which is probably some of my problem, because I've gone on the ground and figured it out, because I was put into a situation where I was going to Ghana to do one thing, to do agribusiness, because that's just what I love to do. And then when I got there, I realized, well, there's opportunities in fashion, there's opportunities in ICT, there's opportunities in real estate. And because I've already have a background in architecture and construction. I did 4 years of architecture school at what's now Kennesaw State University. Shout out to Southern Polytechnic State University. If you don't know about that name, then I don't know what to tell you. But I did another 4 years of construction management at University of Houston. So I have a varied background already. So when I went and got on the ground, no, let me back up. I did my research, but just on agribusiness. So I had a full plan of what that looked like, and then I got on the ground and realized there were all these other industries. And what Michael is telling us is that there's nothing stopping you from entering into those other industries. You just need to do the research. So, Mike, I'm glad you're back. I was just catching them up on what we were discussing and then asking you the follow-up question of, do you find a difference in working with African Americans and compared to other people across the world because you're Black? Like, is it a Black on Black thing? We just gonna automatically trust each other and it's all love and you my brother and you my sister and let's just do some work? Or you're like, look, you're just like because that's what people are saying now, is that I want to go home to Africa's big cultural piece to it, and I understand that. But me personally, I want to make money. So if I have a bunch of money, then I can enjoy all of the things of the culture. But you can't enjoy those things if you're broke. So I need to come make money. I need to understand the culture, but I need to come make money so that I can really get into the culture if that's what I choose to do. So do you find it different working with African Americans in Ghana if you are? And if you aren't, are you actively seeking partnerships or relationships with people that look like you?
Okay. Basically, I've worked with a couple of African Americans, and there's two sides to it. You see, some of them are lazy, and some are enterprising.
Stop. Just stop. Just stop. This is why I'm gonna tell you to stop. Because I have to explain. No, Michael, I have to explain why you said that. People are gonna say, "Oh, he's one of those." This is what the response you're gonna get. Oh, well, he just thinks he's all that because he has all this. No, this is what Michael is saying. You don't realize in America how lazy we are until you go to Africa. When you go to Africa and you see 10 men take a pile of rocks at 5 o'clock in the morning with tiny chisels, and you come back and there's concrete and there's the first floor of a building built, then you realize how lazy African Americans are. So go ahead. I just want to make that point.
Oh yeah. That one is a fact. So you see, there are some too who are enterprising, and they're pushing to get the listed. Now, to add to what you said first, you mentioned about the research. Good. The research is not just researching on the internet, because what you have on the internet are people's research materials they posted there, right? How many times did you say you traveled to Ghana within the short period? How many times?
5.
Okay, that is part of the research. Getting on the ground itself to understand the business on the ground is part of the research, not just finding out online what are the procedures, what are the commitments, what is required. Going there physically to meet and to even see businesses that are doing similar things that you want to run. You understand? You can go there as a customer just to pick some information, find out how their procedures are. It's all part of the research. You know, I remember I worked with a white American. He was a lawyer in my firm, in one of my companies. I put him in charge of compliance. You know why the dude resigned? I'll tell you. On one of my birthdays, I think on my 35th birthday or 36th birthday, he called me. Everybody was wishing me happy birthday. And he called out of curiosity. He was like, "Oh, how old are you?" And I mentioned my age. He was shocked because he was twice my age and had nothing to show for it.
Oh, yeah, he felt
so now he's sitting like, this guy. Yeah. How come this young African dude is able to do this and I'm working for him? I was thinking maybe he's past his 40s or he's in his early 50s. And I didn't know I was looking that old at that time. I thought I didn't really have a gray beard. But for him to even think that, and for that, he felt some complex. Because for me, if I were him, I'll forget about age and look at the money that I'm making. Because you're making good money, head of compliance. Everything passes to you, right? You know,
Right.
so sometimes when you go humility and to learn from people, don't assume you know everything. When you
Right.
assume you know everything, people will not even guide you. So you need to be humble
Right.
to learn even from people that you think, excuse my language, are stupid. You can learn something from them.
Right.
Learn from different
Right.
people and then add to what you have. And then make sure that any country you want to work, you know the culture and the systems of the place.
Right.
Okay? Because you
So let
cannot
me
go
ask you
to,
a question about
let's
that
say,
part. Let
you
me ask you a
said?
question specifically about that part. When you understand, you're saying you have to understand the culture. So how much of that
Of
culture do
course.
you assimilate into to do business? Because you have to stay true to
No,
your
the
business
business,
model and your morals, right?
yeah, of course, you have your business model, but you need to inculcate the culture of the area. For instance, I'll use Dubai, for instance. Dubai, I guess I drink beer. You cannot drink beer on the streets of Dubai. So you don't say because I'm Black American or I'm from Ghana or I'm from Africa or I'm from America because we drink beer on the street. So I'm going to get beer and grab it on the street of Dubai. No, you have a problem. Now,
Right.
learning the culture, we have a culture of giving tea as a gesture of welcome every office you go. You understand me? And when you're doing business with people, like for instance, when you go to China, for instance, their culture is to give you food always. So they always invite you for lunch, for dinner, and they have variety of foods that's ahead of you, that's in front of you. Now, in the business sense, if you go to somebody's place, the person offers you something and you refuse to take it, not even water or everything, you say no, they will not do business with you. Do you get
That
it?
goes back
Yeah,
to
you want to do
that's even simpler than that. When I'm in Ghana and I don't and I say I'm not hungry, people are looking at me crazy. Or I order some food and I won't eat it all. They're like, "Oh, you don't like it." No, it's not that I don't like it. I'm just full. Like I don't eat a lot of food, but they feel
yeah,
some
but you
kind of
know,
conflict because I didn't eat all of their food. So it's a cultural thing that we have to
let me
understand.
give you
It's
an
very
example.
simple
For
to
instance,
your point.
yeah, let me give you an example. For instance, you're doing farming, right? You're coming to Ghana, Africa to do
Right.
farming. And then you
Right.
go to the village where you're doing the farming, like the farm areas. And maybe one of your trusted staff just prepares a local dish which you've never tasted before. But that's what they're eating on the farm. Okay. And they come and
Right.
they ask you to eat some. And you say, no, I'm not eating that. Okay, you're not eating that. You want them to work for you?
Right. Right. And I think it's also a trust
You
thing. I
understand where
think
I'm
it's
coming
also a
from?
trust thing as well. Because if he's going to feed himself, then you should trust that it's obviously good enough for you to eat.
Exactly
Now, if
my
you
point.
don't like it, it doesn't mean you have to continue to eat it, but you at least have to take the gesture of someone offering you
Yeah,
something.
and
So
it's not
I
just about even
understand that
eating
I'm
the
thinking
food.
more expensive.
Yeah, so that's part of the culture of the place because you need to understand how if you understand the culture, how do you understand the workers you're going to get to work for you? You wouldn't understand them. You understand me?
Right.
So, for instance, I use Dubai again, and the culture of Dubai. Fridays are non-working days. Friday is a holiday. It's their spiritual day. So imagine you didn't do any research, and then you go to Dubai and call a management meeting on Friday. Who will turn up?
Right. Right.
You know,
That's a good point.
nobody, nobody's going to turn up. You get it.
Right.
So the culture is
Mhm.
important. Understanding how they work, how their ideologies are, and stuff helps you to be able to grow your business. You understand? It helps you
Right.
in planning and also,
Right. So what are some of the challenges after you've done your research, you've been on the ground, you think you know what's going on, you've taken your baby steps. What are the challenges that you have faced after you've done all of this due diligence?
yeah.
Because it can't
So
be easy.
a prompt government policies. Sometimes the government comes in and there's a change of direction. So initially the policy
Right.
was this, which you done research on, it was favoring you. Now there's a complete change of policy, change of direction. They've increased capital, minimum capital for maybe a foreign company, and all that. Just for instance, the Sheikh of Dubai can wake up one morning and give a decree that ABCD should be done, and maybe you're not prepared for it. You understand? The government of Ghana can change a policy in some business area. And one of the major challenges is, yeah, you can research and everything, but the implementation stage, like I said, you go to the registration, the frustration of the bureaucratic way of doing things, how maybe you read something online and actually the way it is put, you understand it differently from how the institution actually meant. Do you get me? And these are practical challenges in the banking area. For instance, imagine you just register a company and you go to open an account and they tell you come with a permanent address. You are not a resident. You are now preparing your documentation.
Right.
Maybe
Thank you. There's my problem. There's my problem. Like, how am I going to open a bank account? I'm not a permanent resident. But you want me to do business and put money in a bank account? That doesn't make sense.
So you see, these are practical challenges. And in every business proposal, you should make room, allow room for contingencies where it shouldn't be so stringent. And always, as part of your research, find out those people coming from where you are, how they've done business in those countries in the past. You understand? Right. What is their experience? How you can learn a thing or two from there that you can add to whatever you're going to do, or you can refine it from what you plan to do. You understand?
So have you ever done anything? This is my final question. This is my final question in relation to what you just said. So because there's so many emerging markets happening, and I'm going to use myself for instance. So the hemp and cannabis space is a fresh baby emerging market on the African continent. So there's a handful, maybe 6 or 7 now, countries that allow for different types of growing of either hemp or medical grade cannabis. So I'm venturing into something that no one has ever done before because they're still making the law if they haven't finished doing that at this point. So what is your advice for people like me that are getting into fresh new markets that nobody else has done? Because Michael, I'm telling you, I've had my many of challenges in Ghana in talking about hemp in particular from all different types of directions, but there's a need for it and there's a want for it because the government is getting behind it. So because I'm in politics as well, I understand what that process is. So is it better for, 2 questions. Is it better for you at doing your due diligence? I guess it's part of doing your due diligence. Would it be easier to work with government when they have these sporadic, I've changed my mind episodes and now create a policy? Or is it better just to pay whatever extra they're asking for to do this, not knowing if it's going to change again? That's the first question. And then the second question is about emerging markets. How do you get into and do due diligence for a market that doesn't exist? I don't know if he's there. Michael, can you hear me? I think he's frozen. Hopefully he comes back and answers those last 2 questions. I think I hear production. Something's going on back there. Can you hear me?
You went off a bit.
Okay, so I asked 2 questions. How do you get into, for people like me that are coming to Ghana to do various things, but hemp being one of them? How do you, or what do you suggest to you to do when entering into fresh, brand new markets that don't even exist to the way that they do? And then the second question was working with government. When they have these drastic changes, is it just cheaper to pay the extra money for whatever extra capital it is? Or do you go the route and actually working to what we call in the U.S. lobby elected officials to get them to do what you want them to do? Which one? I'd like an answer to both questions, but which one do you think is the best for you?
All right. So, first of all, in business, government policies are there to guide, but don't forget that the policies were made by human beings. Mm-hmm. Okay? It is human beings who did those policies and put them there. Right? There could be a change of direction, but always try to work within the law. So, in like going into business, you should always have, like, for instance, I'll use your market, for instance. It's a very new market. Okay.
Right.
They have formulated policies, they pass laws, but it's going to be, you see, they will only see the practicality of it, how feasible the laws that have been passed will work when it actually takes off. Okay.
Right.
Some people have started, yes, but you only meet the challenges on the road and be prepared for government policies. So you leave room. Okay. So you have a private sector because you can't always be, see, you can pay your way or way. You cannot always pay your way. Maybe you pay away, but the
Right.
policy is there. What happened? You understand me? So you should always have a backup that, okay, so should I'm going to a venture. For instance, I'll use myself, for example. I'm doing gold trading, exports, and what do you call it? Supply, whatever. Now, should the government change the policy? Because before, government had monopolized the export process, going through only one entity. And years down the line, it came and said private sector gets involved because private sector is the engine of growth of every company, every country. All right. So now private sector is in. Let's say another government comes and say, no, I don't want private sector. I want to monopolize the thing. So I'm going back. If your license is only to export, you are stuck. But as a business person, what do? That is why we put up a refinery. So you should always have other ways of doing. Don't just stick to, because the government has a broader perspective, but you should also always look at, okay, should this avenue close? What am I supposed to do? Like, for instance, you're growing herb. Okay, medicinal herb. All right, fine. Recreational herb. All right, fine. So what other product can you do with the herb? So, for instance, if the government brings a policy and says, I'm not going to do, I'm banning you from exporting fresh herb, maybe you can do hair product. That's value addition. So they come to your farm, you are processing the herb for hair product, mixing it with shea butter, getting, so there should be always a backup plan for you.
Stop taking my ideas, Michael. Stop taking my ideas. Don't tell anybody. We're gonna leave that there. Just don't listen to that. Don't listen to that.
So that's why we have the diversity. So you see, a lot of people miss out. So they stuck, and like the value chain, there are so many things. You have to add value addition to it. Everything. Like, let's say, let me even use Uber, for instance. They started with, let's say, in Ghana, for instance, they had cars that didn't have air conditioning. Now they have cars that have air conditioning. They have Uber. They have 3 types of Uber. They have the normal one, and the ones that have air conditioning, the ones that are luxury, that different, So whatever business you given, when you're different target market, you should be able to diversify and have it as your policy. It's part of the things that your growth. People enter businesses, they don't even have the 5-year development plan. In the next 5 years, you want to start a business now. In the next 5 years, where do you want to see yourself?
Right.
It's not about in your head. It should be documented. And that will be your guide.
Right.
That will be your guide.
Right.
So that you measure your growth.
I think that's the point now where people are figuring it out.
What are you saying?
I'm figuring it out. I said, I think we're at a point now where people are figuring that out. Like, what I think COVID made people do that. It was like, oh crap, I don't have a job anymore. What am I gonna do? How am I gonna feed my family?
Then you wake up. No, when you are hungry, you think. Yeah, that's why I said, when you have, you see, when you're a street person and you have 10 grand, it's like somebody having 100 million grand in a mansion. So you got it. So you have to put at the back of your mind that this is all I have and I'm not going to lose it. Once you put at the back of your mind, you put in strategies to help you double it, triple it, rather than lose it.
Right.
You get a point.
Right.
That's the mind of a business entrepreneur, the mind of a business person. Not to just go and dump money. I want to invest 100K in herb tech. Okay. The 100K should give me a return of about 30% at this time. You get me? Not just you just put it there and say, maybe I'm trying my luck. Then then that's not your whole money. Because when you treat your business money as your whole money that you have in life, then you're able to guard it properly. And then watch where you invest. You understand? That is the thing. Right?
Well, thank you, Michael, for coming on again, year 2 to the Georgia Africa Connection. I appreciate you taking the time. I am coming. Don't tell anybody about the 10th and what we're doing, because I have to do some more research on what that looks like. But I'm on the way. I'm on the way. And I want to say happy birthday to you. I know your birthday is coming up in next week or the week after. So I want to say that as well. And thank you for coming on board. I'm sorry.
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure.
Thank you. So we're going to go ahead and cue up do a commercial so we will make sure we can see it this time. And I just want to say thank you for coming to the Georgia Africa Connection and giving us all this knowledge on how we can do business in multiple countries with multiple people after doing our due diligence and doing our research. So I will see you soon.
Perfect.
And we can talk about some business.
Sure. Thank you so much. And enjoy.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. So let's, that was Michael Bartlett Vanderview. We are going to play his video, or his commercial rather, so that you can see all the things that he's been talking about on this session from 2 to 3 for the Georgia Africa Connection. This is the second annual Georgia Africa Connection. My name is Javisha L. Johnson. I am your host. And we are going to, we just got finished talking to Michael Bartlett Vanderview with M&C Group. I learned a lot. I learned a lot from Michael every time I talk to him. But I really learned a lot now because, hey, all of you people on here saw that. You heard Michael say he's investing in him. I've witnessed it, writing it down. So what I like to do now is kind of go into a deeper dive of the importance of doing global business, because I think Michael really gave us a really good understanding of what that looks like, especially for the youth. I'm not going to tell you how old he is, but just know that he ain't old. So if he's been doing this for a while and he has 8 different companies and he just added additional companies during COVID, a lot of the people that I know that are in my age demographic are doing very well in COVID. So I know I did better than, I didn't struggle. Let me just say that. So there's opportunities for all of us in a lot of different spaces. We just have to take those opportunities and utilize them for what we can at the time. And we have to be willing to diversify, is what I heard Michael say. The takeaway from that is diversification, it's global business, and that's just what this is. So I want to go ahead and play, I'm going to use my phone because I don't want to get up and try to figure out this TV, and I think we can hear better. So this is the video for M&C Group. Oh, that's horrible. But this is what we're gonna do. And then I will play it throughout the week. So if you miss it today, you can get you can be able to see it, and I'll have production and try to put it back up on the TV as well. So we can move forward. I'm not even sure why it's not playing. Okay, so we're gonna go on to, I'm trying to see if this way. Okay, so what I'm going to do is cue this up after we get to our next presenter, and then we'll play these throughout the rest of the week so that you can keep M&C Group fresh on your mind as you go through the rest of these speakers and as we're talking to the rest of the audience over these next 2 days before we get to Saturday and we get to the next generation of Global Black History Honors. You'll have an opportunity, because what I believe is repetition is important. And that's basically what Michael said: build a structure, infrastructure, and repeat it in several different countries. If that's doing your research, being on the ground, doing your research on Google, doing your research on the ground, these are all things that you just need to repeat in every business that you do. There's fundamental basics of what needs to happen. And that's what Michael just told us. You need to do your due diligence, do your research, find out what countries you're going to, find out what's going on, and then figure out if that's the market for you. It might not be the market. You might sell popcorn, and people in China don't like popcorn, but you figured you go to China because you like the culture. So there's another aspect of that. Just because you like the culture does not mean it's good for you to do business. So just know that you have to have a great understanding, like Michael basically said the entire time that we were talking. Do your research, people. Figure out what you want to do, and then go implement it. Because Tama Monday at the top of today talks about this exact same thing that Michael talks about: implementation. Anybody that knows me knows that I have great ideas, but I also go execute them. And that's something that a lot of people are struggling with in understanding people like Michael and myself and Yavi and a lot of our speakers that we've had today is that we do multiple things, not because we just always want to be doing something, because it's logical. You need multiple streams of income. You need, where are you going to get those from? If something happens, like life, for instance, you don't know what's going to happen from day to day. So you have to be able to adjust quickly. You have to be able to diversify. And that's why Michael Bartlett Vanderfield MNC Global has 8 companies in 5 different countries and is thinking about coming to do business in the US. So I'm going to get on to our next speaker. So let's go to our next speaker, who I believe, I have to look at my own program. So our next speaker coming up on the 3 o'clock hour. Why do I have the program? Let's see. I'm gonna turn this on. We're gonna turn that on let me check the chat. I'm sorry, I have not been checking this chat to see if anyone has any comments. Okay, we are live on Facebook. We are live on YouTube, and we are live on Zoom. So if you have any questions, production back there is doing a great job. Thanks to him for putting this together, so I can just sit up here and talk to you guys. I really like that part. And I'm not really a techie, but you know, somebody has to do it. So shout out to DSD back in the back of production, making sure that we keep going throughout the day. So let me find out if our next speaker is queued up. No, we do not have our next speaker queued up. So this is what we will do. Because it's 3 o'clock and we only have 2 more hours, we're going to take a break so I can cue Michael's videos up, get those rolling, play some music so you guys can finish out the rest of the day and then go enjoy the rest of whatever day you have when whatever part of the world you are. So we will be right back. It is 3:07. So we will try to be back by 3:10 so that we can get this next session going. And this is the Georgia Connection Week. This is your host, Gacw L. Johnson. Thank you for staying with us, and we will be right back. Sorry. This is Devisha L. Johnson, and I'm your host of the Georgia Africa Connection. We just spoke with Michael Bartlett Vanderview of MNC Group Global that has 8 different companies in several different countries. So we said that we were going to queue up his videos, his video, to kind of show you what it is that he does. And I believe we may have an opportunity to watch this. Yes. Okay, so here is MNC.
Totally Reliant has the nurturing penchant that business dreams thrive on. MNC Management Consult, MNC Logistics and Trading, MNC Properties, MNC Energy, and MNC Finance have the ingredients of good business nurturing from MNC Group. All around the globe, MNC Group provides a shelter from good business and trustworthy relationships. Step under the MNC Group canopy and experience best business results. We are also located across the world: Dubai and Sharjah in UAE, Guangzhou in Hong Kong, in China, and Joburg in South Africa. We are located at plot number 259, Carrot Avenue, adjacent Lizzie Sports Complex, East Legon. Call us on 0302 998 246 or visit our
That is the information for MNC Group. If you do not get it, you can find it in the chat. Every evening after the concert, we will post this information for you to view. And if you have any direct questions and you do not get this information from this session or later on as you watch these YouTube videos or you're rewatching the Facebook Live, I'm always available, and so is my team, to get you the information that you need, because we at Georgia Africa Connect. So this is MNC Group Global. It's MNCGroupGH.com is their website, and those are their phone numbers, and we will put all this information.
Site www.mncgroupgh.com.
So that was MNC Group. We are still waiting on our next speaker that's coming from another foreign country. Don't you love the fact that you can connect with people all over the world now? I think COVID has helped us understand what that looks like. But we are going to queue up another video from MNC Group and get ready to have our next speaker come on board. And so listen to a little music while we queue up this next video. I'm your host, Devisha Johnson of the Georgia Africa Connection, and we'll be right back.
The Self Visa credit card is the credit card that puts you in control. How do you apply?
Because you love me, and I will do anything. Open up, we want to look you through, and I'll be on my own with shit. But it's not a matter what you do.
So that was Pharaoh from our concert series that we had Monday, or actually Wednesday, I'm sorry, to start off the Georgia African Connection. And if production can bring me on screen. There we go. So that was Pharaoh from our series of performing artists that we had yesterday as the opening day for the Georgia African Connection. If you're just now watching us, I am your host and creator of the Georgia African Connection, Davisha L. Johnson. There are two co-hosts this year.
MNC Logistics and Trading, licensed by Minerals Commission, is the hub of real estate tourism.
So we're gonna watch this video, another video from MNC Group, so that you can get a full understanding of our last presenter. We were waiting on our 3 o'clock real estate, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to connect. So we will try to push that in sometime tomorrow during Advocacy Day, because we still want to make sure you have the opportunity to get all of this great information from all of our speakers that we have had over the last 12 hours. So we've got a day and a half, no, 2.5 days left to go. So I want to make sure that we spotlight our businesses, we spotlight our speakers. So I would like to go ahead and have my son, because as W.E. Gacw says, we have to anchor them and teach them what they're young. The 14-year-old is back there doing production. Say hi. There he is back there. So he's doing production, so bear with us for these last 2 hours of the day. We have a lady from the Sub-Saharan African Entrepreneurs Group coming up at 4, and then Kevin Kissy with Engineer Africa talking about tech in Africa. So we're gonna go ahead and play MNC Group's next video, and then we'll play some music until we start our 4 o'clock hour. So if you need to get up, if you need to take a break, get something to drink, go to the bathroom, do not miss this last 2 hours of Georgia African Connection for today. We're gonna go ahead and play this video, and then we'll be back at 4 o'clock for the Sub-Saharan African Entrepreneurs Group at 4, and Kevin Kissy with Engineer Africa at 5, and we'll end out the day. So without further ado, yes.
MNC Logistics and Trading, Licensed by Minerals Commission, is the hub of realistic transaction in gold and other precious minerals. For purchase, assay, and export of gold, the true partners are MLC Logistics and Trading. Transparency, accuracy, expediency, reliability, credibility, and availability are guiding principles for gold transactions at MLC Logistics and Trading. Get the best in gold transactions. Round it up with a relationship with MLC Logistics and Trading, the hub of confidence to top it all. We are located at plot number 259, Carrot Avenue, adjacent to the Sports Complex, East Legon. Call us on 0302-998-246 or visit our website www.mlclogisticsandtrading.com.
So that was our former speaker, Michael Van Vander's company, MNC Group. That was one of his 8 companies. So just keep in mind that, like he said, take baby steps and know that there's a global market for you to take advantage of. You have to go through your due diligence and your research. So we'll be right back at 4 o'clock. So we're having a 30 minutes. There's some connectivity issues with our 3 o'clock speaker. So we're going to keep this train moving and get the good vibes rolling for our last 2 hours of the day. Stay up, stay awake, stay alert. We'll be right back. This is Georgia Afro Connections and your host, Michelle Dunn.
Right now, we have done the fire. I am getting out here 21. The best begin for Swaba. And you know, politicians will be and no smoke. For the terror is on more. Or we can't get any of money. Everyone. Here comes the country farmer. What are you go? Who you want under it? After we don't pay, we real and the gate. So we can gonna join on the plate. After you know we don't go figure it. Who you want under it? After we don't pay, we real and the gate. So we can gonna take it along. The number one, the you know the high paper. Oh that, the number one, the you know the ganja. Hurry up. We started from Armenham, we moved on to on the call, and then we are going to do it. Come from Colombia, we don't have no police, we don't know money. And your call for the boy, people down the money, the financial problem, I'm grateful for it. Mr. President, of the Union, we want to see that I am never tell. Well, go to man, who you want, and the rate, after we don't do it. That's how we do it. After you know, no. This music is a combination of between myself and my brother called Blacka, who is now in the United States. And if Blacka could have been with me, you know what Blacka would have said? You know what Blacka would have said? Watch out! No big already are born in here. I'm here to watch out, we born in here. This one, I'm not coming in here. I think I'm not going to to me now. I'm coming out, they will read and hear. And the truth, so I try and here to know. No big already, but because all man you want, very real for the man, oh you want. After we done the real, that's how we done the matter. See that most in that here to the man, oh you want, and the real, after we done the, that's how we do our fire. You know, right now I'm taking one for the ladies. Tell up yourself, you want the balance. See what's up, my baby? Come in here, hold on, I'm coming to see you. Tell me what I want. What's up, my darling? Come in here, I'm coming to see you. Tell me what I want. I want to know 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 what's up. You know that? She loves this stuff, may I bring. Let's go on in the rest of the every day, every night. I've been seeing it. I don't know what to win. Yeah, that's it. I just want to keep telling you. This is what we should be up in. I know you like me, I'm like, oh, you come in. But we're not. When I say ho, you say ah, ho, ho. When I say takada, you say ho, ho, takada, takada. When I say su, you say su, su. Hold on there. This is a real definition of music. Play up yourself. Pull up, pull up. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Be a soldier. Yeah, yeah, if you know this something. And I'm the shining ready for you. That's why I got it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's why are you ready? We be forever loving somebody hold up there. We be forever loving somebody hold up there. We be forever. Somebody hold up your feet. No. You know what just know that I know the people who are down. That together we can rise and then be strong. We are fighting righteousness for us to down. It's up to us to come to the Father's plan. I know the people who are down. That together we can rise and then be strong. We are fighting righteousness for us to down. If you put on the other you're the old. You will never say
With the sexiest, illest.
Hi, this is Davisha L. Johnson, your host of the Georgia Afro Connection. So this is the 4 o'clock hour where we're supposed to talk about government to business or government contracting. However, as things go in these days and times in virtual land, we have our 4 o'clock speaker is not going to be able to make it, but we do have a replacement, and she is getting in place now to talk to us about what we were going to talk about at lunch. So we've got caught back up on where we're supposed to be. She was supposed to come and speak lunch about her new book and how that relates to children. I don't want to give anything away because if I say too much, I'll tell you exactly what she's going to talk about. So I want to take up the next 15 minutes or so to kind of talk to you about what we're going to have going on tomorrow. So let's talk about what you need to do and where you need to go, what information we're going to be able to provide in tomorrow's session. Tomorrow, let me pull this up so that we can go through it. And then by the time I'm done with that, she will be here to talk about her book. And our 5 o'clock speaker is confirmed. He lives in America. So he doesn't have as many challenges as getting online as others may have in the country. So let's go through the program. And before I go through the program, let me find it. Let me pull it up. Before I go through it, a little housekeeping. So if you are watching on YouTube or you are watching on Facebook, leave any comments in the chat on the live feed. There's a couple of, I'm sorry, production. Can you move that because I'm getting a reverb? I can hear myself. Can you take this into a hole or put the headphones in? Thank you. See? Love those kids. So our regular production team had to leave. So the boy child is taking over. So we're going to work with him and groom him into a film producer. Mark my words. And it seems to me that sometimes I say things and I just be saying things sometimes. But sometimes I really say things because I believe in manifest destiny. Because that's what I did for myself. And I didn't realize that I didn't even realize what I was doing. But I had been talking about Africa. When I went back and looked at it, my aha moment came when I was in DC getting my visa to go to Ghana back in January of 2019, February of 2019. I had gotten into a car accident in October the previous year, 2018. And I got a settlement check. So instead of, and I guess it's a good time to tell my story. So instead of, using those monies to, go buy clothes and shoes and take vacations and, what other people may do, I decided to catch a flight. And I caught a flight to Ghana. And I said, I have to take this tragedy and turn it into something. So I got in a car accident, broke my arm. Let me see that. Maybe not very good angle. But I broke my arm in several places. I have a huge scar that runs all the way down my arm. You can see it. So I realized that I'm probably not, because I don't play the lottery, so I'm probably not going to get another time where I just get a good, 20 stacks just sitting in my account, just here. So I had to really, to Michael Vanderpool's point, think about what I was going to do my due diligence, do my research. So I spent a good 8 months studying. I was already studying Ghana because I know a lot of people here in Georgia that are connected to Ghana in several different ways. So I was already doing my research on agribusiness. I had just recently started my company here, Cooperative Executive Management Team, that does farm management services for Black farmers here in the U.S. I had just started that company, so I was starting to do my research and due diligence on where I can go in an African country where I could do agribusiness. So I just knew it was a thing. It's agriculture. That's where Africa feeds the world. That's just what it is. So I realized that, to Michael's point, there's a market there for me. So now I need to do some research. So I was online looking at all these things, found out about all these presidential programs from President Nana Akufo-Addo in Ghana, One District, One Factory program, Plenty for Food and Jobs, all these things that I did my research on and found out what was going on. Then when I had this accident and I got this money, I was like, this is it. This is my time to spend this money. So now I have to figure out what is the process or procedures, as Michael was saying, of how I do business over there. Well, first of all, I need to get a visa because I already had a passport. But first of all, I need to get a visa so I can go there, so I can figure out who I need to talk to, what I need to do. So then I started sending emails. I started looking up elected officials. I started looking up companies that did, and now that I think about it, I did what Michael said to do. I just didn't recollect it or think about it in that way until I'm talking it out with you right now. So I go over to Ghana. I get the visa, actually. This is where my aha moment comes from. I get the visa, and I'm at the Ghanaian embassy. And I walked out of Ghana, essentially, because when you're in the embassy in the United States, you're in Ghana. You're in whatever country you're in that embassy from. That's who they represent. So when I walked out of the gate, my feet touched the ground in the U.S., coming out of the Ghana embassy in D.C., I just had a aha epiphany moment. Like, this is real. I'm really going to Ghana. I've been talking about this, and in retrospect, I've been talking about this for 6 years. I've been talking about Africa, not Ghana specifically, but I've been talking about Africa for a good solid 6 years. And yes, I have African children, but I wasn't thinking on it on that level, 7, 8, 10 years ago. I don't know where it happened or how it came about, but I was thinking about Africa and talking about Africa for 6 years. When I stepped out of that embassy and got that visa, that was when I realized I could manifest my own destiny. That's when I realized that speaking it into existence is a real thing. Because I had been talking about Africa for 6 years. And I also did what Michael did. I just kept moving. It didn't matter how many people stole my ideas, how many hardships I came across, car accidents, anything that happened that was thrown in my way, I just kept moving. And I just kept moving towards my goal. So when I finally got this visa, I was like, I actually talked this up. You know how people say, talked him up, or you sitting there talking about somebody and they call you. It's the same thing. It's not something that you can explain, but it's a thing. And I'm sure there's somebody that can explain it somewhere. And it has something to do with spirituality and our roots and our ancestors and the way the universe works. I understand all that. But speaking it out loud and being able to profess and tell your testimony is very powerful when you also do what Michael says and implement it. So I'm saying all that to say that when we have goals in mind and we want to do something in some other foreign place we've never been to, whether that be, Georgia to Ohio, never been to Ohio. But I would do the same thing and do my due diligence if I wanted to do work in Ohio than I would do in Korea or London or South Africa or some other place I've never been to. So I think it's important to think about that, but I also think it's important to think about the next generation that's going to come up after you. Because everybody says they don't want to be like their parents, and I want to do it like my parents did. I want to do things differently. That's fine, but just know that if you have children, those children are watching you right now. So you continue the cycle of things that you don't already like in your current life by not doing something. So you need to get up and go do. You need to take this information that you received yesterday and today and tomorrow and Saturday. You need to take all this information that you're receiving and go do something. Go move forward. Go implement it. If you want to start a business, go Google, how do I start a business? And that's another thing about Google. It's very clear. If you have an iPhone, you can ask Siri. Hey, Siri. How about we just test that? We don't know. Hey, Siri. Find me.
How can I help?
Siri, how can I get information on how to find a business in Oregon?
Okay, I found this on the web for how can I get information on how to find a business in Oregon. Check it out.
I've never been to Oregon. Not even thinking about going to Oregon. But technology just gave me 3 websites to go to find out how to do business in Oregon. This is the simplicity of what's going on. There's a lot of powerful people that have come on this stage today and yesterday and tomorrow and Saturday. But what they're giving you is real facts. What they're giving you is real practical advice on what you need to do to build your own legacy. I've been talking about it for a while. I have a hashtag takeover mentality because I'm taking over unused opportunities. I have a hashtag takeover mentality because I'm tired of wasting time, other people wasting time. So you have to take over what you want. You have to speak it into existence. You have to manifest your own destiny and then go execute your plan. Come up with a plan, do your due diligence and research, and come up with a plan. But plans can change. Just like today, we had all of our speakers lined up for today and tomorrow. Somebody's life happened and something changed. The internet doesn't work in some countries, and I knew this going in, but I didn't want to let that be a hindrance on what I had a plan to go do. So I wanted to get all points of the continent involved in the Georgia Africa Connection this year. I've accomplished that. Tomorrow is Advocacy Day. We're going to be talking to nothing but Black people about advocating for Black people. That's what we're talking about tomorrow. Today was all business, and we're getting down to the last couple of minutes of or the last 4 hours rather of the business song. But tomorrow is Advocacy Day. Tomorrow is when we get empowered as Black people through all of these spaces that we've created that are going to happen tomorrow. Will lead us into then what I've been talking about after every session, at the end of every session for this week is how does that lead to the next generation? How does that lead to the youth population? How does that lead to my 14-year-old that's now part of the production crew? How do I get my 9-year-old daughter to start thinking about how to make revenue from all the other things that she does? Because I'm spending money on dance and cheer and all these other things, but she could be selling cheerleading lessons through TikTok. She could be selling how to do the splits on YouTube to other little girls her age who don't know what they're doing. These are things that exist only if we make them happen, only if we have an idea. Just like they said in Cote d'Ivoire, it's not this morning, it's not always about the money. It's about the idea. And even though you might go through some times where people steal your ideas or they take your intellectual property and they go make millions of dollars, just know that what is for you is for you. Let's start there. And just know that the Georgia Africa Connection gives you other options outside of what your normal thinking process is of all the types of ways that you can make money in other business in other countries on the African continent with people that look like you. As you can see, every last speaker that has been on this stage has been of African descent because that's my business model. And that's what I decide to do. Now, are there other people that have issue with that? Sure. Do those people work for me? No. Are those people giving me any money? No. So are they my issue? Once again, no. So stick to your ethics and your morals and on your business practices, but be able to adjust to your environment. Because believe me, there's going to be a white person someday that wants to talk to Devisha L. Johnson. I have made it very clear that I will deal with them third party. That's absolutely fine. But my business model for myself is that I want to help my people. Does that mean that I don't want to help anybody else? No, that's not what that means. That means that my people are a focus. My people, the people that look like me, are a focus. Does that mean I don't have time to work with other people? No, that just means by the time I get through helping all my people, and I'll probably be dead in the ground because my people need the most. Because my people were taken from the most. And I don't want to go into it. This is part of what we're going to talk about tomorrow on Advocacy Day. But I just want to tell you, once again, just summing up the conversation that we've had throughout the day, which has been very impactful and very knowledgeable to those of you that are watching that didn't know. These guests have been very knowledgeable. But for people that have been watching that don't know, most of these people that are on this stage, I have personal relationships. So somebody told me the other day that someone was doing business in Africa, and they said, well, have you had any challenges? He said, I don't have problems. I have friends. And I had to think about that. And I said, that makes a lot of sense. Because if you help people, without anything, without any ulterior motive, and you genuinely help people, and you genuinely try to give people information to help themselves, then you build those relationships with people, like I've done with a lot of these people on the stage. I've never really asked anybody for anything, but people know that my passion is to help my people. So when I get into spaces in other cultures and other countries, I know how to conduct myself, but the people that I'm with also know how to conduct themselves because they know me. So they know not to put me in a room with a bunch of white people. They know that's not going to work. Like, that, don't call Javisha for that. Now, if you want to go empower some rural farm women, go call Javisha. If you want to get into a political conversation or go talk to some government officials, go call Javisha. If you want to just have a good time and go stick your fingers in the dirt and play around in the mud and plant some stuff and watch it, go call Javisha. If you want to have some conferences, go call Javisha. People know, when people know you, then they know how to conduct themselves. So when you get local partners on the ground, just make sure that when you're doing business in foreign countries and you get partners on the ground, you build a relationship with them. It's not an employee-employer relationship, in my opinion. It's we're family, and I can say that because all of my people are Black. So I can say we're family until we're not, because guess what? Family in America, especially the Black community, I don't know about something else, because you intentionally try to jack your people up. But I think that's just something that we have to go through in life in general, that everybody isn't going to be nice, sunshine, and roses. But we do have to realize that when you're doing business in other countries, and we're talking about all these things during the Georgia Africa Connection, just know the opportunities are there. You need to do your research. If you have children or you're doing something in the youth space, you need to understand that this is not about you, that this is about the youth, this is about the next generation. And if you are a youth and you're watching this, just know that I'm caping for you. I'm caping for you. People that don't know what that is, I got your back. I'm here 100% for the youth population that's younger than me. I'm 100% for my 9-year-old little girl and all of her friends and what they want to do. I'm 100% for millennials that are now going into our 40s, and what is that going to look like for us? Because we're still young enough to do a lot of stuff. So there's a huge population of youth that's coming up. There's a huge population of Black people that's going back to Africa to do business, not just go to concerts. At that point. So I would like to go over what that looks like, not just for tomorrow, for Advocacy Day, but making sure that you guys come on Saturday from 10 to 2 to the Next Generation Summit, because that's going to be really the crescendo of all the things that we've been talking about this week in regards to the knowledge and information to be shared. Because now that I encourage all the speakers and all the guests that have been with us up until now and up until Saturday and throughout the day tomorrow, that you come to the Next Generation Summit, because then you get to hear from the next generation. And these people on this panel, I'm speaking on one of the panels, obviously about agriculture, but there's people on these panels that are my child's age. So I get to learn from them, and they get to learn from us, but I'm still young enough to be able to teach them, because I manifested my own destiny to get to a point where I'm comfortable enough and I've had enough happen in my life to be able to pass that on, because each one teach one. That's just what this is. So let's go through the program for tomorrow for Advocacy Day, so you can get all hyped up and empowered about who's going to be talking about what. And then we'll go on to our next speaker, so we can finish out the day strong and talk about some other things for tomorrow. So for tomorrow is Global Advocacy Day. So at 8, we will start at 8 o'clock and end at 4. So at 8 o'clock, we will be talking about protecting Black women and girls. Nothing really to say. That's what we're talking about. We need protection. I was a little girl, now I'm a woman. We are the ones that birth the people on this earth. So unless something happens where other people besides women can make babies, we kind of hold the future in our hands. I mean, we need men to make the babies, obviously, but somebody has to hold these beings inside of them, birth them, and then we become the mother, or with the auntie, or with a grandma, or whatever that is. But that nurturing aspect of a woman caring for her child, which is essentially one of those little girls, is an important concept to protect in the Black community specifically. So we will be starting tomorrow with two of my favorite ladies to talk about protecting Black women and girls. 9 o'clock, we'll have a Black advocates panel, and that's basically everything Black. So we're talking about advocating for Black people in finance, advocating for Black people in business, advocating for Black people in social justice, advocating for Black people around the world. So 10 a.m. is going to be very powerful. The economic freedom fighters from Zimbabwe is going to be coming to talk to us. And if y'all don't do anything else on a Friday, come to hear this man speak at 10 a.m. tomorrow. If you have not gotten anything out of this conference so far, that's the one that's going to get you fired up to go do something for the next generation. Lobbying your legislators at 11, because that's one of the things that's important. We're talking about doing business in foreign countries. Michael Vanderpeel with MNC Group says, the U.S. has a very complicated tax system. So I ain't messing with y'all until I figure it out. And I don't blame you, because they locking people up over here for Wesley. I'm gonna leave that there. So the 12 o'clock hour, we will have our global advocates panel, where we will do the same thing we did. We'll give you a lunch break, or what used to be a luncheon and a keynote speaker. We'll have some music videos. We'll have somebody come present their products, or we'll show some commercials for other points, people that are advocating for the Black community. Then we will have ADDI Global Outreach, the African Diaspora Development Institute, which is a really hot topic right now because of the AFCFTA, which we have talked about this morning and throughout the day. 2 p.m. is Empowering Black Men. This is very important, as I've been in many a clubhouse room where Black men are sharing their feelings on how they don't be supported. So as the Black woman that I am, and the pro-Black everything all day, every day, I had to give the men an opportunity to talk about themselves or represent themselves and talk about how we can empower them and why Black men need empowerment. It seems like a no-brainer to me, but some people need to have these things explained. And once again, we need to talk them out and get them out of our minds and hearts and out into the world so we can manifest how we can make sure Black men are empowered. 3 o'clock, we're going to talk about grassroots organizing and how you can get that critical mass to go make change. And that's what Yavi was saying earlier with the Pan-African Women Business Association about the critical mass of women farmers. Imagine the mix-it thing that she was talking about, and if they got on an actual global platform, that critical mass could move some people. I've seen it happen. It's happened in the state of Georgia when the whole planet was watching these 2 Senate elections. That was a critical mass of people that were moving. They were moving forward. They did what Michael did. They did their due diligence. They did their research. They found out where the pros and cons were, and they developed a plan, and they moved on it, and they executed, and they implemented it, and now we have 2 brand new senators from the state of Georgia. 4 o'clock to end out tomorrow, we'll be talking about African diaspora outreach, and that's how we will end the 2 days of the business summit and the advocacy day. And then the following day on Friday, we will be talking to, we will have the next generation. I'm sorry, on Saturday, we'll have the Next Generation Summit from 10 to 2, and then the Global Black History Honors, which is the 4th year of the Global Black History Honors. And as you can hear from Michael Vanderpeel, came from Ghana, all the way from Ghana to Atlanta, Georgia, last year to receive his award and be part of the Georgia Africa Connection. So this is the 2nd year, and I'm glad we had an opportunity to be together again as we finish out the Business Summit Day. I do want to give an opportunity to say thank you to our sponsors, MNC Group, as well as our co-hosts, which are Akindele Akinyemi with the Global African Business Association, as well as Gacw with Youth Aid and Humanity, who will be leading the Next Generation Summit, of which I will be a speaker. So come watch me talk about one of my favorite passions, which is agriculture and sustainability and what that looks like for women in Africa. So without further ado, let's go ahead and see where our speaker is. And I think she's being queued up. Production, can you see if someone's queued up? We're going to get this. production team. I'm gonna train this young man. He's gonna make some money.
Hi.
Hi. How are
Hey.
you?
Can you hear
Adiola?
me?
Is that how you say your name?
Give me.
Can you hear me?
Good.
Can you hear me?
Thank you for having me, Miss Johnson.
You are welcome. You are welcome.
Awesome.
Adiola, is that how you say your name?
I can't hear you though.
You can't hear me. Okay, so let's see. Can you type in the chat? The production team was here. So can you type in the chat for her to disconnect and try and reconnect?
All right, much better.
Oh, you hear it now?
Yes, please. Yes, I can.
Okay, great. Great. So Adiola, is that how you say your name?
Yes, Adeola. Yes.
Okay. It's nice to meet you. I thought you were coming at lunch, so I kind of gave a little sneak peek preview of what you were doing, but I really want to give you this 30 minutes to talk about your book. I will go ahead and read your bio like I've been saying earlier. I think it's important for people to understand when people talk how much work they have put in to get to where they are so that people know what they're talking about. And you're going to be talking about something that's very dear to me because it has to do with children. And it kind of leads into all the things that we've been talking about earlier today, from the cruise and e-commerce and, you know, women in business and all those things. So I will read now Adiola's bio, and then we'll get into what she's here to talk about. So let me pull this up and I will read it. It's opening now. Adiola Ayawale.
Yes, Ayawale.
Yes, I'm getting so much good. I'm getting great.
Yeah, you said well.
Okay. Is a tax expert, business consultant, and entrepreneur. She's the founder of A&E Financial Services, LLC, a tax firm that helps individuals and small businesses implement tax planning strategies to reduce tax liability and increase cash flow. Adiola holds an MBA in finance from the University of Houston. Shout out, I went to UH. Completed her undergraduate at the University of North Texas and a graduate of Houston Community College's Entrepreneurship Center. She has over 10 years of experience in the small business and individual taxation sector, and over 8 years of experience helping businesses in the private and public sectors as a compliance analyst at Intuit. In addition to running her own business, Adiola currently works with the Small Business Administration's Office of Disaster Assistance, specializing in economic injury disaster loans. She also enjoys her long-term membership in the Women's Business Entrepreneurs Enterprise National Council and Global African Business Association. Shout out to Gacw. Adiola Ayawale has a passion for providing her clients with expert advice, measurable results, and peace of mind. Above all, she loves using her expertise to empower individuals to successfully grow their small business. She is married to her wonderful husband and 2 children. Welcome, Adiola. How are you today?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much, Ms. Johnson, for having me on your program. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. I saw your note in Gacw, and you know, Gacw is very unique because it's a group of people that already are great at what they do already. But we convene together to be greater together. So
Absolutely.
I've never met Adiola. I didn't know who she was. We've never talked on the phone. We've never met in person. But she put something in the group chat, and I was like, hey, here's somebody else in my network that's doing something. Why don't you come on to Georgia African Connection Week? Because it's a platform for us to connect people, and that's really the purpose of Gacw, is that we help each other, because the president understands that collective work means collective success. So tell us, I didn't really get into it. So can you tell us, I'll just let you lead. You just go ahead. I'll give you the floor.
All right, thank you. So first, I want to acknowledge all that you're doing, Ms. Johnson. You're doing amazing work. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you for putting this conference together. And I believe that it's going to be beneficial to so many minority and people of color. I've been watching since morning and I've learned so much. So thank you for this vision. Thank you. And also thank you for giving me your platform to come out today and be able to share my book. As you said earlier on, that it's about helping one another to grow, to scale high. And that's exactly what you've just done. When I posted, it wasn't me, it was actually Uche that posted and shared my book. And you say, you know what, Adeola, I'm going to give you 2 minutes. Just come on and Africa Connection and just come and talk about your book. And that is such an amazing opportunity. Thank you so much for that opportunity. I do not take it for granted. So thank you. So let's dive into my book. I'm not sure whether you would like to show my video. Has the video been shown already, or it hasn't been shown?
No. I was waiting for you. I will show it now.
All right. So go ahead and show the video. Thank you.
Okay, so we are getting this together. We have production changes. So the boy child is now in production. So we have to talk about it.
It's understandable.
Not this one. Not this one. It's the one with the child. Who's right next to this? No, it's not there. Yes. There we are. Now, you can look that up. So, let me just say this. As a mother of 4 children, and my twins, especially being 9, I have boy-girl twins that are 9. They've seen, because I just started like doing business for real probably about 4 years ago. So they've kind of seen what I've been doing. So now they're counting my money. So, Mom, did you get the check yet? So did you sign that contract yet? So just like what W.E. DeCruz was saying, she talks about tech all the time. So now her daughter's in tech. So I'm talking about politics and how to make money all the time. I'm an entrepreneur. So now they're asking me. So this book is a perfect time to get my kids away from me so that they can go read and find out on their own. And they don't have to come to me to ask questions. They can read this book and it will tell them what they need to know. And then I know, and I have a level of comfort and safety as a parent, knowing that I'm pouring into my child, but they're getting information so much earlier than me that they can't help to be exactly what your book is called, A Future Millionaire. So I'm going to give you the floor, Ms. Adiola.
Thank you, and thank you for showing the video. And so my book, I'm not an author, so this is my first book, so it's my first baby.
Congratulations!
Thank you. So still nurturing it. The title of the book is Dear Futures Millionaires. And, Dear Futures Millionaire is about financial education, financial literacy for children from the age of 7 through 13, because I believe that is when they begin to understand they understand the importance of money. And that is when we can actually get this, to be able to teach them the importance of financial literacy, because at that age they started pre-K, if I'm correct, or grade 1, and so they began to learn different things. And if you look into our school systems, you see that there's no financial literacy, not in not in primary school, elementary, or high school, and even up to high school, college level. If you decide to take financial literacy, it has to be something that you desire. It's not mandatory, right? And this book was born out of passion for little children, and also out of passion for financial education. I am very passionate about financial education, as I believe that it is very, very important to catch them very young. It's very important to catch the children very young and introduce them to financial literacy, because it's very, very, very important. You can see that our counterpart, the other race, they teach their children about financial literacy at a very, very young age. And statistically, people of colors are behind when it comes to, educational empowerment and all that, and also in asset. So this book is to begin to educate children about financial literacy. In this book, I talked about budgeting. We talk about budgeting, saving. We talked about spending, credit card, things that are very, very important that you learn at your adulthood. And, most times we don't learn these things until we're actually full grown adults, and we missed out on a lot of things. Maybe you're already in debt, and all that. So this is to introduce financial education into children at a very young age, so they can be a better adult and grow with understanding of the financial literacies. And inside this book as well, we also talked about real estate. We talk about investment, stock, mutual fund. We talked about retirement. And there are also illustrations on there's also illustration that explain this concept to children. All right. And also at the back of the book, you can find the workbook. There's workbook that comes with the book, so that it can reinforce what the children had learned. So that is why this book is very, very important. And I'm telling you, this book will transform the life of the children. Any kids that grab their hands into it and dive into this book, it will change them, because they're going to be learning all the basics that they need in life into their adulthood. So that is what this book is all about. All right. This is just the beginning stage. We're thinking about launching the book. Sometimes in June, we're going to have speakers that is going to be talking about speakers in financial industry that could teach children about more about financial literacies. All right. We're also going to have classes to talk about financial literacy for children, that if you have children, they can join this program, and not just only join this program, they will learn how to build generational wealth at a very, very young age. So it's very, very important, for children to learn about this at a very young age, when they're actually, it's not their formation age, but it's actually like a middle formation age, and they're beginning to develop interest and forming their character.
Right.
And this is the right time to actually make sure that they are on the right path. as they grow, because it's not about how much you earn, but it is about how you can manage that money, that you earn, and be able to put it into different vehicles to grow into. So in this book, I talked about all this. I talk about different type of investments, real estate, IRA, and so I also talk about trust, the importance of trust, because, we, African American, we don't believe in trust. We don't believe in generational wealth. We don't see the importance of it, And the reason being is we're not introducing this thing at a very young age to us. So in our adulthood, we find it as, what is this, So, and it is very, very important for us to begin to introduce to our children how to build generational wealth. That is the goal. As you make the money, you need to reinvest it. It's not just spending it. It's about building the generational wealth. So that is what the book is all about. It's available on Amazon for just $13.99.
I'm ordering it right now.
All right, awesome. And I'm telling you, it will change the life of your children, it's to grow them to be the future's millionaires, not just being the future's millionaire, but for them to pass it on to their own children and children, that is the concept of the book,
Right. And that's what I was saying earlier, is that, when I get older and I can't take care of myself, I want my children to have enough money to not have to put me in a home, and I can go live my life, my last days out on my beach house somewhere that my millionaire son has bought just for his mother. Because my youngest boy child has already told me, he's made a commitment. He's 9. He's made it, and maybe it's because he just wanted something at the time. But he made a commitment. He said, "Mommy, I'm always going to take care of you. I'm going to be your one child that is always there." And I was like, "Great. Make sure you have a lot of money, because your mama's going to be high maintenance by the time."
And I'm sure you will.
So I have to get this book for my children to read, because my 9-year-old daughter, and this is exactly what W.E. Gacw says, and children do this too. They learn from other children, right?
Yes.
So both of my twins, and actually all of my kids, learned how to swim because I put them in a pool with other children that knew how to swim. And 2 times I did that, and now my children know how to swim. So each one teach one doesn't just start from the older generation teaching the younger generation.
Yes.
But when I get this book for my twins, then they're going to start talking about these things with their friends. And then their friends will go home to their parents and say, "Mom, did you know what a 401k is?" And mom's going to be like, "No, I don't know what the hell that is." And then your child is now teaching you something that they read out of your book. So you are a great aspect to end out our day and going into our advocacy day, because we need to advocate for these babies. And
yes,
what
we do. We really do. We really do. Yes, yes.
A lot of the problems that we have now as adults, it came from exactly what you're talking about. We were taught a certain way. And just what W.E. Gacw was saying earlier, she's teaching her child to be anchored in the right way, so that her child can then go figure out what she wants to do and figure out the world. But her foundation and what she built, and that's what this is going to do. It's going to build a foundation of knowledge, of understanding about finances in the home at an early age. So as they grow up, they already have it as a regular routine for them to do. So I'm super excited. I'm going to
Yes, and you just cracked the nut, and that is that is to build that foundation and instill it on them at a very young age. In the book we talk about stock market, we talk about mutual funds. In the elementary stage of it, what it means, what is a stock market? It means that to have a share in a company, so if maybe during their birthday, they receive a birthday gift, their desire will be, I want to own small part of that company. So I want to put that money away into my stock market. That was the deal, to not just say, "You know what, I need that new game." No. Can we put it into stock market? Can we put it into mutual fund for you? And you watch it grow till you're 21, right? And
Right.
you could bunch of, you could buy your first home, so that is the concept. We want to raise the next generation to be way better than us,
Right.
so that is the generation. And we also want to, meet up with other races in terms of asset,
Right.
because I
Right.
mean, we are sort of behind, and if we don't start now, we're going to continue to see the lag, in the financial power between the race if we didn't teach our children this at a very young age. So I'm very excited. And say that again.
I said I 100% agree with everything that you're saying. I've invested, I don't know, probably a couple $100 into probably 4 or 5 different businesses that my 9-year-old daughter has decided to do. First, she had a cookie business. Then she had something other business. But what I taught her first was, if you're going to have a business, how are you going to market that business? Who's your target demographic? I taught her how to use Wix, so my 9-year-old knows how to build her own website, because that's just what the technology age is, because these kids know more than us. They've always known more than us. It's just we don't listen to them, just like we say in my generation of millennials that the older generation doesn't listen to us. Well, it starts at when they're babies. They're until they're 18 in some cultures, they're children. And then when they're 18, they can go off and do other things. African cultures in some countries aren't like that. You can stay at home until you're 30 until you figure it out. I don't particularly subscribe to that. My children don't need to stay at home. But they won't have to be in my house because they'll have the knowledge from this book. So by the time they're 16, and think about this, parents, be selfish for a second. Because I've been raising kids for 25 years almost. I want some me time. I want to be able to go buy myself something. I want to go be able to not have to sacrifice everything for my children. I want to go buy a Porsche or something, or go take a vacation. I don't have to worry about that, and I can do that after these kids have read this book and they have their own money and they have their own. So they're not coming to me for the new game or coming to me for this. They're going to buy it themselves, and it gives them empowerment at a very young age to know, like I was saying before you came on, that they can manifest their own destiny and understand that they can talk it out of their mouth and make things happen, but they also will have to back it up. So I really appreciate the fact that you took the time and had the foresight to think about the babies and that they would need this kind of information, because there's so many companies doing financial literacy for adults. And once it's kind of like the old saying, you can't teach a dog new tricks. It's kind of like that. Right.
Yes.
But if they're young enough, then they're like sponges. They learn everything extremely fast. So by the time they're done with this book and they have their 10th birthday, to your point, they're not going to say, so Mom, where can you afford to have my birthday this year? They're like, Mom, I want to get on a plane and go to Las Vegas. I've got $1,000 from this book that you got me.
That's right. Yes. And I've saved that much. Yes. Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
And
so
that was a good
I'm
point that you brought up. Yeah.
I'm fully 100% in support of this book and of you, Adiola. I really want to appreciate you and the fact that you, like I said, have the foresight to put this together. I think this book needs to be required reading in school. So because I'm
glad you bring that up. That's one of my goals, is to actually develop it into a curriculum. Develop into a curriculum and be able to give it out to school, probably sell it out to school. And so they can start incorporating it. So I've been talking to school districts on that. So that's part of the plan.
So I'm gonna have. So what state are you in?
Texas.
You're in Texas. Okay, so I'm gonna do this. So the gentleman that is running Gacw, that's running the Next Generation Summit, he has what's called the Kindergarten Academy, and it's for babies to teach them about agriculture and sustainable development when it comes to agriculture and what that looks like. But he does it from a very, very young age. I would like to pair you two together so that you can provide your book to his students to use that class as your pilot or your case study. So when you go to the school district, you can say, I've already done this with this group of people. I beta tested this book and these children
Yeah.
have read it, or we've gone through a curriculum, some classes or something. You guys can work that out, but I think it'll be good because he's in the children's space. And if he's going to teach kids how to be sustainable and how to grow food, then he also needs to be hooking up with people like you that's going to teach them how that revenue they're generating from their farms can be used to be doubled and tripled and make them wealthy and build generational wealth. So I'm going to personally
I love that
connect you
idea.
two together.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much for that. Yeah. And it is,
You're
thank
welcome.
you. Thank you. Thank you for having me. This is actually my first appearance on this book. I wasn't expecting it. I wasn't expecting to do any public appearance yet, since we're still building on the back end. But I'm like, you know what? There is a reason for everything. Let me not miss that on this opportunity. So thank you so much, Ms. Johnson, for having me. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. So you can go on Amazon.com, and I just went on finishing my order to purchase Miss Adiola's book.
Awesome. So go on Amazon, type in Dear
Millionaire.
Futures Millionaire. Yes, it's a seed that you're sowing into the life of your children. So it's very, very critical. Not only that I wrote this book, I prayed out of this book. I spent time in the place of prayer for revelation on what to do, how to go about it, So I know the hands of God is upon it when you say, Adiola, I'm giving you 2 minutes on my show. As I said, I wasn't ready for this,
Right. But you did excellent. You did very well. You were ready because you had your whole video queued up, and it was a very nice video. So I'll be playing throughout the week as well.
We're still developing on the back end. So I said,
you're doing good so far, sis. That's all I can say.
Thank you. Thank
You're doing good so far. So
you.
make sure that you connect with Kazrael. I will connect you. I will connect you offline, but just make sure you reach out to him probably sometime next week because he'll be doing the Next Generation Summit on Saturday.
Right.
But I really appreciate you, like I said, for putting this book together. Anything else that I can do to help you, please let me know. And thank you for coming on.
Definitely, I will stay in contact with you. There's a lot, and as I said, just have a lot coming up. So I'll definitely stay in touch, and let me know anywhere I can be available. Say that again?
Keep moving forward is all right, my best advice.
Thank you. It's a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you. Have a wonderful day. All right. Bye.
Okay, you too. Bye-bye. So that was Adiola, and she is the first-time author of the best book I think that's going to be created ever. It's for children for financial literacy. We have about 3 minutes until our next speaker, who I know is for sure probably queued up already. So what production saying, yeah. So what we're gonna do now is I am going to take a quick break so I can bring up Adiola's video again and bring up the next speaker's flyer so you can see who he is. We'll be back in 2 minutes at 5 o'clock to end out the day for the Georgia Africa Connection. Our production team is back, at least for the last hour. You did a good job, sir. But we'll be back and we'll be right back. Hello. We are back. Looks like hi, this is Devisha L. Johnson, and I'm your host of Georgia Afro Connection. It looks like we've been streaming for 9 hours. I feel like I'm going on a marathon. Maybe I'm getting my second win. I don't know, but this is our last session of the day, and it is a great time after we just heard about financial literacy for children to talk to Kevin Kiffey, because he also has a business model that directly deals with the youth population on the continent, and I think he is the perfect person to close out the Business Summit Day. And I believe Kevin will be talking during the Next Generation Summit as well, but we'll find out from him. So Kevin is another dynamic young man that I met actually in Dallas, Texas. We were both speaking on a panel for a diaspora event in Dallas. I think it was November of 2019 is when we met. So we all got together as a group, and I won't tell the whole story because that's part of what Ben wants to go over, or Catherine wants to go over on Saturday. But Kevin and I sat next to each other on a pretty big stage with some pretty powerful people, and we had a row of probably 4 or 5 of us millennials, and he just said, "This is the plan. This is what I'm doing, and you need to go support it." But I don't believe he waited on anybody to move forward, as Michael said. I think he just went and implemented and executed, and that's what he's doing. So without further ado, I want to bring up Kevin Kiffey, the founder and brainchild behind Engineer Africa. Hey, Kevin, how are you?
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm good. It's nice to see you again. I haven't seen you in 2 years almost.
Yeah.
Oh no, you were at the Georgia African
last year. The pandemic took over, and we weren't able to do anything social. So yeah, it's been about 2 years.
Right. Well, we were at the Georgia African Connection last year, and we talked briefly, but you were at the Global Black History Honors, which was on Saturday last year, to talk about what you've been doing. But I've been following you. You have a lot going on. So you are our last speaker of today, and I know people have been watching throughout the day. We've been streaming for 9 hours and 5 minutes thus far. So we've been on all day. We're going to be here all day tomorrow. So I want to go ahead and read through your bio, as I've been saying throughout the day. I think it's important for people when they speak to those that are listening to understand who they are, what they've done, so that they can really take in the knowledge that they're about to receive. So Kevin Kiffey is service-oriented leader with an engineering and mathematics background. He strives to bring value to the world through his engineering skills, mathematical understandings, and leadership skills. He is very passionate about building cutting-edge technologies and building great teams that move the world forward. As a technology leader, he has led and built teams from scratch. He has trained and mentored many people over the years in the capacity of full-time employment, part-time employment, consulting, and in the course of running a few startups. One such venture is Engineer Africa, which is what I'm most familiar with. I was talking about you on Clubhouse the other night also. And then the other is Kissy & Co., LLC, a technology consulting group offering services ranging from app development, data technology, quality engineering to managed services. Engineer Africa is a nonprofit organization working to increasing the influx of value to Africa by engaging a global community of professionals and partners to solve high impact problems. And the last venture is Abeju Inc. He'll correct me in a second. It's a self-startup building a machine learning platform that aids human interaction with the physical world. That's interesting. So is it a Beju or Beju?
It is Abeju, but that's
Abeju. I got it wrong. Okay, I'm getting there. So that is Kevin Kinsey, and just 3 of the companies that I'm sure he's going to start more as we talk to people that are older than us throughout the day. And that just seems to be the general consensus. So, Kevin, welcome to the Georgia Africa Connection again this year. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. I just have a little bit of a technical problem here. I was trying to see if I could actually share my screen.
Okay.
And so, trying to figure out how I'm going to be able to do that successfully.
So you may, I'm not even gonna make a suggestion because I'm not a tech person and I have a whole production team doing stuff for me. So
Okay. Can they say anything about how to do that?
Yeah, just text them, just type in the chat because he's the one running the chat and everything else back there.
Give me a second.
So just type in the chat and you should be able to pull it up, or he'll kick me off the screen and then put you up on your presentation. That's what we've been doing throughout the day.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. And you just let me know when you're ready, and then I will give you the floor.
Sounds
and you can
good.
make your presentation. And let me just say that Kevin is very dynamic because he sounds like a stealth. I don't really see Kevin, and maybe that's because I think you might want to mute your phone.
Correct.
Kevin's smart. Kevin's a genius. Kevin likes to help young people make money. Because now I can't hear you. I can't hear you now. You have to mute yourself.
We could probably go without the slides. It's okay. We don't really need the slides.
Okay. Well, you have the floor, Kevin.
Well, today I wanted to talk to you about technology as a force for transformation in Africa. I'm a founder of a nonprofit called Engineer Africa. The goal is to increase the technical capacity of Africa through a global set of engineers in the diaspora. And the way we're doing that is we're bringing as many engineers into a platform that we've built. And so that local governments, local companies in Africa can start taking advantage of this new created capacity around the globe. And also, we want to actually be able to empower people in the diaspora to start projects, and with the help of local engineers and students in Africa, be able to actually implement some of these projects. We want to also be able to empower organizations that become a partner to Engineer Africa to be able to engage this global talent in how they can actually build, 21st century level of standards into their infrastructure in their companies and whatnot. A lot of these companies in Africa, sometimes they are kind of working behind. And so instead of actually reinventing the wheel, if we bring that global community together, they can kind of leapfrog that. And so that's kind of the core of what Engineer Africa has been working to accomplish. What I'm going to be talking to you about is technology as a force for transformation in Africa. I'm going to talk about, where we are today, what we need to do, what we as a collective need to do, and what Engineer Africa is doing today, and how you can help. Strategically, we see that there is so much debt in the diaspora, and so any movement that's going to happen in Africa cannot really go along without the diaspora engaged. And so that's why Engineer Africa, we're really focused on that. Today in Africa, we've seen a rising set of startups in Africa who are trying to build technology without the stability of the infrastructure being given by the local governments. And it's actually hindering a lot of the growth that can potentially happen in Africa. We've seen a lot of agricultural startups, and I've been writing a lot about these in a lot of publications that I put out there. For example, in Ghana, I think 15% of the ag startups are coming from Ghana, 25% of them are coming from Nigeria, and I think 12% is coming from South Africa, and the rest 25% is other countries. And so there are countries that are kind of getting ahead in this, and I think the more and more we see some of these technologies brought into the continent, the more and more efficient the continent can be as it's continuously developing, and governments are starting to recognize that they need to support the set of businesses on the continent in order for it to grow and be more productive. Some of the technologies that we're seeing, especially in the agriculture, are using AI to kind of recognize crop diseases and being able to inform the farmers and helping them increase their yield. This is somewhat of a leapfrog, in my opinion. And I think more and more of this is what we're looking for in Africa, really, because you started with farmers just doing things in the traditional way. And instead of Africa going through the similar process that the West and the Europe did, they're simply moving into AI and bringing in decentralized systems for how crops are sowed and things like that. So we're seeing those kind of movements in Africa today. But instructions such as power, consistency, high availability of Wi-Fi services all across at low cost is actually still a challenge. We're still seeing that data is costing. I could give you guys some numbers here, but you might have to refer to the book that we put out called Diaspora as a Force for Social Transformation, Economic and Social Transformation. But we're seeing a lot of the data penetration that has occurred being extremely expensive and extremely controlled by a few companies such as MTN and Vodafone, and people essentially have to go and buy a certain amount of credit for a certain amount of time to have access to the internet on their phones or wherever. And then once they have just gone through that amount of credits, they have to repurchase more. This kind of model is very, very problematic, and there isn't much of a good continuum of connectivity. And it disrupts a lot of different areas, to be honest. Some of the areas that it's disrupting is education. A lot of education is delivered online today. You've seen your Harvard, your MIT, and all these guys are now delivering courses for free online, right? And so, today's age, if you want to learn anything, almost anything, you can actually find resource online to learn that. And so, in order to kind of help the skills gap in Africa, I think access to data is going to need to improve in terms of coverage, and also reduced in cost, also, so that a common person, the lowest common denominator, can have consistent access to data at all times. A lot of these technologies that we're seeing in the market in Africa, obviously going to rely on the person's access to data. And so if the population that is connected to data is somewhat limited by, say, is brought down to, say, 40% of the population is connected to data. And mind you, I'm not able to give you current numbers right now, but you can reference all of these numbers if you go ahead and read the book that we put out there. Then that means that startup or that business only has reach up to 40% of that population who can possibly download their app or whatnot to use it. That's a significant scalability constraint for a lot of these companies. And these companies are literally the bread and butter for the growth of the countries that they're operating in. And some of the problems that we've seen and some of the technology that are coming into the African market is they're not able to go transact. That infrastructure relies on banks that are in the West. So for example, if say I write a check to someone who lives in Tunisia and I live in Ghana, the bank has the bank that my check is coming from probably has a partnership somewhere in the UK, a bank in the UK. They pay that bank in order to transact that money to the bank that is associated to Tunisia, and that cost is around like $50 or so. Whereas in the US, transactions between banks like say Wells Fargo and say US Bank, it costs them about $10. And so there are all these problems that kind of make cross-border business a little bit difficult because of some of the financial infrastructure is really not there yet. And I think that's where we are today. And I think there is a lot of opportunity to actually help with that. I'm actually part of an organization called African Payment Networks, which is trying to use the public ledger as a way to kind of help banks, handle their back office and transact payments cross-border on this platform. And so, I mean, I think these kind of infrastructures that startups bring to the market eventually is going to actually help improve the capacity of businesses locally, the capacity of businesses to go cross-border, go essentially intercontinental. Also, there is actually some roadblocks to doing business if you're in Ghana. And doing business in America, for example, you're not effectively able to collect payments from your customers easily from the US, for example. So these things are there currently. This is the challenges that we're seeing right now with technology startups and technology companies in Ghana, in Africa today. Apologize for that. And so where do we need to be really? First, I think, at least in Africa, we're taking the side of improving infrastructure, right? If we improve infrastructure, we will see higher levels of productivity. We will see employment go up. And so if we improve the stability of access to power, stability of power to homes, and actually improve coverage to all homes, I think that's one key thing. And then on the top layer of improving energy to homes is, data, giving everybody access to data, low cost access to data. Essentially, the infrastructure for delivering data to various homes actually relies here in the United States, relies on companies actually digging fiber optic tunnels or poles that send the data across to various areas. We don't have the luxury in Africa to have these kind of infrastructures built because they're very, very costly. And so I think that some of these approaches are going to be very, very, we're going to require some ingenuity to be able to kind of improve that infrastructure. Another thing is agriculture. I think food security is very, very important to the stability of any economy. Currently, what we're seeing in Africa is some foods, even as basic as rice, is being imported. And we know the mechanics that have gone into that, right? There are some funding sources that have kind of forced things to move a certain direction, because a lot of countries, they subsidize their farmers. And I believe there is a time when countries were being penalized for subsidizing their farmers. And this is obviously an approach that was to kind of bring business to offshore farmers and whatnot. So I think there's significant improvements that could happen at that layer. And so, hold on a second, guys. Can we pause for a second? Can we pause for a second?
Sure. So while Kevin a point of how important it is in the topic that he's talking about, which is agriculture, on top of the agriculture part is the tech part, because ag tech is a space, like I said, when we're talking about Michael, that I've just tapped into, because the data on the continent is, especially in the agriculture sector, which is what Yavi and I were talking about the opportunity to collect that data and be able to use it to further build sustainability and build best practices around what works the best. And that's going to be for the future generation, people like Kevin that have chemical engineers and electrical engineers for equipment to be used to be more efficient on the farm. So I'm excited to hear about what else he's working on and how the tech space is directly tied to agriculture, because that's my personal interest. And then I can't wait to hear what he talks about during the next generation summit. This is probably a 30 minutes left in the day, and so we'll give it back to Kevin.
Sorry about that, guys. I had something on the fire that was burning. I can't afford to burn the house down. So I'm sorry I had to kind of break shift and go and take care of that. I apologize for that. So I was talking about where we are today. Access to data is still.
Make sure they can put you back on screen so we can see and hear you. Oh, it looks like we have a technical issue as well that we are looking to get corrected. I don't want people to think that your voice is mine.
Oh, okay.
And they'll be like, oh, did you just talk to them?
We'll wait for them to put me back up, and then we'll
just I'm not sure. We were actually having some bandwidth issues yesterday that we corrected. So I'm not sure what's going on now, but we will get this back on track. And let me see if I can. I'm going to try it myself. Probably by the time I get my phone and figure out what I'm doing. Okay, see? Anyway, that's why you have a team of people that know more than you do, Kevin. I was left to my own devices. Don't know what would happen. There you go. There he is. Okay, back on to you, Kevin.
All right, thank you guys for the grace over there. So we'll jump back to where we are today and where technology needs to be to serve Africa. And so we talked about payments. We talked about consistent delivery of power at scale. We were talking about increasing data penetration and also agriculture, securing, having food security, making sure that we're having food, we're buying food that is actually grown by local farmers, because that's the most efficient way for any economy, is to actually, the main suppliers of food actually are local, and also healthier option for the populace if the food is coming from local sources. And so I think technology is actually kind of leading the way of making farmers more and more productive, using AI and machine learning. And also there are several services such as, equipment rental and whatnot. We've seen a large growth of this in some countries like, Nigeria and Kenya and also Ghana. I'm sorry you're going to be hearing a lot of these countries, because I think there's a lot of activity happening in some of these countries. And also South Africa has some activity in that area. So I think all of these things are actually in combination going to help a lot. And also different software that actually help cut the middleman in the commercialization of produce by local farmers. So what can we do as a collective today in terms of technology? I think that if you have anyone you know is studying engineering, or anyone you know is working on any technology startup, and you're not really thinking about Africa, encourage them to think about what they could do with their skill set for Africa, right? A lot of times people don't think about the potential upside of the markets in Africa. They think about just the West, but I think we're going to be seeing a lot of growth, and so kind of convincing people like that to bring in their skills into Africa, bring in their products into Africa. Be part of encourage people to be part of an organization like what we have called Engineer Africa that is trying to build a large community of engineers and professionals so we can extend the technical capacity of Africa. And also we want to, you as if you're a person that has influence in local governments, I think what we don't want to do is we want to encourage them to use local talent or use diaspora talent to carry out some of the projects, right? Instead of shipping off projects to Southeast Asia, start considering and looking really, really hard at diaspora companies that are available, diaspora technical companies that are available to get XYZ done, because there is a depth within the diaspora also that is completely overlooked by some of these local governments. And so if you have any influence in that space, please use that influence to kind of sway some of the work to be done by a diaspora. One of the most advantageous part of it is sustainability. Any solution that is deployed on the continent that is from a local company or a diaspora company, usually it's likely to actually have some form of long-term ownership, right? As in, they don't deploy their solution and then they leave. They're still there to actually support and continuously pour more and more value to that solution that they deliver to the country. So I think these are the set of things we could do as a collective to support, the technology in Africa and the capacity in Africa that we want to desperately grow. What is Engineer Africa doing today? Well, we're relatively new. We started about almost 2 years ago. And so what we're focused on is key strategic projects, pilot projects that can actually kind of open the cap of what we actually are capable of doing as an organization. We're focused on deploying a wireless mesh design project. Essentially, we're going to a locale, some small locale. Right now, there have been talks about Nima in Ghana. It's a small part of the city where there is a concentration of say a school nearby and people who relatively will not be able to afford access to data consistently. And so we put a bunch of access points. We put a bunch of you think of it as Wi-Fi, outdoor Wi-Fi, right? And that requires some poles across a certain region. And then there's open coverage of access to data in that locale. That's a project that we're hoping to get done in the second quarter of this year. Just the first pilot project. Hopefully around June 2021. Hopefully we should probably be wrapping up on that. Another one is road development impact factor aggregation project. Now that's a mouthful, but if you think about it, it's just a simple platform that brings voices from the community and onto a platform to suggest what road segments that they would rather have developed by the government, right? And our job is to build a software that will empower, say, we're using, say, local students or surveyors to kind of assign a grade to any road segment And then all of this data is on a platform. Essentially, think of it as Google Maps, but you're seeing road segments that have grades on them. Instead of you seeing, say, speed limits, you're seeing the priority level of actually fixing this particular road, right? I think that's something that is heavily needed, because a lot of times politicians want to get into power or stay in power. They end up fixing the roads or adding value to the roads that are of high visibility, right? Whereas the highest impact to fix a certain road segment belongs to that road that it's not of high visibility to the general population. And so if you bring more visibility to that particular road that has the highest impact, and the community knows about this, politicians and local governments will be forced to build or improve or add value to that road that has the highest impact. We've seen this as a consistent problem across in Africa, where these roads that need more attention are not the ones that are focused on. And so it's a prioritization, road development prioritization solution there. And this is just going to take, bringing in these communities. The project is started by a few people like me and a colleague and 3 colleagues that are just building the groundwork for this software. But this software should empower, students to be able to, do this extra credit of figuring out the road, the impact factor of this road, or local engineers, adding value by adding these numbers on there, and then empowering the community to actually bring their concerns and actually get that particular value of the priority for these road segments. Another project is flood prevention effort. And I think this one is more of a more longer term project, but the immediate wins that we hope we can pick up with the pilot is releasing designs of how to construct these tunnels that can actually reduce flooding, right? So a lot of the tunnels that we see, we call them different things in different countries, but these tunnels that these sewages that water get into, they're kind of built, mostly in Africa, they're kind of built by local communities, and a lot of times the maintenance is actually poor, and a lot of times these trenches are built, and then over time, because there's debris entering these trenches, the flow capacity of these trenches actually end up reducing until to the point where they're almost useless, right? And so you end up with this flooding. So the absorption capacity of flood goes down to like nothing, and so then we have more and more floods. And so last year, 2020, I have these numbers in the book, by the way. There was a huge amount of people impacted and actually casualties due to flooding. And this is just 2020, by the way. These numbers are very, very crazy. I encourage you to take a look at that section on flood prevention in the book. So this is essentially supposed to release designs and ways for which trenches can be built by local communities and can be maintained, and we can maintain the flow capacity of these trenches. Another piece of this project, the second piece of this project, is essentially encourage local governments to enforce rules about not developing on wetlands. You've seen that a lot of these casualties are happening on people building on wetlands. And so that's another piece of this, of our efforts. We see it as a low-hanging fruit on the designing side. Another low-hanging fruit pilot project to kind of establish ourselves and actually prove ourselves is affordable housing. And we have a few urban developers and architects in our mix here who have come up with just small initial designs of units that will cost less than, say, 10,000, single family home that will cost less than 10,000. Our goal is to build this particular prototype using locally available materials that are cheap, and essentially encourage the local governments to actually consider funding some of these affordable housings to be built at scale, accompanied with a program to kind of transition people from slums into these units. Another part of this project, and this is just a low-hanging fruit, build that particular unit, and then kind of showcase this more or less. This is probably going to end up happening at the end of third quarter, or probably entering into fourth quarter of this year. COVID is kind of making things a little bit difficult for us, so another part of this is actually kind of improving the situation of these slums, because one of the things that we ended up finding out is sometimes we see these affordable housing initiatives, moving forward, but the communities are not necessarily buying into moving into these units. And so one of the a good way to kind of because they don't want to lose that community factor that they have in the setup they currently have. And so perhaps one of the things is to kind of improve their living standards within that community with various things such as, better access to water, flowing water, better access to electricity, internet, better structures that can kind of improve what they currently have. So if it's maybe smaller container type of, movable housing units or something like that, so we can kind of preserve the current community that they have going on. This is more of a longer term dream to get there eventually. And so those are the kind of things that Engineer Africa is doing today. Besides bringing more and more people into our platform, building that global community of African engineers that will extend the technical capacity of Africa eventually. So that's what we're doing. And I think technology plays a huge role in everything we do. And we want to be able to support all the tech companies that if they need help, they can definitely use the talent within Engineer Africa as resource. What can you do? You can definitely, in the future, we're going to be releasing some of our pilot projects as a crowdfunding type of approach. You can definitely support us in that direction. You can definitely support this effort or support what we're doing by encouraging more and more of the people that you know into being part of the organization that we've set up here. Because the more and more talent we have within one organization, or the more and more partnerships we can have into one organization, I think the more and more of a bigger force we could be. Because as we operate in more and more, as Africa has a bunch of these organizations, right? And they're all siloed. And so the capacity and the power that they can have is very, very limited, right? If you think about divide and conquer, it makes the continent extremely vulnerable to outsiders, right? And so if you have powerful and large organizations can have large impact whenever they choose, and whenever they see something is wrong, or whenever they see something that has more and more value to happen today, they can take advantage of that in a more powerful way. But if we have smaller siloed organizations, it's not going to happen. More bigger conglomerates all across the globe are going to be able to take advantage of the continent continuously, as they are doing today. And so bringing more and more people into what we're doing, I think it's going to really, really help a lot and go a long way in terms of what we're trying to do, in terms of what our mission is. I think nothing will beat the power of Africa if we can actually do this. So that's one of the things you could do. That's all I have for this session. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and talk to you about technology in Africa, talk to you about Engineer Africa and represent Engineer Africa. I'm always available for any comments, any questions. My email is always open. Please follow Engineer Africa, and we'll be more than happy to engage and support in any way that you want us to.
Great. Thank you, Kevin. I really appreciate you taking the time out to come talk to us at 5 o'clock. I'm sure that the people that first, let me ask this question. Are you in the East or the West? Are you in Africa or US?
Right now, today.
Uh-huh. Yes.
Oh, I am here in the U.S. This is the second time I've been asked that today. People think I'm in Ghana today. No, I am not. I'm
Ah,
actually
that's
gonna
what
be there. I'm gonna be there in about 3 weeks or so.
everybody's going at the same time. So this is what I would like to do. Because I was supposed to be there for 10 days in the middle of the month. So if you're going to be there at the same time, another one of my speakers said, Yavi, I think she said she's going to be in Ghana at the same time. I think we should connect and in live and in person and figure out where we can connect. Because Michael Vanderpew and Bartlett Vanderpew that spoke earlier, the last question I asked him after he explained all 8 of his companies was, have you thought about getting in tech yet? He said, no, he hadn't thought about it yet. He does his due diligence. He's in Hong Kong, Dubai, UAE, Cameroon, South Africa is where he does business in 8 different sectors. Most of it is gold and mining. So he has the capital to be able to fund most of what you're doing. And that would be another sector for him to diversify his portfolio, which is what he told us that's what you need to do. So I would love to connect you to, I will connect you to in the group chat just directly so that you can have that connection. But my first question for you as we wrap up today is about agriculture. So I find myself in this ag tech space all of a sudden from being on Clubhouse and trying to figure out where these VCs spending money. And they're spending money in tech. They've been spending money in tech for a long time. But I love agriculture. So I already know that the way to get the youth of Africa back on the farm is through tech. I know that part. So how do I connect these two? So now I'm developing a drone program with some people in Kumasi that are hooked up to the university there to be able to provide training. So I would love to bring you in on that part to provide some of what that tech looks like, because I have no idea. And then the other part was the data. So it's being extreme, and we talked about this earlier with someone else. It's extremely difficult for me to find data on what's going on with smallholder farmers in Africa. And apparently they have their own network that someone else has tapped into. You have to actually be on the ground and go to the place that they have. It's very complex, but simple at the same time. But her point in saying that was, imagine if we had a platform or some type of major satellite to connect all these smallholder farmers over all 55 African countries would be a critical mass, and technology is the only way to do that. Right. So my question to you is how far down the road have you gone in the ag tech space? And if you're just starting to get into it, what is the most interesting thing or the most exciting thing about it?
So this is actually something that I'm passionate about, but it's kind of been like something that I'm going to get into much later. But I'll mention it. I'll mention it today. When I think back in 2011, I was working for an organization called CNH, right? It's Caterpillar's main competitor.
Right.
And they build machinery for farming, right? And at the time, they had autonomous vehicles that can actually...
In 2011?
2011, yes. But it was kind of a bit of a pilot type of thing. They were using that for plowing snow, actually. Yes. We were using that for plowing snow. And it was my biggest dream that eventually, once I have enough capital, I'll be able to kind of build these tractors and bring it to Africa to actually increase the scale of food production. So that's one of the things that I really, really want to get into. Beginning of 2020, I was going to get into this business. It's called IO farming. It just kind of didn't pan out, so I just kind of put my efforts of farming technology on hold. What we're going to do was we're going to kind of build this technology that's going to scare birds away, because a lot of times birds are going to be eating the crops and whatnot. And it's a very harmless, it's just an acoustic, system with software behind that kind of pushes out the right sounds and whatnot of a certain bird. If there's a certain bird by a certain species, we listen in, and then the back end software recognizes this bird and then recognizes what kind of bird sound is going to scare that particular bird. And then it just starts making that bird sound back at them. Especially every bird has this kind of prey or whatnot, or a bird you're afraid of, right? So you make that kind of sound and that particular bird leaves, and then you can actually maintain the quality of your crops and whatnot. So this is the kind of technology we want to bring to market in Africa. We just kind of put that on hold because of a few personal stuff issues that we ended up with, but we're still very much interested in bringing this to Africa. Another thing that I see a friend working on is kind of trading platform for farmers, more or less, and also micro investing into farming. And so so micro investing platform that people are building, and they're building on top of blockchain technology. So I think that is very, very lucrative type of business that the continent can really use. And if we can scale it all across all borders in Africa, I think it's really going to help a lot of farmers. Essentially, if say local governments are not able to subsidize some of their production, diaspora professionals can still invest into these farms and essentially help with production and whatnot. So I think that's also something that really has potential. But I tend to get excited about these cutting edge farming type of solutions. And I'm hoping eventually with enough capital that I'm trying to build, we'll be able to get into that space.
Absolutely. Well, the Georgia Africa Connection is going to connect you to the man with the money. So he's looking to diversify. You're the youth. He doesn't have anything in tech as far as I'm concerned. I just want to be a fly on the wall and be able to say I was around when we created a whole new infrastructure for agriculture. And when my children's children are running some massive farm in some community in some country in Africa, they can say my great-great-grandma sat here with Kevin Kissy and Engineer Africa in 2021 and had a discussion, and look, 2059, here we are. That's what I'm looking for. Right. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, I mean, we are young people that have a dream, and I'm really, really excited. And I'm glad you came at the end of the day to hear that you're so passionate about something that I'm so passionate about. And because you're a male and I'm a female, we have both sides of the coin. I'm African American, you African. We go rock and roll, Kevin. Go get these checks, go help these farmers, make sure people can eat healthy food, make sure they can sustain themselves, build generational wealth, make some money at the same time. It's a win-win scenario, and we need to be working together as young people. So I can't wait to hear and see all the stuff you're doing. Kevin's being modest. He got billboards, y'all, all over. Where's the billboards? In Ghana? Is that where they are? So I know I recognize them.
We have one that is already erected in Accra. There's a second one being erected, and I think there'll be a third one also. We have another one getting erected in Kenya and also Nairobi and then Lagos. So these are the three countries that we want to be in for sure. And then here in the States, we're going to have one in Minneapolis and then another one in, we're thinking Georgia, but we just want to be in Georgia just because it's Georgia.
Right. But let me just put a plug in for Georgia real quick. It's called the Georgia Africa Connection. You do know that, right?
Yeah.
Right. So therefore, there should be a billboard in Georgia.
We want to get people into Africa for sure.
Exactly.
Obviously.
And there are a lot of young professionals our age that look like us here in Georgia that, I mean, Georgia Tech, I wanted to go to Georgia Tech because I wanted to be an architect. So there's a lot of possibilities, and I'm super excited and just to see your growth and the blockchain technology. You're using all these words, and I'm like, ooh, Kevin, we need to talk about these things. So I'm really excited that you had time to come on and give your presentation and talk about your three projects that you have going on with Engineer Africa
Oh, yeah, I didn't talk about any of those, but I'm here to support Engineer Africa. But yes, I do run these two other for-profit companies also.
Okay, but I'm glad you had the opportunity to come talk about Engineer Africa. I will be pushing it. I know my production guys went on back there because I can hear him screaming when you were talking about blockchain and using all these words. All I heard was, oh! So you get people excited about talking about these things, and everybody has to eat, everybody needs food. So agriculture and Africa feeds the world. So I'm just thankful that you had time to come out today.
When there is more and more of this type of technology we take advantage of to increase production in Africa, we're going to see Africa being a breadbasket for the whole entire world, really. So.
Right. Well, I will let you get back to being great, Kevin. I appreciate you coming on board. I think I will see you on Saturday at the Next Generation Summit as well. We'll probably be talking again, and so will I. So we will see each other soon, hopefully in Ghana, where you and Michael can meet each other in person.
Absolutely, looking forward to it.
Right, I'm gonna hook it up. We're gonna have some people together and go be great. Okay.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you,
really
Kevin.
Appreciate it. You guys have a wonderful day.
Absolutely. Thank you. That was Kevin Kissy, everybody, with Engineer Africa. That was awesome. That right there just gave me chills and all kinds of excitement about agriculture and food and sustainability. And my boy Kevin is doing the tech part. And I'm just jittery. I don't even know what to do. I just know I love the fact that the Georgia Africa Connection can happen in this way so that we can get so many people from around the world to not only meet with us and convene with us. We have a speakers room on WhatsApp that they're conversing with each other and getting to meet each other from everybody that's going to be here all this week. Think about it, this was just the first day. Last year we had 6 days of this. So this year, because of COVID, we only have 4 days. And look at what you have gotten from 8 o'clock this morning. We have been streaming now for 9 hours, 55 minutes and 5 seconds. So in the next 5 minutes, we will be at a straight 10 hours. I'm glad you came in and out today. That was great. Because this is on YouTube, you can go rewatch it and sit there and pop you some popcorn and have your tea, ladies, and sit there and watch the greatness of Black people from all around the world that were convened for the Georgia Africa Connection 2021. Tomorrow is Advocacy Day. We're going to have just as many impactful, powerful speakers tomorrow. Saturday will be the Next Generation Summit where me and Kevin and Kesrael and a bunch of other people. If you like getting knowledge about how much you have to offer the world as a young person, then you need to come to the Next Generation Summit because we're all millennials, Gen Zers, and even younger than that, coming together to talk about projects that we're already doing and places where we need support. So I'm just super excited about ending our day with Kevin and talking about ag tech. And just some housekeeping, if you have any comments or questions, I will go on the website at GeorgiaAfricaConnection.com and look at the schedule that's there for tomorrow and the rest of the week. Our video from yesterday's session is posted online on the website. And the video from today's session, I'm not sure how that's going to work because it's going to be 10 hours long, but we will put that session as well, or I might break them up and do what Miss E-Commerce W. DeCruz says and make it a course. I have to get permission from everybody else. And then obviously I would have to also bring them in as local partners, as Michael said, and have a profit share. Because I learned quickly. Don't take me long. This has been the Georgia Africa Connection. This is your girl, Devisha L. Johnson. Thank you all for being with us today. It is almost about that time at 6 o'clock. So we're going to end it today. We'll see you tomorrow bright and early at 8 a.m. for Advocacy Day. Once again, this is your host, Devisha L. Johnson, with the Georgia Africa Connection. Bye-bye.
online at the Los Angeles Recording School, a division of the Los Angeles Film School. Learn how to mold your music into a career while protecting and promoting your song. Our program is delivered 100% online, giving you schedule flexibility and support from instructors and peers. Graduates from our school have worked with Beyonce, Rihanna, Bruno Mars, and more. So be heard and be loud. Click on the link below or visit larecordingschool.com.
I'm sure you've heard how Grammarly improves your writing, but let me tell you how Grammarly Business helped my Oh boy, you know you keep me on my mind. You can tell me on my mind. I'm feeling sexy, on my mind. You can tell me on my mind. I'm feeling sexy. Keep getting bitches on you every season. Touching it was looking up. I was good to it. Get you going on the phone. You get everything you want. Don't you fall in love with me? Take you in the whole world. So where I so I'm prepared, baby. Come try to dance, baby. Don't be shy. Don't say you're dreaming of this something that likes to hide. Before you get into the way that I believe you. I'll be love, keep running, keep running. Keep running, keep running. Keep running, so bad. I need you. I need that to keep coming. Take your sense that you leave it deeper. Oh boy, you know you keep me out on my mind. You get me out on my mind. I'm feeling sexy. Out on my mind. You get me out on my mind. I'm feeling sexy. Keep treating like you do. Like you keep me in pocket. Don't let you think you do. Keep right in the second. You must take me all back. Oh, I hear with you until I tell you to stop. They don't need candles. Frozen. This ain't your type of situation. After I take out my sandals, go, you know, we running out of time. Don't keep waiting. So you get to know that I don't need love. I don't need love. Honestly, keep running. Keep running, keep running, keep running. I don't need love. I need that time to keep coming. The kisses that you leave me keep running. Oh boy, you know you keep me. Out on my mind, you can help me. Out on my mind, I'm feeling sexy. Out on my mind, you can help me. Out on my mind, I'm feeling sexy. Keep running.